Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1161 Get out of the way, I'm going to use my ultimate move. How could this be possible? Ma Lin went through untold hardships and risked his life to come to the Ming dynasty, not just to obtain the qualification to pay tribute. You know, there is a limit on the number of times to pay tribute. At the beginning, the Ming dynasty wished that the vassal states would pay tribute every day. In this way, it would also create a false prosperity of all nations paying tribute. However, later, the Koreans saw the benefits and ran very diligently. Others paid tribute once every 3 to 5 years, but the Korean country made several trips a year, almost calling them daddy. Moreover, although the Korean envoys only dug some radishes in the mountains of their hometown to pay tribute, Korean ginseng was not valuable in Korea, but it was very valuable in the Ming dynasty. The Ming dynasty's Ministry of Rights did not return the gift according to the status of the Korean ginseng, but according to the value of the Ming ginseng, and then doubled the return gift. So, the Koreans saw the benefits, dug the radishes, and caught a few minks to peel and send them in exchange for generous rewards. Later, the Ming dynasty was a little overwhelmed. I said, "Korean brother, why do you always run to your big brother's house? The rewards and hospitality expenses of the big brother's house are a bit too much to bear." In desperation, the Ming dynasty began to limit the number of vassal tributes during the Chenghua period to prevent the court from spending too much. Therefore, even if Marin presented the top auspicious signs, the Ming dynasty allowed Marin to pay tribute, but there was a limit on the number of times, once a year at most. How can this work? Marin wants to do big business, and it is impossible to do it once a year. If Marin had not established a base on Taiwan Island, it would be fine once a year. However, he has a base on Taiwan Island, which is right next to the Ming dynasty. He can come to the Ming dynasty to exchange what he has at any time. However, no matter how Marin speaks well, most of the ministers in the court do not agree to normal trade. Why? Although Lu Jin is in power, it has not been a few years. At present, most of the Ming dynasty is still the clear stream team left by the Hongji dynasty, and only the key departments are controlled by Lu Jin. And what is clear stream? On the surface, clear stream means noble character. But at the same time, most of the ministers of the clear stream are also some stubborn ministers. It is true that they talk about principles, but they don't know how to adapt, which makes people very helpless. Lu Jin agrees, and his party members have no problem. However, for this big issue, the ministers spoke enthusiastically, and most of them disagreed with making an exception, which made Lu Jin a little helpless. This group of clear stream ministers are stubborn, and no one buys it. Moreover, the reasons of this group of clear stream ministers are also very sufficient. This time we agree to normal trade between Beihai Kingdom and Ming dynasty. What about Korea, Ryukyu, and other countries? They also made this request. North Korea has been the good little brother of China of the Ming dynasty for more than 100 years. It is definitely not justifiable for you to give this right to Beihai Kingdom but not to North Korea. There was a big quarrel in the court, and it seemed that the Qinglu had sufficient reasons. Fortunately, Marin had expected this and had not yet released a big move. So, Marin held his breath and prepared to use a big move. Get out of the way, I'm going to use a big move. After the quarrels of the court officials subsided, Marin proposed a solution. What you adults said is indeed reasonable. Beihai Kingdom is an external vassal, and it is indeed not in accordance with the etiquette to obtain normal trade qualifications. But what if I become an internal vassal? What do you mean? Beihai Kingdom wants to be incorporated into Ming dynasty. But Beihai Kingdom is too far away from Ming dynasty. Yang Tingyi said. It's like this, Lord Yang, I heard that the Ming dynasty had a chieftain system, right? Yang Tingyi nodded and replied, the Ming dynasty did have a chieftain system, but most of the chieftains were in the border areas. But the Beihai Kingdom is tens of thousands of miles away from the Ming dynasty, it's not even considered a border area. Ma Lin laughed, took out a small map and pointed to Yang Tingyi, saying, what if I develop Dongfan Island and become the owner of Dongfan Island? You mean you want to become a chieftain official of the Ming dynasty in the name of the owner of Dongfan Island? But you are the king of the Beihai Kingdom. And the native official, the highest level envoy, is only the 3rd rank. And Lord Ma, you are of a super rank. According to the Ming dynasty system, dukes, marquises and earls were of a super rank, below the county kings, but their status was above all officials. Marin smiled and said indifferently, Lord Yang, what rank is there to talk about when you serve the Ming dynasty? Moreover, in our Europe, it is normal for one person to hold several titles. For example, I am not only the Grand Duke of the North Sea Kingdom, but also the Earl of Newcastle, the Earl of the Highlands, and the Earl of the Border County. I hold several titles. The most exaggerated is a king named Charles V, who has dozens of titles. Just writing the titles requires a piece of paper. In fact, Charles V is still just a little kid about the same age as Caesar. Moreover, his long list of Spanish titles was also lost because Marin saved Juan III. However, this did not prevent Marin from using him as an example. This is a way, but there is no precedent. Yang Tingyi hesitated. He still had a good impression of Marin. After all, the poem, Bamboo and Stone, that Marin gave him was very high-end and suitable for his state of mind. However, Marin's request was somewhat inconsistent with the etiquette, which made him very hesitant. The other court officials were also like this. The plan proposed by Marin seemed to be okay. But the problem is that there is no precedent. For a group of stubborn Qinglu, following the ancestral system is their important point of view. At this time, Marin had to use his big move. What if Ma offered the treasure of Beihai Kingdom, a kind of divine grain with an output of more than 1,000 kilograms per mu, or even 2,000 kilograms per mu? The monarchs and ministers of the court were all shocked, and then they all looked at Marin with a caring look for the mentally retarded. Are you fooling a fool? When our court civil and military officials don't know agriculture. The officials present are all landlords. How much is the per mu yield, can everyone not know it? The Ming dynasty was an agricultural-based feudal dynasty. Who among the civil and military ministers in the court didn't have hundreds or thousands of acres of land? Although the bulk of the officials' income did not come from collecting rent, everyone still knew the output of the family's fields. After all, those who can get to a high position are not pure nerds, but still understand some economics. Even the most fertile top paddy fields in Jiangnan generally only have an output of about 500 jin per mu. Ma Lin started with a yield of 1,000 jin per mu, and it might even be 2,000 jin per mu, so everyone just thought he was bragging. Seeing that no one believed him, Ma Lin confidently insisted, "It's true, there are really 1,000 jin per mu. Moreover, this is the yield per mu on poor sandy soil and mountainous land. If it is on fertile fields and well taken care of, the yield per mu can reach 2,000 jin. Oh. What kind of crop is it? Is it rice or wheat?" The good old man Li Dongyang asked curiously. "It's not rice or wheat, it's a kind of magical grain that I accidentally discovered. There is no need for cultivated fields in Jiangnan, even in the poor yellow sandy soil in northern Shaanxi, the yield per mu can reach more than 1,000 jin. Sweet potatoes like sandy soil the most. On sandy soil, the yield per mu can easily exceed 1,000 jin, and 2,000 jin is not impossible, as long as there is enough fertilizer and water. But for rice and wheat, sandy soil is barren land, lacking in nutrition, and is not suitable for crop growth. Therefore, northern Shaanxi has always been a poor place. Because of poverty, people are not full. Not full, and then rebel. At the end of the Ming dynasty, Li Zicheng emerged and overthrew the Ming dynasty. In the Republic of China, the Bald dynasty was overthrown. Yang Tingyi stood up, "Is there really such a yield?" "Of course. Words are not enough. I am willing to sign a military order." Ma Lin was almost dragged into the ditch. Ma Lin hurriedly said, "If this kind of grain can really produce 1,000 caddies per mu, I ask the Ming dynasty to give me the opportunity to serve as the chieftain of Dongfan Island. Since I am also the native official of Dongfan Island, I am also a member of the Ming dynasty. At that time, sending ships to Fuzhou and Quanzhou for procurement should not be restricted, right? That also needs to be confirmed that the kind of grain you said can really produce 1,000 caddies per mu." After the discussion of the ministers, and with Lu Jin's help in speaking well, Emperor Zhengde made the final decision, then it's settled. If the facts prove that what Lord Ma said is true, I will agree to Lord Ma's request to serve as the native official of Dongfan Island. If the yield per mu cannot reach 1,000 caddies, then the matter will be dropped. Moreover, as a punishment, the tribute qualification of Beihai Kingdom once a year will be reduced to tribute every 3 years. Chapter 1162, Big Boss Tasting. After finishing speaking, Emperor Zhengde seemed to have remembered something and asked, "By the way, Lord Ma, what is the name of the magic food you mentioned? How does it taste? Don't make it so unpalatable that you can't swallow it." "Your Majesty, the magic food I mentioned is called sweet potato, also called sweet potato, and it tastes sweet. Moreover, I have studied many ways to eat it, which is quite delicious." "Sweet potato? Is it similar to yam?" Emperor Zhengde asked thoughtfully. "Yam is yam. In China, there are very few native potatoes, and yam is the most important potato. The most important sweet potatoes, cassava and potatoes in later generations are all crops originating from the Americas. Only common potatoes such as yam, excluding some uncommon ones, are native to China. Ma Lin nodded immediately. Yes, it is somewhat similar to yam, and the taste is similar, but not as smooth as yam. Recalling the taste of yam, Emperor Zhengde nodded, and then asked, "Did Lord Ma bring sweet potatoes? Can I see them?" "That's a must. There are some sweet potatoes on my ship. I can send someone to get them on the ship." "Well, I will allocate a group of cavalry for you, one person with 2 horses, go to Tianjin to get sweet potatoes." Then, the court meeting was dispersed soon. After all, there was nothing to do at this court meeting. The main purpose was to receive Ma Lin, a rare foreign lord. After the court was dispersed, Ma Lin asked the guards to take his hand order to transport sweet potatoes on the ship. The next day, Ma Lin stayed in Huitong Hall and did not go out. On the 3rd day, the cavalry returned from Daguku, Tianjin, and brought back hundreds of kilograms of sweet potatoes and hundreds of kilograms of vermicelli. These vermicelli were made by Ma Lin when he was in Keelung, because it takes a long time to make vermicelli, and it takes more than 12 hours to settle, so it cannot be displayed on the spot. Therefore, Ma Lin simply made several hundred kilograms of vermicelli in Keelung and brought it to the capital. In addition, he also brought a set of vermicelli making tools. In fact, the traditional method of making vermicelli is similar to the previous steps of making tofu. Only the final stage is different. Tofu is collected as a whole piece after the brine is added and pressed with a cloth. For vermicelli, a certain concentration of vermicelli paste is drained into the pot through a funnel with mesh holes, and then cooked into vermicelli. On the 4th day of the morning court, Ma Lin brought sweet potatoes and vermicelli into the palace in the middle of the night. Because today he was going to show the various ways to eat vermicelli in court. Because it was a regular court, the number of people was obviously much less than the new moon and full moon court on June 15th. Moreover, it was not held in the Jinuan Palace, but changed to Fengtian Gate. This time, Ma Lin did not go directly to the court, but came to the outer kitchen of the imperial kitchen outside Jinyan Gate to instruct the imperial chefs to start processing vermicelli and sweet potatoes. It should be pointed out that there are 2 large imperial kitchens in the Forbidden City. One is the outer kitchen, which is outside the Jinyan Gate. It is mainly responsible for the emperor's banquet for the ministers, and is also responsible for the food of the cabinet ministers on duty. The inner kitchen is mainly responsible for the emperor's diet, and it is more sophisticated. But this time, Marin's task is to let the bigwigs in the court taste the taste of sweet potato delicacies, of course, made in the outer kitchen. Moreover, this side is closer to the place where the court is held. Sweet potatoes are very simple, just get an oven and bake them directly. The imperial chefs in the palace are all top cooking masters, and baking sweet potatoes is not a problem. Then there is the way to eat vermicelli, which is more troublesome. Marin is going to make 2 famous dishes, pork stewed with vermicelli and duck blood vermicelli soup, but before making these 2 dishes, the hard vermicelli needs to be softened first. In addition, for this duck blood vermicelli soup, Marin decided to use a high-end method and let the imperial chef cook old duck soup as the broth. Since it is a broth, it naturally needs to be steamed for a long time so that the taste is authentic. When Emperor Zhengde was hearing politics at the Imperial Gate at Fengtian Gate, Ma Lin and a group of imperial chefs were staring at the pot of old duck soup in a daze. It was not until the old duck soup was almost cooked that Ma Lin began to direct the imperial chefs to officially start. Duck blood vermicelli soup is relatively simple. With the broth, you only need to cook the prepared duck blood, duck intestines, duck liver and other duck offal with vermicelli for a while, then take them out, and then add the broth when serving. At this time, the imperial hearing was almost over. Ordinary officials in the court dispersed, such as those low-level censors. But Emperor Zhengde and a group of top bosses stayed to try the legendary delicacy. The group of people who stayed mainly included a group of super-quality military generals and nobles, as well as cabinet members and the Shanshu and Shirlang of the 6 ministries. Of course, not all of them wanted to try it. Many people stayed just to watch the fun and see if sweet potatoes were really delicious and worth promoting their cultivation. Because they had to attend the court in the middle of the night, many of the ministers just ate some cakes and didn't eat much. When the earliest duck blood vermicelli soup was ready, it was already 8 or 9 in the morning. It just so happened that there was not much to do in the morning court today, and it was over. The ministers got up at 3 in the middle of the night and set off. It has been several hours now, and they are already hungry. When Ma Lin directed the eunuchs to arrive near Fengtian Gate with bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup, the old duck soup exuded a fragrance that made some ministers drool. The Emperor Zhengde obviously smelled the fragrance and wanted to eat it. However, according to the rules, the Emperor Zhengde could not eat things of unknown origin casually, and someone had to be sent to test the poison first. It was necessary to wait for the eunuchs who tested the poison to eat for a while and be fine before they could really start eating. Seeing this, Ma Lin smiled, said nothing, and asked the eunuch for a small bowl directly. Then, he used a small spoon to scoop a little soup from each bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup and put it in his own bowl. Then, he drank it in one gulp. In this way, everyone was convinced that there was no problem. After all, Marin was of noble status, and there was no need for him to take poison with everyone to commit suicide. The military generals and nobles couldn't help it first, because they had a big appetite. Moreover, they had been in court for several hours and were already hungry. Seeing the fragrant duck blood vermicelli soup, they couldn't bear it any longer. Then, the old but still strong Duke of England Zhang Mao took the lead in taking a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, and then said in surprise, noodles. But after looking at it, it didn't seem like it. After all, noodles are white, while vermicelli is dark and slightly transparent. But after tasting it, the hungry Duke of England felt it was delicious. Then, hiss, he ate it fiercely. Seeing the old Duke eating so deliciously, Emperor Zhengde couldn't help it. Then, he asked someone to bring a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, and he also started eating it. After a few bites, Emperor Zhengde was surprised. It tastes good. Then, he buried his head and ate fiercely. In fact, duck blood vermicelli soup may not be really that delicious. However, this timing was very coincidental. Because Emperor Zhengde and his ministers had just attended court for a few hours and had not had time to eat breakfast, so they were hungry. Duck blood vermicelli soup is a good breakfast, and the old duck broth is also suitable for warming the stomach in the morning. Therefore, the deliciousness of duck blood vermicelli soup was magnified. Afterwards, the 30 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup served together were snapped up. But there were still many big guys who didn't get to eat it and were very dissatisfied. But this was not a problem. Soon, the roasted sweet potatoes and pork stewed with vermicelli were almost ready and were served. Marin ate first as usual to dispel everyone's concerns. Then, those civil and military ministers who didn't get to eat duck blood vermicelli soup went to get roasted sweet potatoes and pork stewed with vermicelli to eat. Of course, as an emperor, Emperor Zhengde naturally had to try it all. After eating, all the big guys were still unsatisfied and very satisfied, thinking it was not bad. Of course, they just thought it was not bad. After all, whether it was Emperor Zhengde or other civil and military ministers, as the top big guys in the Ming Empire, what kind of food had they not eaten? Duck blood vermicelli soup, pork stewed with vermicelli and roasted sweet potatoes are delicious, but in front of these big guys who have eaten all kinds of delicacies, it is not surprising. Therefore, the 3 dishes carefully prepared by Marin were just good in the eyes of these big guys, and they would never go crazy after eating them as written in the book, and then they would get out of control. Of course, if the time is switched to the Tang dynasty when cooking was not popular, or the location is switched to Europe where dark cuisine is popular, it is possible that people will go crazy after eating. In the Ming dynasty, which has many delicacies, these 3 foods are at most not bad. But the evaluation of not bad is enough. After eating the 3 delicacies prepared by Marin, the leaders of the Ming court were sure that sweet potatoes are indeed worth promoting and are good food. And this is exactly what Marin wanted. Chapter 1163 Trying to plant sweet potatoes on 1 mu and 3 fun land. After eating 3 different breakfasts, Emperor Zhengde burped and asked, Lord Ma, I have tasted the 3 ways of eating sweet potatoes, and they are really good. However, is it true or false that you said that the yield of 1,000 or even 2,000 kilograms per mu? If it is true, it will be a blessing for the people of the Ming dynasty. A group of ministers nodded one after another. If it is true as Marin said, who will go hungry in the future? In the Ming dynasty, the poorest families also have a few acres of thin land. And according to Marin, even thin land can produce more than 1,000 kilograms per mu. 5 acres of thin land, wouldn't it produce at least 5,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes? Even if half of it is used to pay rent and taxes, there are still 2,500 kilograms left, which is definitely enough for a family of 5 to eat hard. The most unbelievable thing is that Marin actually said that the Lus Plateau in northern Shaanxi is also suitable for growing sweet potatoes. This is incredible. Northern Shaanxi belongs to the jurisdiction of the 3 border governor-general and is one of the worst agricultural areas in the Ming dynasty. To describe northern Shaanxi in one sentence, it is, poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. Because the Lus is poor, wheat is basically not grown there, but millet. The main reason is that irrigation is difficult there, and it is difficult to grow wheat that requires a lot of water. But the yield per mu of millet is low, and coupled with the poor loess, the yield per mu in northern Shaanxi is generally only 100 caddies. Even if the family has 20 acres of land, they are still poor. If sweet potatoes are really suitable for planting in the less high-slope area of northern Shaanxi, even if the yield per mu is 1,000 caddies, 20 acres of dry land can produce 20,000 caddies, which will definitely keep the locals away from hunger. Therefore, not only Zhengde, but others do not believe that sweet potatoes have such a high yield per mu. Moreover, everyone suspects that Ma Lin is bragging. Ma Lin thought about it. It is just the end of June in the lunar calendar, and it is summer. In later generations, there is a branch of sweet potatoes, called autumn sweet potatoes, or summer sweet potatoes. And autumn sweet potatoes are planted in July and harvested from October to November. So, Ma Lin answered directly, "Your Majesty, I can be responsible for planting it myself and show you the effect." "Planting now? Is it too late?" Zhengde hesitated. There was still a month before autumn, and it seemed that there was not enough time. "Not too late, the growth period of sweet potatoes is short, at most 4 months, planting now is just right." Then, Ma Lin found hundreds of kilograms of fresh sweet potatoes, washed them, put them in a humid and hot environment, and let them germinate. When he saw that a piece of sweet potato began to sprout, he cut it off and cultivated it as a seed of a plant. Then, the sprouting parts of the sweet potato were planted in the soil and fertilized. The place where Ma Lin planted sweet potatoes was arranged on the 1 acre and 3 points of land used by the emperor to show off his farming. The so-called 1 acre and 3 points of land originally referred to the small piece of land that the emperor personally cultivated in front of the Guanjingtai near the Xianongtan in the capital when he presided over the spring plowing ceremony. Of course, the emperor's farming was only symbolic, and he only went back and forth 4 times, and then he left and taught full-time farmers to farm. In order to express his importance to sweet potatoes, Emperor Zhengde asked the farmers who usually managed 1 acre and 3 fen of land to vacate 3 fen of land to plant autumn sweet potatoes for Ma Lin. Then, Ma Lin became a professional farmer, cultivating sweet potatoes to sprout while asking people to plow the land so that the sprouted sweet potatoes could be planted in the ground. After planting the land, Ma Lin did not relax, but was busy. In order to ensure the yield of sweet potatoes, the most basic manure is indispensable. And wood ash, as a soil potassium fertilizer, is also indispensable. The only thing that bothered Ma Lin was that phosphate fertilizer was not easy to make, even if it was a local phosphate fertilizer. Ancient Chinese agriculture has always been very developed. The use of manure fertilizer became popular during the Han Dynasty, resulting in high grain production. Later, it was discovered that potassium-containing wood ash can also fertilize the fields. Therefore, although Chinese farmers do not understand what 3 fertilizers are complete, they have accidentally learned to apply nitrogen fertilizer and potassium fertilizer, only phosphorus fertilizer is missing. But phosphate fertilizer is really rare. In addition to phosphate or in nature, only bone meal or something with some phosphorus. Phosphate fertilizer has a great effect. It can shorten the growth cycle of crops, increase crop yields, improve crop quality, etc. But Marin did not want to reveal the secret of phosphate fertilizer to the Ming dynasty, because the officials of the Ming dynasty could not keep things secret. If there was something good, they would definitely be eager to show off, and they especially liked to announce it to the world. Marin was not worried that the people of the Ming dynasty knew these secrets. After all, agriculture in the Ming dynasty was already developed. However, if the Europeans knew this, it would be bad. Marin could become a top wealthy prince in Europe who could afford 60,000 troops, which had a lot to do with his use of advanced agricultural technology that other countries did not know. If he told the Ming dynasty these tricks, if other countries accidentally obtained these technologies from the Ming dynasty in the future, it would definitely trigger a revolution in European agriculture. For example, in the original history, the Netherlands had an agricultural revolution in the 17th century. The reason why the Dutch carried out an agricultural revolution in their homeland was that after occupying Taiwan, they learned a lot of Oriental agricultural technology through the Han immigrants who wanted to live in Tainan, and promoted the great development of Dutch agriculture. Of course, Taiwan now belongs to Marin. As for the Dutch, they should go wherever it is cooler. The Portuguese had conflicts with the Ming dynasty, and they occupied the capital of the Malacca Kingdom, the younger brother of the Ming dynasty, which just caused dissatisfaction among the Ming dynasty's monarchs and ministers, and they could not have a good contact with the Ming dynasty for a long time. And this period of time is the most precious for Marin. As long as he gets through this period of time, he will make enough money by then. Moreover, the use of manure and wood ash in the Ming dynasty was already very mature, so he couldn't say no, but he should pay attention to the use of manure and wood ash. But if phosphate fertilizer is not applied, it will be early November in 4 months from the 7th month of the lunar calendar. At that time, it was already early winter, which was very unfavorable for the growth and development of crops. Therefore, in order to make the sweet potatoes bear fruit smoothly, Marin must hurry up. And the way to hurry up is naturally to find a substitute for phosphate fertilizer. Otherwise, if the growth is slow, it is estimated that the emperor and his ministers will not be able to see the harvest of sweet potatoes. In the end, Marin finally came up with a solution: to scoop up silt from the river ponds with many fish. In rivers where fish live, after the fish die, the bones must sink to the bottom of the river and merge with the silt. In this way, the silt at the bottom of the river with many fish must have a high phosphorus content. Although it is far less than normal phosphate fertilizer, it will be fine if you scoop more. After all, river mud is not like a waste, and it will burn if you use too much. So Marin began to ask Lu Jin to ask Jinui to help find out which river in the capital has many fish. Then, send people to dig river mud as a phosphate fertilizer for the sweet potatoes on the 3-point land of 1 acre and 3 points of land. Although the phosphorus content is low, the advantage is that river mud has no side effects, just pile it up. At the same time, manure and wood ash are also used in large quantities. Anyway, they are all natural green fertilizers, so you don't have to worry about using more. Unlike chemical fertilizers, using too much can easily burn the roots. Chapter 1164, Lord Ma. Foreman Ma. In order to take care of the sweet potatoes, Ma Lin simply lived in the empty house on the Xianongtan side during this period to take care of the sweet potatoes. In addition, he planned to avoid the storm of overthrowing Lu Jin in August. Ma Lin had a close relationship with Lu Jin because he gave Lu Jin tens of thousands of taels of silver. Although Lu Jin was greedy, he was willing to do things for money. After receiving so much money from Ma Lin, Lu Jin later saw Ma Lin smiling and unusually friendly. But Ma Lin knew that with the outbreak of the anti-Lu Jin incident in August, the close relationship between him and Lu Jin would become an unstable factor. Therefore, Ma Lin recently hid in the Xianongtan in the west of the city under the name of taking care of sweet potatoes. Xianongtan was originally a royal sacrificial site, and Ma Lin, an outsider, could not enter easily. But the sweet potatoes presented by Ma Lin were too important, and Lu Jin helped to speak, so Zhengde approved Ma Lin to move in. However, in order to avoid gossip, Ma Lin did not dare to live in the palace of Xianongtan, but lived in the dormitory area of ordinary duty officials of Xianongtan. When he is free, Marin will personally come to the sweet potato area of 1 mu and 3 fun land, to observe the growth of sweet potatoes. At the same time, a pool is built nearby to process manure. The processing method is very simple, that is, the collected manure is mixed with wood ash and fish pond river mud, and then placed in the pool for composting. However, the lid will be covered to prevent rainwater from entering the pool and dissolving the salts in the 3 fertilizers. These salts include nitrates and potassium salts, which are important fertilizer costs and cannot be washed away by rainwater. Moreover, the newly collected manure cannot be directly put into the field, otherwise it is easy to burn the seedlings. In addition to these 3 main fertilizers, Marin also asked people to add cut dead grass and dead leaves to the pool when they are free, and soak and ferment them together. These dead grass and dead leaves contain various ingredients. If they are burned, they will produce wood ash. Therefore, after these dead grass and leaves rotted in the pond, they actually contributed to the fertility. Everything that Marin did was recorded in detail by the minor official in charge of agriculture sent by the Ministry of Revenue of the Ming Dynasty, as an important reference for the promotion of sweet potato planting in the Ming Dynasty in the future. Now Marin seems to have really become a farmer, soaking in 1 acre and 3 points of land all day long. One day, after returning from the field, Marin drank the imperial wine given by Zhengde, a little absent-minded. Just as Marin thought, these imperial wines were not the high-alcohol wines popular in later generations, but ordinary medium and low-alcohol wines. Among them, yellow wine and rice wine are more common. After all, in this era, the people of the Ming Dynasty were influenced by literati and did not like high-alcohol wines very much, but liked wines with lower degrees like ordinary literati and poets. One day, when Marin was drinking, he suddenly remembered how good it would be if he drank with yellow rice. Then, Marin suddenly remembered when he came to Daming, he seemed to have brought hundreds of kilograms of peanuts. And these peanuts are indeed the best food to go with wine. So, Marin found a way to send people back to the dock of Daguku, Tianjin, and bring hundreds of kilograms of peanuts on the ship to the capital. Soon, hundreds of kilograms of peanuts were delivered to the capital. Marin said nothing this time, picked out some peanuts, made some fried peanuts, and sprinkled some pepper and salt on them. Suddenly, a strong aroma came from the imperial kitchen in the palace. The aroma of fried peanuts is very strong and tastes very fragrant. Marin has always felt that fried peanuts are the best food to go with wine. And Zhengde, an outstanding representative of the bear children, quickly fell in love with this taste after tasting it. In addition to the ordinary fried peanuts with pepper and salt, Marin also asked people to take some chili sauce from the ship and made spicy fried peanuts. In this way, peanuts and peppers, two important foods, suddenly appeared in the Ming dynasty and were highly valued by Emperor Zhengde. Of course, in terms of significance, peanuts and peppers cannot be compared with sweet potatoes and potatoes. However, if we talk about the popularity of the two, it must be more popular than sweet potatoes. Then, peanuts and peppers naturally became the two important crops that Emperor Zhengde ordered to promote. However, because there is no time to sow now, Marin cannot sow now. Unless a warm house can be built, then the climate will not matter, and peanuts and peppers can be planted as usual even in winter. At this time, the destination of the 9 Galapagos tortoises presented by Marin was also determined. They were placed in the Qinan Hall in Cunning Gate, Xuanzhen Gate, near Xuanwu Gate, the north gate of the Forbidden City. The Qinan Hall enshrines Shantian Emperor, the northern god of Taoism, also known as Xuanwu Emperor, or Zhenwu Emperor. Of course, Zhenwu Emperor was actually forced to change from Xuanwu Emperor to Zhenwu Emperor in order to avoid the name of Kong Matzi Xianyi during the Qing dynasty. And what is Xuanwu? It's a tortoise. Therefore, it is the best choice to enshrine these 9 Galapagos tortoises, which represent the black tortoise, in the Qinan Hall near the Xuanwu Gate in the north of the Forbidden City. After all, the Qinan Hall was originally dedicated to the Emperor Xuanwu, and it is so suitable to enshrine 9 black tortoises now. But at this moment, Marin suddenly remembered that he almost forgot the living habits of the Galapagos tortoises. After all, the Galapagos tortoises are tropical tortoises from near the equator. Now it is summer, so everything is easy. But when autumn and winter come, these tortoises adapted to the tropical climate are likely to be frozen to death. And if they are frozen to death, it will be a big deal. From the perspective of modern people, perhaps the Galapagos tortoises presented by Marin are far less practical than the high-yield sweet potatoes. However, in the superstitious ancient times, the top auspicious, black turtle, that could make the emperor appear more destined, was obviously more important than the more practical sweet potato. Marin's forehead suddenly began to sweat. So, Marin quickly wrote a petition to Emperor Zhengde, asking for help to build a comfortable residence for the 9 black turtles that was, like spring all year round. What is a comfortable residence? In fact, to put it bluntly, Marin plans to build a glass greenhouse for the 9 Galapagos tortoises. In this way, even if the cold winter in the north comes, there is no need to worry about the 9 Galapagos tortoises freezing to death. Emperor Zhengde was originally a very curious child. After seeing Marin's application, he quickly asked them to come from the Xian Mountain to the Qinan Hall in the Forbidden City. Then, he came in person to observe how Marin helped the 9 black turtles build a comfortable residence that was, like spring all year round. What's so difficult about building a glass greenhouse? While Ma Lin sent people back to the ship to transport the flat glass brought from Taiwan to the capital, he personally led a group of masons from the Ministry of Industry to the Qinan Hall in the north of the Forbidden City and began to build a glass greenhouse. In order to ensure the success of the construction of the glass greenhouse, Ma Lin personally took the lead in commanding the masons sent to build the glass greenhouse. That posture. Ma Lin directly transformed from Master Ma to a professional Ma foreman who built a greenhouse. Chapter 1165. Come on, shoot me. The glass greenhouse was built in the side hall next to the main hall of the Qinan temple. The main hall naturally enshrined the Emperor Xuanwu. He was the true god of Taoism symbolizing the north, and the black turtle, presented by Marin, could only be regarded as the offspring of the Emperor Xuanwu, so it was naturally enshrined in the side hall. The construction of the glass greenhouse was very simple, that is, to build a house facing the south. On the south side, Marin planned to build an inclined exterior wall. Because the flat glass Marin brought was not large, Marin asked the carpenters to build a large floor-to-ceiling wooden window with many grids. The small flat glass Marin brought was just embedded in the grid of this large floor-to-ceiling wooden window. In this way, although the skeleton of these wooden piles blocked a lot of sunlight, in general, most of the sunlight still penetrated those flat glass and sprinkled into the glass greenhouse. Moreover, those large floor-to-ceiling wooden windows are movable. They will only be installed when the weather turns cooler to isolate the glass greenhouse from the cold air outside. If it is warm in summer, the large floor-to-ceiling wooden windows can be removed to avoid affecting the lighting of the black tortoise inside. Marin remembers clearly that the Galapagos tortoise likes the sun and needs to bask in the sun for at least 1 or 2 hours every day. It seems that they need to absorb the sun's energy to maintain their health. Needless to say, in summer, the sun is directly above their heads. If they want to bask in the sun, the Galapagos tortoise only needs to crawl out a little from the south to easily get the sun. In autumn and winter, when it is cold, the sun is biased to the south. Therefore, at this time of year, the large floor-to-ceiling wooden windows that were originally tilted to face the southern sky are facing the winter sun. At this time, in the glass greenhouse, the Galapagos tortoise lies in front of the large floor-to-ceiling wooden windows and can easily get the sun through the flat glass. And because the sun is biased to the south in winter, it is enough to ensure that there are large floor-to-ceiling wooden windows on the south side to let light in. As for the north wall, east wall and west wall, it doesn't matter whether they are transparent or not. It just so happened that Marin didn't have enough glass to build a glass greenhouse with glass on all 4 sides. Under the command of Marin, the foreman, the east and west walls of the glass greenhouse were naturally built with brick walls, nothing much to say. However, because there was no cement as an adhesive, these bricks, like the ancient Chinese city walls, were glued together with a paste made of glutinous rice juice mixed with lime and sucrose, which was relatively firm and strong. As for the north wall, Marin naturally did not let the wall be built directly. Because the north wall is the source of the warmth of the glass greenhouse. So, after being robbed, Marin directly asked the craftsman to build a wall similar to a warm con. Among them, outside the north wall, there is a stove sugar, which is used to put firewood and coal balls to make fire. Then, its internal structure is not a soil and stone structure like a warm con, but a metal, mainly a copper shell. Metal heat dissipation is better. When people burn firewood or coal balls in the stove sugar, the heat will penetrate into the glass greenhouse through the copper stove wall, causing a greenhouse effect. Even the somewhat professional foreman Marin had the chimney made into a curved shape, which goes deep into the glass greenhouse. The curved chimney is also made of copper. When the fireworks pass through the copper chimney, the heat brought by it is also dissipated into the glass greenhouse. As long as the fire is burned in the stove outside the north wall, the heat will continuously pass through the copper stove wall and the copper chimney and spread into the entire glass greenhouse. Moreover, because the fire is burned outside the greenhouse, it is not easy to bring black smoke into the greenhouse, which does not affect the quality of life of the Galapagos tortoises in the greenhouse. Of course, in order to prevent the Galapagos tortoises from being burned by approaching the copper stove wall, Marin also had people make steel fences to separate the habitat of the Galapagos tortoises from the copper stove wall, so as to prevent the Galapagos tortoises from being burned after approaching the burning copper stove. When the large floor-to-ceiling wooden windows on the south side of the glass greenhouse began to install flat glass, Zhengde and a group of bigwigs were alarmed to come to visit. Why? Because transparent glass is still a very rare thing in the Ming dynasty. Even the windows of the emperor's bedroom are currently papered. Flat glass windows are absolutely luxurious for the current Ming dynasty. Therefore, whether it is Emperor Zhengde or the bigwigs in the court who came to visit, they all envy the glass windows of the glass greenhouse where the black turtle lives. If the black turtle was not the top auspicious sign of the Ming Empire and had great significance for the court, Zhengde might have tried to snatch the flat glass on the large floor-to-ceiling wooden windows. After seeing the envy in the eyes of Zhengde and other Ming dynasty bigwigs, Marin immediately vowed that he would bring them more flat glass so that everyone's residence would be replaced with glass windows with excellent light transmittance. However, Marin was not stupid, and he would never admit that Beihai had the ability to make glass. Because once he admitted that Beihai had the ability to make glass, perhaps these greedy bigwigs in front of him would ask him to offer the method of making glass. And once they made such a request, Marin, who was begging them, would have to bow his head at that time. Therefore, Marin directly denied that the North Sea Kingdom had the ability to make glass, but directly pushed it to the Republic of Venice. Moreover, Venice is also an excellent scapegoat. Why? Because the Republic of Venice really likes to monopolize glass manufacturing technology. In order to monopolize glass manufacturing technology, the Republic of Venice specially concentrated domestic glass craftsmen on Murano Island and isolated them from the outside world. In this way, it can also achieve a monopoly on high-end glass manufacturing technology. For example, the current European colored glass manufacturing technology is monopolized by the Republic of Venice. Other countries currently only know some ordinary green glass manufacturing technology and simple glass container blowing technology. The more difficult glass manufacturing technology is monopolized by the Venetians. In the future, the Venetians will monopolize the manufacture of glass mirrors for hundreds of years to make huge profits until the French steal the glass mirror technology. And the fact that the Venetians monopolized glass manufacturing technology is not only known to Europeans, but also to Arab merchants who have business dealings with the Ming dynasty. Therefore, Marin's move of passing the pot is not afraid of the Ming dynasty looking for someone to confront. Even if you ask the Portuguese, they will admit what Marin said, that Venetians monopolize glass manufacturing technology. Because, this is the fact. After the glass greenhouse for the Galapagos tortoises in the side hall of the Chinan Palace was completed, Marin suddenly remembered something. It seemed that the plate armor he brought had not been presented to the Ming dynasty in time. So, he asked someone to fetch his own Maximilian-style plate armor, put it on, and asked to see Jingde. Looking at Marin wearing a full set of silver-shining galvanized plate armor, Jingde was puzzled. "Your Majesty, this is my battle armor, and its protective power is amazing." After saying that, Marin even knocked on the plate armor on his body to prove its protective power. "How amazing is it?" the martial-loving Emperor Jingde asked curiously. "Your Majesty can find a few archers to try." After Jingde found a few archers from the Imperial Guards, Marin stood 20 steps away, pulled down the visor of his helmet, and shouted, "Come on, shoot me." Chapter 1166, The Use of Heavy Cavalry. Hearing Marin's arrogant words, the bear-child Jingde was also stunned. But soon, Emperor Jingde reacted and persuaded, "Ma Iching, calm down." In theory, if someone else in the Ming dynasty said this, Jingde, as a bear-child, might have agreed, and would have shouted loudly to watch the excitement. But Marin's identity is different. Marin is the leader of a foreign vassal. If Marin had an accident in the Ming dynasty, which foreign vassal would dare to come to the Ming dynasty to pay tribute in the future? There is a risk of life. Although it seems that Marin is asking for death, others don't know. Therefore, even if he has the attributes of a bear child, Jingde is not a fool and knows that this is not a joke. Therefore, he tried his best to persuade Marin to give up this idea that seems to be asking for death. But how could Marin listen to advice? He was originally here to show the super protective ability of European plate armor, so he would naturally not easily give up this opportunity to pretend. Finally, the two sides reached a compromise. Jingde found a tall sergeant of similar stature to Marin from the Jinwu guards of the Imperial Guards, had him put on Marin's plate armor, and stand in the distance for the archers of the Imperial Guards to shoot. In this way, Marin did not have to take risks, and at the same time he could also test the protective ability of the plate armor that Marin boasted about. "Shoot!" With the order from the archer captain, several archers of the Imperial Guards let go, and several feather arrows flew at the shivering guards wearing Marin's plate armor. When the feather arrows hit his body, the guy in plate armor actually felt that his life was over, and he fell to the ground in fright, screamed, and fainted gloriously. Marin was immediately full of black lines on his head. Damn, this kind of ordinary light feather arrow, shooting on the plate armor is just a tickle. It's really useless. But Marin didn't know, because the armor of the Ming dynasty could not defend against bows and arrows at all, at most it could reduce the mortality rate. The guy who was chosen to wear plate armor was also an unlearned second-generation military officer. He was able to get into the Imperial Guards Jinwei thanks to the hereditary system of military households in the Ming dynasty and his good appearance. How could he bear such stimulation? Therefore, he fainted gloriously. But after the Imperial doctor's examination, this guy was fine. Jingde's face turned pale immediately. Damn, this is too embarrassing for the Ming dynasty. Send this guy to Xuanfu town to serve as a frontier soldier. If he doesn't practice his courage, he is not allowed to return to the capital. Damn, it's really embarrassing for me. The face-saving Emperor Jingde couldn't help but swear. If this guy was like this in front of ordinary ministers, Jingde would not get angry. But Ma Lin is a foreigner. Fainting in front of him, wouldn't it be a loss of face for the court? Therefore, this guy, who was originally doing well in Jinwei, was directly sent to Xuanfu town, the first of the 9 important frontier towns in the late Ming dynasty, to serve as a frontier soldier. If this guy is time-traveled again, maybe a new one can be written, called, A Little Soldier of the Ming Border Army. After testing, ordinary infantry bows cannot hurt people wearing full-body plate armor. Even this kind of full-body plate armor has protection for the third leg. The only flaw is probably that there is a gap in the eye area of the helmet. But as long as the person wearing plate armor is not a statue, pay attention to the eye slit to avoid arrows, there will be no problem. Jingde was unwilling to give up and wanted to change to a strong bow and a strong crossbow, but Marin immediately stopped him. Just kidding, strong bows and strong crossbows have great kinetic energy. Even if they can't shoot through the plate armor, they can still shock or stun the person wearing the plate armor. The person wearing the plate armor now is the Jinwu guard, not a criminal, so there is no need to do this to him. Moreover, Marin also explained to Zhengde that this plate armor is used to deal with the Mongolian cavalry's horse archery, and does not need a strong crossbow to test it. You know, the Mongolian cavalry's horse bow is not as powerful as the infantry bow. Emperor Zhengde Zhu Hozhao is not a fool, on the contrary, he is very smart. At least, he has read a lot of military books and is not a novice in military affairs. In history, he personally commanded a large army to fight, and he won. After hearing Ma Lin's explanation, he also reacted. Ma Iching means that this is prepared to fight against the Mongolian cavalry. Ma Lin nodded and said, of course, this is to help the Ming dynasty fight against the Mongolian cavalry. At present, the biggest hidden danger of the Ming dynasty is the Mongolian tribes on the northern grasslands. The Mongolian cavalry came and went like the wind, and the scale was huge. The cavalry of the Ming dynasty was originally small, and they were not good at riding and shooting. Fighting with the Mongolian cavalry, even if the Mongolian cavalry could not beat them, they could escape calmly. Moreover, if the Ming dynasty cavalry dared to chase, they would easily be shot in the face by the Mongolian cavalry who were proficient in riding and shooting. The protective power of the Ming army's armor is not as abnormal as that of plate armor, and even against horse bows, the protective power is not too good. Therefore, facing the invading Mongolian cavalry, they can only passively defend. Even if the Mongolian cavalry was repelled, they dared not chase them out. Because they were afraid of being shot in the face by the enemy. If they were not afraid of the rogue horse shooting tactics of the Mongolian cavalry, then the Ming cavalry could safely pursue the repelled Mongolian cavalry. Of course, things are not that simple. First, Zhengde, who was knowledgeable about military affairs, raised a question. My dear Ma, your full-body armor must weigh dozens of kilograms. Ordinary war horses can't carry it at all. Even if they can carry it, they can't run fast and can't catch up with the Mongolian light cavalry at all. Also, even if people are not afraid of bows and arrows, what about war horses? Ma Lin had a response in mind and said calmly, Your Majesty, didn't I bring 100 war horses? The tall horses produced in Europe are specially used to carry knights wearing full-body armor. As for the problem of war horses being afraid of bows and arrows, we also have a solution, which is to put armor on the horses too. Then, Ma Lin asked someone to bring the war horses wearing horse armor. Zhengde took a look and suddenly realized, so that's it. But even if you wear such heavy armor, you can't catch up with the enemy's cavalry. Why do you want to catch up with the enemy's cavalry? Ma Lin suddenly asked back. If you don't catch up, how can you annihilate the enemy? Emperor Zhengde asked in confusion. Your Majesty, heavy cavalry alone certainly cannot defeat Mongolian cavalry. Moreover, this kind of heavy cavalry, in itself, is not intended to annihilate Mongolian light cavalry by its own strength. Marin explained. What do you mean? Emperor Zhengde was only 18 years old and still had a limited understanding of military affairs. Heavy cavalry has very high requirements for knights and war horses. Because, wearing such heavy plate armor to fight, or carrying such heavy things to charge, the physical strength of knights and war horses is very high. Such people are also 1 in 100 in the army. Do you think so? Of course. There are very few war horses that can carry heavy cavalry and horse armor in the Ming dynasty. I'm afraid, I can only rely on you to provide them. So, the scale of heavy cavalry cannot be very large. Since the scale is not large, it is difficult to use it to fight alone, and it must cooperate with other arms to fight. For example, they must have a lot of light cavalry to cover. Then how should this kind of heavy cavalry be used? Emperor Zhengde asked humbly. Repel the enemy head-on and hit the enemy's morale. Marin said decisively. Hit the enemy's morale? Yes, in ancient wars, no, in battlefield duels, morale is very important. The heavy cavalry is not afraid of the Mongolian cavalry's archery, so at the beginning, the heavy cavalry can take the lead and drive back the Mongolian cavalry. Then what? The enemy was repelled right at the start, and their morale must have been affected. While their morale is plummeting, we can send light cavalry from the left and right wings to encircle the enemy, while the heavy cavalry will take the opportunity to rest on the spot. As he spoke, Marin gestured on the ground with a branch. What if it doesn't work? Zhengde said thoughtfully. Then retreat. Marin said easily. But once we retreat, the enemy cavalry will take advantage of the situation to kill us. It doesn't matter. By then, the heavy cavalry that stopped to rest before will almost have recovered. At this time, let the heavy cavalry go up and beat the enemy back. In short, as long as the heavy cavalry is ready, it will be difficult for the enemy to annihilate our army. Moreover, we can divide the heavy cavalry into 2 parts. One part is used for the initial charge, and the other part is used as a reserve soldier to prevent the enemy cavalry from taking advantage of the situation to kill us after the front army is defeated. As long as the enemy dares to chase, they will hit back hard. In this way, the two parts of the heavy cavalry take turns to rest and fight, which can make our army invincible. Jingda fell into deep thought. Chapter 1167, Old Lu is still useful. After a long time, Jingda raised his head and said, I understand. What Lord Ma means is that since the number of heavy cavalry is small, we might as well use it as a trump card and use it at the critical moment. Ma Lin nodded, but added, that's true, but there is a condition. That is, the method I just mentioned is only effective against Mongolian cavalry, which is mainly light cavalry. The other side has no heavy crossbows and no muskets, so they can do nothing against heavy cavalry. If you change to someone with heavy crossbows and muskets, it will be useless to wear plate armor. Also, no matter what kind of cavalry, facing tripwires and horse traps, they are helpless. Fortunately, Mongolian cavalry are cavalry themselves, and they will not make tripwires and horse traps, because this will trap themselves first. I understand, the battlefield changes rapidly. In fact, if you are dealing with Mongolian cavalry, the best use of heavy cavalry is to take them by surprise. Ma Lin thought about it and gave another suggestion. How to take them by surprise? Aren't Mongolian cavalry good at escaping? We can pretend to be defeated first and lure the other side to chase and kill them. When they enter the ambush circle, we will send the ambushed heavy cavalry to rush out from the side and divide and surround the other side. In this way, they can't escape even if they want to. After saying that, Marin drew a schematic diagram on the ground to explain. The core of this tactic is that the opponent must not be informed of the existence of heavy cavalry. Facing light cavalry, if it is a close combat, the heavy cavalry wearing a full set of plate armor is basically invincible. But the problem is that if the opponent knows the existence of heavy cavalry, they will definitely not be stupid enough to rush up and fight hand to hand. Therefore, the existence of heavy cavalry must not be known to the opponent in advance. The opponent does not know the existence of heavy cavalry, and when the Ming army pretends to be defeated, they will rush up and chase the defeated Ming army. At this time, the heavy cavalry suddenly rushes out from the flank to cut off the opponent's retreat. If it is divided into several groups and rushes out from the side, it will be even easier to surround the enemy in several parts. Without the space for sprinting, the light cavalry is basically meat on the chopping board when facing the heavy cavalry. Of course, there are not many heavy cavalry, and they still need other arms to cooperate. But as long as the opponent's retreat is blocked and the opponent cannot rush up, the infantry can cut the light cavalry. After speaking, Marin emphasized that if there are only a few hundred or a few thousand Mongolian cavalry, don't use this killer. Because it's too wasteful. Only when facing tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry, it is worthwhile to do so. Killing tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry in one breath can definitely make the northern border of the Ming dynasty peaceful for decades. Marin remembered that Jingda seemed to encounter 30,000 to 50,000 Mongolian cavalry of the Mongolian prince in 1517, and then fought for several days. This battle was called the Qingzhou victory. However, although the Ming army won that battle, the Mongolian prince also escaped safely with the main force. Although the number of casualties of the Mongolian army may be far more than the 16 killed mentioned in the history books of Heijinga, it will definitely not be much. After all, the biggest feature of the Mongolian light cavalry is that they are very good at running away. This also led to the fact that the Ming dynasty could not eliminate the Mongolian tribes, and it was difficult to even severely damage the opponent. If we follow Marin's tactics, we will deliberately let the opponent in, and then use heavy armored cavalry to close the door and penetrate the opponent's formation. With the cooperation of infantry and light cavalry, at least most of the opponent can be left. At that time, it will be easy to destroy 10,000 or 20,000 people. But the premise is that the opponent must not know the existence of plate armored cavalry. This kind of thing can't catch up with light cavalry, but if it is a head-on melee, it will definitely crush the light cavalry. If the light cavalry is cut off from retreat and divided and surrounded by plate armored cavalry, it will be no different from sending heads. And if the Mongolian army knew the existence of the melee bug of plate armored cavalry, they would definitely not jump into the ambush circle stupidly. If they don't jump into the ambush circle, then the slow plate armored cavalry will lose its effect. At most, the Mongolian cavalry dare not rush forward, and the plate armored cavalry can't catch up with the opponent. The final result is a draw. Marin's insidious tactics made the young Jingda's eyes light up, and he wanted to lead his troops to destroy the Mongolian tribes immediately. However, he first needs to solve a problem: you have to have existing plate armor cavalry. A European knight needs more than 10 years of hard training. Daming does not have professional plate armor knights. Even if Marin sent plate armor and tall horses, plate armor cavalry must be trained from scratch. Of course, there are so many people in the Ming army, and there is no need to slowly train knights from children. In fact, soldiers with good physical fitness and high martial arts skills can also be selected from the army to train knights. There are many martial arts masters in ancient China. If it is a foot battle, European knights are not superior. But these ancient Chinese martial arts masters are definitely not as skilled as European knights in horse battles wearing plate armor. Therefore, if Daming wants to form plate armor cavalry, it must first select a group of young soldiers with good physical fitness and high martial arts skills for European-style cavalry training. In this way, it is impossible to train a powerful heavy armor cavalry without a few years of work. Because of the harsh conditions, it is estimated that there are only a few thousand people in the Ming army who can meet the standards. Of course, if thousands of heavy armor cavalry are really put into the battlefield, the power is also great. However, the cost of forming several thousand heavy armored cavalry is also extremely scary. But this is not a problem, because the unlucky Lu Jin is about to be confiscated. Old Lu is very rich. When his house was confiscated, he had 2.5 million taels of gold and more than 50 million taels of silver in cash alone. This money is more than enough to build several thousand plate armored cavalry. Thinking of Lu Jin, Marin suddenly remembered that it seemed that this guy was about to be unlucky. But after Lu Jin was unlucky, Zhengde could not suppress those ministers. It is said to be the 8 tigers of Zhengde, but except Lu Jin, the other tigers are wastes and cannot compete with the civil service group at all. Even Zhengde later fell into the water and died of illness. Marin speculated that it might be the black hand of the civil service group. Because the civil service group could not stand Zhengde's uncontrollability. And, this guy seems to be too good at martial arts, which makes the military group have signs of rising. Otherwise, falling into the water will not be fatal at all. Even if the lungs are choked with water, it is not a big problem. At most, he would be sick and bedridden for a while, and then he would be fine. You know, Zhengde was only 31 years old at the time, and he was young and strong. It doesn't make sense that he would die of illness by falling into the water. Moreover, Zhengde vomited blood before his death. According to Marin's memory, even if the lungs were inflamed due to choking water, he would not vomit blood. Therefore, Marin believed that the imperial physician should be bribed and tampered with the medicine to deliberately make Zhengde's condition worse. Otherwise, a 31-year-old strong man would not die so easily. Similarly, the carpenter emperor Zhu Yuxiao in the late Ming dynasty died very strangely. He also fell into the water and died, which was very similar to Zhengde's death. Of course, before their death, they had one thing in common: they were very unfriendly to civil officials. Zhengde attached importance to military affairs and showed signs of letting military officers rise. The Tianqi Emperor Zhu Yuxiao, on the other hand, allowed Wei Zhongxian to discipline the civil service class. Therefore, some people in later generations analyzed that the two Ming emperors who were unfriendly to the civil service might have been killed by the civil service group in a similar way. It seems that Lu Jin's knife is still useful. Ma Lin narrowed his eyes. Although he is now a European, Marin still has feelings for China. After all, his soul comes from China, and he has completely retained the memories and emotions of his previous life. It is impossible to change his position all of a sudden after changing his body. When reading history in his previous life, Marin despised the Ming dynasty civil service group who were good at forming cliques and pursuing personal interests. If these civil servants were willing to sacrifice their lives for the country like the literati in Yashan of the Song dynasty when the Ming dynasty fell, Marin would still respect them. However, the group of civil servants in the late Ming dynasty were too shameless. When Li Zicheng came, they surrendered to Li Zicheng, and when the Manchus entered the pass, they surrendered to the Manch. Therefore, Marin decided to interfere with history and find a way to save Lu Jin so as to leave a knife for the young Zhengde. Chapter 1168, Lao Lu, you are in big trouble. So, in the following days, Marin demonstrated to Zhengde how to use plate armor cavalry while thinking about how to remind Lu Jin. Among the 1,000 guards brought by Marin, there are 100 plate armor guards, who usually wear breastplate armor and are all knights who have received knight education. These people have been practicing martial arts since childhood and can adapt to fighting in plate armor. In order to show the effect, Marin directly asked these 100 elite guards to wear a full set of plate armor, step on the 100 European war horses, and show Zhengde the scene of 100 knights charging with guns on the parade ground of the Jinwei camp. However, Marin did not bring the most suitable spring lance for charging. After all, that is the killer of the Beihai cavalry, and Marin will not be stupid enough to take out all the good things. Moreover, because the opponent of the Ming army, the Mongolian cavalry, is basically light cavalry, the knights are not worried about colliding with the opponent's plate armor knights. Therefore, Marin directly let the door use ordinary spears to charge. Of course, it is not a really ordinary spear, but a spear with a very tough white wax rod. This thing is not available in Europe, but it is easy to buy in the Ming dynasty. However, the ash pole spears of the Ming dynasty were generally very short, and Marin specially made them to make a 3 or 4 meter long ash pole spear. Moreover, a hand guard was specially made to facilitate the knight to charge with a spear in one hand. The effect of hundreds of plate armor knights charging was very shocking. Because of the thickness of plate armor and horse armor, and the fact that European war horses themselves were very tall. When hundreds of tall horses with shoulder heights of about 1.7 meters, wearing full-body horse armor, carrying plate armor knights wearing full sets of plate armor and holding ash pole spears, charged together, the earth was shaking violently. That scene made Zhengde, who had little experience, excited. Then, this second-rate little emperor actually wanted to charge on horseback himself. Looking at his thin body, Marin was so upset that he asked the young Zhengde to try what it meant to wear 50 kilograms of heavy armor. As a result, Zhengde, who usually neglected exercise, became very difficult to move after putting on plate armor. Even getting on the horse took several attempts before he climbed onto the horse's back. Moreover, he got on the horse with difficulty with the help of the eunuchs. After rushing back and forth several times, Zhengde was suddenly out of breath and said weakly, "Ma Aiqing, this plate armor knight really needs physical strength. No wonder you said that this knight is 1 in 100. In fact, Marin said this to give face to the people of the Ming dynasty. Why? Because the people of the Ming dynasty mainly ate grains and vegetables, and their physical strength was not very good. Europeans, especially those from the knight family, eat a lot of meat. Therefore, European knights have enough physical strength to fight in heavy plate armor. Ordinary military households in the Ming dynasty had no conditions to eat meat at ordinary times, so how could they have the physical strength to fight for a long time in plate armor? Only a very small number of gifted people have such ability. And such people, among the 900,000 Ming troops, can find a few thousand people, which is considered good. Moreover, although there are many martial arts masters among the ancient Chinese, many of them are only skilled, not physically strong. Therefore, even if you are good at martial arts, you may not be able to play the role of a knight. Especially the martial arts masters of the southern school, who take the light and agile route, are often very thin and weak, and are not suitable to be plate armor knights at all. Of course, Marin also gave a solution using rhinoceros leather armor. For this reason, Marin also specially took out several sets of rhinoceros leather armor and full-body horse armor. After changing to rhinoceros leather armor, the weight was indeed greatly reduced. Even Zhengde, a thin and weak teenager, can adapt to it. As for war horses, they are even more adaptable. After all, the weight has been reduced by a large margin. Then, the rhinoceros leather armor suitable for Zhengde to wear naturally became a tribute. Moreover, he accompanied Zhengde to the battlefield in the future. However, although Marin's solution is good, the cost is too high. After thousands of years of hunting, the Chinese rhinoceros that once spread all over the north and south of China, by the Ming dynasty, only a small number of rhinoceroses were left in the deep mountains and old forests of Yunnan and Guizhou. Therefore, rhinoceros skin is a rare thing that can only be encountered in the Ming dynasty. It's no problem to get dozens of rhinoceros leather armor, but if you want hundreds or thousands of sets. Are you dreaming? However, Marin also has a solution: let the small countries in Southeast Asia pay tribute. Rhinos are hunted hard in the Ming dynasty, but there are still some in the tropical rainforests in Southeast Asia. The Sumatran rhinoceros in Southeast Asia still exists until the 21st century. At this moment, the tropical rainforests in Southeast Asia are basically full of barbarians, and there is basically nothing they can do with rhinos. However, as long as the Ming dynasty provides strong crossbows and armor-piercing arrows that can hunt rhinos, rhinos can still be hunted. In the future, as long as the Ming dynasty notifies Siam, Malacca and other countries with rhinos, and asks them to only pay tribute to rhinoceros skins in the future, those people will fight to kill rhinos. After all, paying tribute to the Ming dynasty is a big fortune for them. The gold owner has spoken, and they have to do it. But even so, I am afraid that the rhinoceros skins they can get are limited. Marin estimated that the Ming dynasty could only get 2,000 sets of rhinoceros leather armor and rhinoceros leather horse armor, which would be the best. However, as the most elite killer-level heavy cavalry, this scale is enough. Moreover, the clever Emperor Zhengde decided to walk on 2 legs at the same time. Meaning, on the one hand, he asked Southeast Asian countries to offer rhinoceros skins, and on the other hand, he also developed normal plate armor knights as usual. The price of iron in the Ming dynasty was very cheap. The cost of a set of rhinoceros leather armor and horse armor was estimated to be able to make dozens of sets of steel plate armor and horse armor. However, there were not many warriors who could wear steel plate armor and fight as usual, but there were many people who could fight in rhinoceros leather armor sets. But the problem is that rhinoceros leather armor is so precious that it must be given priority to the strongest people. Therefore, warriors who can wear steel plate armor will often wear rhinoceros leather armor sets first. After sending away Zhengde, who was determined to form a plate armor cavalry unit, Ma Lin finally found time to visit Lu Jin. At this time, it was already the beginning of August in the lunar calendar, and Yang Yiqing and Zhang Yong would soon return to Beijing from Gansu. When they come back, they will definitely impeach Lu Jin immediately. Therefore, Ma Lin hurried to remind Lao Lu. However, considering the consequences of the matter being exposed, Ma Lin secretly contacted the Jinhui officer who was sent by Lu Jin to pick him up, and asked for the Jinhui uniform again. Taking advantage of the night, under the cover of the Jinhui officer, he went to Lu Jin's house. Moreover, a few days before visiting Lu Jin, Ma Lin ran around everywhere, went to those restaurants to eat and drink, and inquired about the news. Otherwise, he couldn't explain the source of the news. Lu Jin was very happy, thinking that Ma Lin was going to give him benefits again. As a result, Ma Lin came empty-handed, which made Lao Lu very unhappy. After Ma Lin mysteriously asked Lu Jin to dismiss his attendants, he said straight to the point, "Eunuch Lu, you are in big trouble." Chapter 1169 Proposing an Idea. After hearing what Ma Lin said, Lu Jin was immediately furious. "Damn it, it would be fine if you didn't give us any benefits, but why curse us?" So he asked in a sarcasm, "I want to hear what disaster is about to happen to us." Ma Lin knew that Lu Jin was unhappy, but he didn't care whether Lu Jin was happy or not. After organizing his words, he said, "It's like this. The day before yesterday, I was drinking in a restaurant. When I went to the toilet while drunk, I suddenly heard someone plotting next door. Then, I stopped and eavesdropped for a while. You know, people who practice martial arts have better hearing than ordinary people. As a result, I heard that it was a group of civil servants who were plotting to frame you, Eunuch Lu. So, I came here specially to inform you." After hearing this, Lu Jin breathed a sigh of relief and said proudly, "We have so many enemies, and no one can defeat us. In the past, the chief minister of the cabinet, Lu Jian, wanted to find trouble with us, but he also failed. We appreciate the kindness of Lord Ma, but don't worry." Ma Lin said seriously, "Eunuch Lu, this time may be unusual. From what I heard, it seems that there are many people participating in the impeachment of you, and they are very powerful." "Oh. What's their background?" Lu Jin asked casually. "It is said that they intend to follow up on this rebellion of Prince Anhua and put the blame on you. There is no need to worry about this. As long as the emperor believes me, a few jumping clowns are not worth mentioning. That's the problem. I heard them say that it seems that this time the ministers have contacted several other eunuchs trusted by the emperor and plan to deal with you together." Hearing this, Lu Jin finally got serious. He is a smart man. He knows Zhengde's temper and he listens to the words of several eunuchs around him. "Are you serious?" "Really?" Ma Lin nodded seriously and said, "According to those civil servants, Eunuch Lu is the most favored by the emperor, and has long aroused the jealousy of several eunuchs such as Eunuch Gu, Gu Deong, Eunuch Ma, Ma Yongqing, and Eunuch Zhang, Zhang Yong. Therefore, this time they plan to unite several eunuchs to deal with you together. Moreover, it is said that those people have agreed. I am afraid that once Lord Yang Yiqing returns to Beijing, they will jointly impeach you. This, our family is not afraid." Lu Jin was also a little lacking in confidence. Ma Lin said again, "The most terrifying thing is that they are said to be planning to frame you for treason." "Treason? What can a eunuch like me do?" Lu Jin's eyes widened. "The problem is that they just need to make His Majesty believe that you are treasoning." "What are they going to do?" Lu Jin was finally a little scared. "They plan to instigate His Majesty to send people to search your mansion, and then deliberately put forged jade seals, dragon robes, jade belts, etc. in your mansion. Then, pretend that they were confiscated from your mansion. At that time, His Majesty will have to believe it." "What?" Lu Jin was so scared that he stood up directly, and his voice changed. In fact, although there was no dragon robe in his mansion, there were really imitation jade seals and jade belts. It's not that Lu Jin really wanted to rebel, but that this guy just wanted to play with it. However, if it was really searched out, Lu Jin would definitely lose his head. And in history, Emperor Zhengde personally led the team to search Lu Jin's house. When the imitation jade seal and jade belt were found, Lu Jin was speechless. Zhengde thought he really wanted to rebel, and in a rage, he ordered Lu Jin to be skinned alive. As for Lu Jin's greed for money, it was not the focus of Emperor Zhengde at all. In terms of greed, which of the eunuchs under Zhengde was not greedy? I didn't see Zhengde causing trouble for them. Only rebellion was the reverse scale of Emperor Zhengde, and it would be fatal if it was touched. In addition, according to those civil servants, they have learned the amount of property in your house. It is said that there are 2.5 million taels of gold and more than 50 million taels of silver. Ma Lin added. Lu Jin almost collapsed. He didn't expect that the secrets of his house were all discovered. In fact, how could those civil servants know how much money Lu Jin had in his house? They only knew a lot, and didn't know the specific number at all. And the reason why Ma Lin knew it was because he had read historical records. What should I do? What should I do? As smart as Lu Jin was, he was also scared at this time. At this time, Lu Jin suddenly planned to summon his confidants Zhang Kai and Chao Yuan to discuss countermeasures. Don't panic, eunuch Lu. I have a way to help you escape this disaster. Please speak. Lu Jin was like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, and his attitude was much more respectful. Eunuch, you can go directly to the emperor and say that someone wants to frame you for treason. And tell the emperor that someone wants to take the opportunity of searching your mansion to deliberately put some contraband in your mansion. At that time, even if someone falsely accuses you, you have told the emperor in advance, and the emperor can still believe it. Lu Jin thought about it and it was right. He just needed to destroy the contraband first. At that time, even if someone came to check, plus he had mentioned it to Emperor Zhengde before, even if he really found something, the emperor would not believe it. But those gold and silver. At this time, Lu Jin remembered that if the mansion was really searched, those contraband can still be said to be framed by others, but those gold and silver, there is no way to explain. Moreover, since everyone knows the specific number, it proves that those who want to return her have already arranged spies to infiltrate Lu's mansion. At this time, even if he wanted to transfer gold and silver, he would probably be under the other party's surveillance. In fact, Lu Jin didn't know that his opponents didn't know the specific details of his mansion at all, and they didn't have the ability to monitor Lu's mansion around the clock. Ma Lin could report the numbers at once because he had seen relevant records in later generations. Therefore, Lu Jin was frightened by Ma Lin and automatically gave up the opportunity to transfer the gold and silver. Ma Lin thought about it and helped to come up with an idea. If the emperor really sends someone to search, you can say that the gold and silver are for the emperor to be presented to the emperor and filled into the inner treasury. In addition, you remind the emperor that if the Ministry of Justice confiscates the gold and silver, then all the gold and silver will enter the national treasury, and the inner treasury will not get a penny. The emperor is a smart man, and he will naturally not let the gold and silver enter the national treasury. As long as the Ministry of Justice is not allowed to take away the gold and silver, it cannot be used as evidence of your guilt. In addition, you can make an account book and pretend to collect these gold and silver for the inner treasury. The emperor sent someone, and you directly gave the account book to the emperor, saying that it was prepared for the inner treasury. Anyway, the inner treasury is also under your control. Then I will have nothing. Lu Jin was very painful. That's 2.5 million taels of gold and more than 50 million taels of silver. If he really had to give it all to Zhengde, his heart would be broken. If you can't bear to give it all, you can quietly ask reliable people to transfer the most valuable jewelry and calligraphy and paintings. Those things can also be used as capital for your future turnaround. Of course, if you send money to the palace now, His Majesty may be happier. Lu Jin walked around anxiously, but he still didn't make up his mind. The most important thing is that he really couldn't bear to give up the money. That was not a small amount of money, but a huge amount of wealth that was much more than the national treasury income. If he really donated it, it would almost cost Lu Jin his life. In the end, Lu Jin simply destroyed the prohibited items in advance and took the initiative to find Emperor Zhengde to cry and complain that someone wanted to frame him for treason. As for the money, he was reluctant to donate it in the end. Instead, he sent someone to quietly send away some very valuable jewelry and calligraphy and paintings. After all, jewelry and calligraphy and paintings are relatively small targets and are easy to take away without being noticed. Chapter 1170, The Storm Overthrowing Lu. After learning that Lu Jin did not accept his suggestion to donate his property, Ma Lin sighed. It's true that people die for money, birds die for food. If Lu Jin could donate his property ruthlessly, and give Zhengde a shot in advance, he would definitely be able to get out of this storm. But Lu Jin was reluctant to donate his property. Even if he said it was prepared for the inner treasury afterwards, it would be considered a handle. Therefore, it is difficult for Lao Lu to get out of this storm. However, as long as it is not identified as treason, there is no problem in saving his life. After all, Zhengde is still very good to his confidants. The premise is that as long as it is not identified as treason. According to Ma Lin's advice, Lu Jin took the initiative to run to Zhengde, knelt down directly on the ground, and then cried loudly. Zhengde was playing, and was very surprised when he saw it, and asked hurriedly, "Why is Lu Banban like this?" So Lu Jin hurriedly told Zhengde that Yang Yiqing joined forces with Zhang Yong and others to frame him for treason. Moreover, they had planned to bring fake jade seals and other contraband items when searching his mansion, claiming that they were found in his mansion. While saying this, Lu Jin couldn't help looking at Gu Daong and Ma Yongqing, who were also serving Zhengde. The clever Emperor Zhengde immediately guessed that Lu Jin was hinting that a few guys on the side seemed to be involved. Gu Daong and others immediately broke out in cold sweat, because they did have this plan. But Zhengde did not blame the eunuchs, because in his eyes, Lu Jin and Gu Daong and others were his own people. However, Lu Jin's accusation made the method of framing Lu Jin with contraband items fail. Because Zhengde had been warned in advance. Wouldn't it be an insult to Zhengde's IQ to use this trick again? 2 days later, Yang Yiqing and Zhang Yong returned to Beijing to report. In front of the city gate tower, Gu Daong sent his adopted son Gu Feng to intercept Zhang Yong's carriage at the risk of his life and handed a secret letter to Zhang Yong. Because, according to everyone's discussion, it was Zhang Yong who took the lead in exposing and reporting Lu Jin. However, because Lu Jin had reminded Zhengde in advance, the method of framing Lu Jin with contraband failed. If it is used again, it is estimated that it will anger Zhengde and have a counterproductive effect. Therefore, before Zhang Yong went to see Zhengde, he must stop Zhang Yong from framing Lu Jin for treason as planned. After reading Gu Daong's secret letter, Zhang Yong was also shocked. Without caring to avoid suspicion, he went directly to Yang Yiqing's carriage and showed the secret letter to Yang Yiqing. How could this be? Did someone leak the secret? Yang Yiqing was also very panicked at this time. Originally, the biggest killer move against Lu Jin this time was to frame Lu Jin for treason again. If the treason was not established, then Lu Jin might have escaped. And if Lu Jin escaped this disaster, then, with Lu Jin's temper smaller than a needle eye, wouldn't he have to torture them to death? Lu Jian is awesome, right? That's the chief minister of the Ming dynasty. However, because he offended Lu Jin, he has been framed by Lu Jin and has been stripped of his official position. Moreover, Lu Jin used the rice penalty method to fine him to the point of bankruptcy. If it weren't for Lu Jian's special status and having been an imperial teacher, Lu Jin would have killed him long ago, instead of just fined his family to bankruptcy. Yang Yiqing had not yet entered the cabinet at this time, and did not have as much face as Lu Jian. If Lu Jin escaped this disaster, Yang Yiqing would definitely not be able to bear Lu Jin's counterattack afterwards. Thinking of this, Yang Yiqing shuddered. However, at this time, he had to shoot the arrow on the string. Lu Jin already knew his plan, and even if he gave up impeachment, Lu Jin would not let him go. After gritting his teeth, Yang Yiqing ordered, "Go and get paper and pen." But unfortunately, on the way back to Beijing this time, Yang Yiqing and Zhang Yong's carriage did not bring any pen and ink. There is paper, but no pen and ink. Yang Yiqing gritted his teeth, bit his index finger, and started writing in blood. The blood letter was written to Yang Tingyi, the leader of the Qinglu in the court and one of the important participants in the overthrow of Lu. Yang Yiqing had to meet Zhengde at this time, so he naturally couldn't split himself. Therefore, he wrote to Yang Tingyi to ask Yang Tingyi to summon all the Qinglu officials. Knock on the palace. The so-called knock on the palace means that the ministers gather in front of the palace gate and remonstrate with the emperor to death. Once there is a death remonstrance, either the emperor will give in or a minister will be unlucky. For example, Zhang Ying, a military general in the Zhengde dynasty, angered Zhengde because of his death remonstrance, and then Zhengde said, "I will help you," and ordered Zhang Ying to be beaten to death. However, Zhang Ying was just an insignificant military general and was not prominent in the Ming dynasty court. So, Zhengde said he would be beaten to death. But this time, Yang Yiqing planned to call on the ministers to force the palace, which was different. If it was an insignificant minister, he would be beaten to death. But if the important officials in the court formed a group to go out, the emperor must also weigh it. Especially when there are cabinet members in the death remonstrance group. After writing the blood letter, Yang Yiqing called the guards and said, "Hurry up and ride to Yang Gulao's house. If there are factory guards blocking us, kill them." Yang Yiqing gritted his teeth. Then, 3 guards with strong martial arts, carrying the blood letter, mounted their horses and rushed to Yang Tinggi's mansion. On the way, the 3 were indeed intercepted by the East Factory engineer. However, the 3 had already received Yang Yiqing's order, and they rushed over without saying a word and came to Yang Tinggi's mansion. At this time, Yang Tinggi was entertaining the visiting Minister of Personnel and Hanlin academician Lu Zhong. Lu Zhong was also the leader of the Qinglu ministers, known for his loyalty and integrity. Originally in history, after Lu Jin fell, Chao Yuan was implicated and expelled from the cabinet, and Lu Zhong replaced him as a cabinet minister. At this time, Lu Zhong was also one step away from the cabinet. Of course, ahead of Lu Zhong was Lu Jin's henchman Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was the official minister of personnel, and his status was higher than Lu Zhong. However, Zhang Kai fell into misfortune along with Lu Jin, so Lu Zhong took his place in the cabinet. After seeing Yang Yiqing's blood letter, Yang Tinggi was shocked. Has the situation come to this? Knock on the palace. Not to mention that it will succeed. Even if it succeeds, you will definitely be held accountable afterwards. Lu Zhong said in surprise. According to the original plan, if Yang Tinggi really led a group to knock on the palace, then his political life would almost be over. Because the emperor would never tolerate a person who led the trouble to be a cabinet minister. Otherwise, is there any point in going on? Just when Yang Tinggi was struggling, Lu Zhong suddenly stood up and said, "Jiefu, let me go. I am almost 60 years old and will soon retire and return home. Even if the emperor hates me, it doesn't matter. Jiefu, you can still work for another 10 years. It's not worth taking the risk." But, he is not a person who fears death. Even if I go to jail, what's there to fear? Yang Tinggi said seriously. No, Jiefu, you stay in the court and play a huge role. And I will retire next year. So, let me take the lead. Even if I am liquidated, it's no big deal. Moreover, next year, your son Yongxiu will participate in the spring examination. If you act on impulse, Yongxiu's future will be over. I am different. Even if I am liquidated, the worst that can happen is that I will be demoted and return home. As for the younger generation in the family, you, Jiefu, can also take care of them in the court. On the contrary, if you, Jiefu, are unlucky, and I am about to retire, I can't help my nephew Yongxiu. Yang Tinggi thought of his talented son and finally compromised. Then, Lu Zhong began to contact the upright officials in the capital, preparing to go to the palace gate together to knock on the gate, in order to put pressure on Zhengde to get rid of Lu Jin. Chapter 1171 Personal Search. Just when Yang Yiqing and Zhang Yong went to the palace to report to Emperor Zhengde on the suppression of the rebellion of Prince Anhua, Lu Zhong left Yang Tinggi's house and began to summon the ministers of integrity. The great eunuch Zhang Yong, according to the original plan, took the opportunity of offering captives to accuse Lu Jin of his crimes to Emperor Zhengde. Zhang Banban, Lu Banban told me about this before. He said that you wanted to frame him for treason. Zhengde looked at Zhang Yong, who was kneeling on the ground, with a smile. Zhengde still favored Lu Jin, Zhang Yong and other eunuchs who grew up with him. Moreover, when there were conflicts among the 8 tigers, Zhengde would even help to mediate. Zhang Yong received Gu Daiyong's secret letter, but he was not in a hurry and did not bring up Lu Jin's rebellion. He was puzzled and said, "Your Majesty, how could I frame others for treason?" However, what Lao Lu did this time was really too much, and it has caused great public outrage. What kind of public outrage? Emperor Zhengde did not care and just listened to the story. "Your Majesty, do you know what the banner of Prince Anhua's rebellion is?" "Yes, it's kill Lu Jin." "Didn't the rebellion of the 7 princes in the Han dynasty also use the banner of kill Chao Kuo?" "But the fact is that Chao Kuo is innocent. But I investigated in Ninjixia town and found that this matter is indeed related to old Lu. After investigation, I found that Zhou Dongdu, the Shaoqing of Dali who was in charge of the military farming in Ninjixia town, had wantonly exploited the local people and military households in order to bribe old Lu, which made the local military and civilians extremely angry. Prince Anhua saw that the local people and military households were extremely angry, so he thought of rebelling. According to his thinking, the people hated Lu Jin so much, and he should respond to his call. However, the border general Qiu Yu was both wise and brave. He first pretended to surrender to Prince Anhua, and then took the opportunity to seize the military power. Afterwards, he personally led more than 100 warriors and attacked Prince Anhua's mansion directly, captured Prince Anhua himself, and caused the rebel army to collapse. Good. This Qiu Yu is a talent. Oh, no, remember the battle report said that it was the deputy general of Yensui, Chao Xiong, who led the people to suppress the rebellion. In order to promote Chao Xiong, Lu Jin deliberately attributed all the credit of Qiu Yu to the deputy general of Yensui, Chao Xiong. And Chao Xiong is a relative of Chao Yuan, a big boss under Lu Jin. Zhang Yong said speechlessly, "Send someone to investigate this matter and you will know. How dare I lie to the emperor in person? Moreover, this Chao Xiong is the descendant of Chao Gulao, and Chao Gulao has always followed the lead of Lao Lu." This. Zhengde was also speechless. Damn, it's too tasteless to usurp the credit of others. Moreover, he completely embezzled the credit of others, without even leaving a sip of soup for others. Zhang Yong carefully observed Zhengde's expression and knew that Zhengde had no intention of killing Lu Jin, so he sighed and said, "Your Majesty, the rebellion of King Anhua this time was because Lu's followers exploited the local military and civilians too much, which gave King Anhua an opportunity. Let's talk about something else. Lu did a good job. Look at the rice penalty law he made. Didn't it stop the deficit in the court's warehouse?" Zhengde was nostalgic and still didn't want to take action against Lu Jin. Zhang Yong said again, "Your Majesty, I also think the rice penalty law is a good idea. However, I heard that the rice confiscated by this rice penalty law was not all stored in the warehouse." Not all stored in the warehouse. Does that mean Lu was embezzling? Isn't that strange? Who among you is not greedy for money? Zhengde said indifferently. But, I heard that Lu took most of the confiscated rice home, and only a small part was stored in the warehouse. What? Is there such a thing? Emperor Zhengde was shocked. This is not a trivial matter. It is not a big deal to embezzle the money and grain that should have been put into the treasury. But generally speaking, at most a small part is embezzled. However, if most of it is embezzled and only a small part is left for the national treasury, it is too bad. At this time, Zhengde has already planned to teach Lu Jin a lesson. But it is only a lesson, not a complete destruction. Zhang Yong saw that there was a chance, and continued to add fuel to the fire. "Your Majesty, I heard that the money in Lao Lu's house is far less than the national treasury and the inner treasury combined." Oh. How much money does Lao Lu have? Can it be more than the national treasury? Zhengde just turned 18 years old. He has never handled government affairs on his own before, and he is not very clear about many things. Zhang Yong looked around and whispered, "According to our estimates, the money in Lao Lu's family is estimated to be more than 50 million taels of silver." What? Zhengde stood up in shock. Even though he didn't like handling government affairs, Zhengde still often reviewed memorials. The fiscal revenue of the Ming dynasty in a year, including rice, was only worth 10 or 20 million taels of silver. However, most of the rice grains were placed in the official warehouses of the counties and were not taken to the capital. Therefore, the money and grain that actually entered the national treasury every year was only worth a few million taels. Moreover, because of the huge military expenditures in the Zhengde dynasty, it was considered good for the court to ensure a balance between revenue and expenditure, and there was no surplus at all. Therefore, it was amazing that Lu Jin had more than 50 million taels of wealth. Strictly speaking, even the Emperor Zhengde was a little jealous at this moment. Are you serious? Emperor Zhengde still didn't believe that Lu Jin had so much money. In his opinion, it was amazing for the eunuchs to embezzle hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. He knew that even if those people bribed the eunuchs, they only stuffed some silver coins. And 50 million taels of silver, just the weight, can scare people to death. He didn't know that when people bribed Lu Jin, they used cars to load silver, not stuffed some silver coins. Those civil servants may not have estimated how much money Lao Lu had, but Lu Jin and other eunuchs who were also 8 tigers, could not know. These eunuchs are most sensitive to money. They are also most concerned about how much money Lu Jin has received. Therefore, although the number Zhang Yong said is a little less, it is not too far off. But Zhengde just began to hesitate, and still did not make up his mind to touch Lu Jin. Until the next morning, the front of the Meridian Gate was full of ministers kneeling. What's going on? What do these people want to do? Zhengde woke up with a confused look on his face. He didn't attend the morning court today, so he got up late. However, as soon as he woke up, he heard that the front of the palace gate was full of ministers kneeling. "Your Majesty, it is said that these ministers are here to ask you to eliminate Lao Lu." Gu Deong, who was on duty to serve Zhengde today, took the opportunity to speak up. Why do they want to eliminate Lao Lu? Gu Deong said, "It seems that Lao Lu has caused the people of the world to be boiling with resentment, and the people are living in misery, so that they rebel. Moreover, it is said that some people say that Lao Lu has the intention of rebellion." This again, who is the leader? Zhengde was a little annoyed. The bear child doesn't like being coerced the most, and has a strong rebellious mentality. It seems to be Lu Zhong, the scholar. This Lu Zhong is really old and confused. Does he really think I am easy to bully? Old Lu has told me that someone wants to frame him this time. I didn't expect that someone would really jump out. Zhengde said bitterly while eating breakfast. At this time, another eunuch Ma Yongqing couldn't help but interrupt and said, in this case, why don't you send someone to search old Lu's house? If there is no evidence of treason, it will be good for old Lu to be innocent. This. Zhengde hesitated. Zhang Yong, who was also standing on the side, added, Your Majesty, I am also curious, how much is 50 million taels of silver, will the whole house be filled with silver? Zhang Yong's reason made Zhengde very tempted. In fact, he also wanted to know whether Lu Jin had so much money, it would be good to open his eyes. So, after breakfast, Emperor Zhengde took a group of guards with great interest and went to Lu Jin's house to search. Chapter 1172 Old Lu is really rich. Zhengde led a group of guards and rushed out excitedly. Outside the palace gate, Zhengde saw a group of ministers kneeling there. Zhengde frowned, and when he looked at Lu Zhong, who was kneeling in the lead, his eyes were full of disgust. However, it was not a big deal to let all these ministers kneel here. If it was only Lu Zhong, Zhengde might have lost his temper. But with so many people, it was really difficult for him to do it. Because, if all the people in front of him were taken down, the court would be half less, which would directly lead to the paralysis of many institutions. The so-called, the law does not hold everyone responsible, is also the same reason. Yang Yiqing knew that it would be difficult for a single or a few people to persuade the bad-tempered Zhengde, so he came up with the idea of collective knocking on the palace. However, the leader was destined to be difficult to please. After all, being hated by the emperor would definitely be unlucky. However, if Lu Jin escaped this time without launching the attack, it would be more terrible than being hated by the emperor. The emperor hated you, at most, he would lose your future. After all, as long as you have a good reputation, the emperor cannot deal with you recklessly, and at most you will have no future. But if you are targeted by the vicious Lu Jin, your family will be destroyed. Lu Jian, the former prime minister, is now only one step away from being destroyed. Moreover, if they fail, all the officials who participated in the overthrow of Lu will be destroyed. So, they had no choice. If they win, the leader will be unlucky. If they lose, everyone will be in trouble, and their families will be in trouble too. After leaving the palace, Zhengde walked up to Lu Zhong, who was kneeling in the lead, and said in a gloomy tone, Grand Secretary Lu, what are you doing? You are old, aren't you uncomfortable kneeling here? Lu Zhong bowed to Zhengde and said, It is indeed uncomfortable for me to kneel here, but it is only me who is uncomfortable. But if Lu Jin, this thief, is not eliminated, then the whole world will be uncomfortable. After saying that, Lu Zhong bowed to the ground and didn't look up again. Okay, get up. I heard that you accused Lao Lu of treason. This time I will personally lead the team to search Lao Lu's mansion to see if there is any evidence of treason. Grand Secretary Lu, will you come with me? Dare not to obey my order. Lu Zhong's eyes lit up immediately. A few days ago, Lu Zhong vaguely heard a piece of news that Lu Jin liked to play with some jewelry and jade. Among them, there were contraband items such as jade belts. As long as these things are found, Lu Jin will definitely be in trouble. As a minister in the court, Lu Zhong also has a certain understanding of Zhengde. Although Zhengde is young, he is not easy to fool. In particular, Zhengde attaches great importance to things like righteousness and reputation. If Zhengde sees those contraband, even if Lu Jin does not die this time, he will definitely lose the emperor's favor. And Lu Jin, who has lost the emperor's favor, is no longer a threat. Therefore, Lu Zhong's face is full of excitement, and he looks eager to try. Okay, Grand Secretary Lu, come with me to search Lao Lu's mansion. Everyone else, disperse. Don't delay the business. Lu Zhong stood up excitedly and was about to follow Zhengde. But some officials were winking at Lu Zhong, obviously, they wanted to do something small. For example, frame Lu Jin or something. Some people have put their hands into their sleeves, and it is obvious that they have brought stolen goods. But before they finished communicating, Zhengde said with a fake smile, I forgot to say that before entering Lao Lu's house for search, everyone must be searched, so that no one can bring things in to frame Lao Lu. Upon hearing this, many of the clean ministers in front of the palace gate froze. But Lu Zhong's face was still relatively calm. In his opinion, it was normal for Lu Jin, a domineering person who could make the dukes kneel down to him, to have things that violated the law in his house. Therefore, there was no need to frame him, and it was estimated that there would be gains. Lu Zhong's guess was right. If Ma Lin hadn't reported it, Lu Jin's house would really have counterfeit jade seals and jade belts and other super prohibited things. As long as he got them, Lu Jin would be dead. However, because of Ma Lin's tip-off, Lu Jin had destroyed these contrabands. When Zhengde took Lu Zhong, Zhang Yong, Gu Deong and others, as well as a group of guards to Lu Jin's house, Lu Jin was not at home, but was busy with funerals. What funeral? Lu Jin's brother, Lu Jingxiang, the governor and co-governor, passed away, and Lu Jin was arranging funerals for his brother. So, it was a bit busy during this period. And August 15th was the day of the burial, and Lu Jin ran to take care of his brother's funeral and had no time to take care of him. Speaking of which, Lu Jin's original surname was not Lu, but Tan. But he was adopted by the eunuch Lu Shun since he was a child, and he was Lu Shun's adopted son. Therefore, Lu Shun's nephew Lu Jingxiang can also be regarded as Lu Jin's cousin. After Lu Jin came to power, he did not treat his cousin on the genealogy badly, and promoted him to the governor and co-governor of the 5 military governors' office of the first rank, with a noble status. But Lu Jingxiang was in poor health and died of illness. As a cousin in the same family tree, Lu Jin naturally had to help with the funeral. The reason why Yang Yiqing and Zhang Yong chose this time was that they calculated that Lu Jin was not free, so they attacked him. Otherwise, they might not have the courage. Lu Jin, who was busy with his cousin's funeral, didn't know that the emperor had already taken a group of people to his house on a whim. Poor Lu Jin worked hard to deal with the memorials, and Zhengde, who was supposed to deal with these memorials, took people to demolish his old house. Zhengde, who personally led a team to raid someone's nest for the first time, was obviously very excited and entered the state early. After bringing people to Lu Jin's house, Zhengde excitedly commanded, "Come on, surround Lao Lu's mansion, don't let a bird out." Suddenly, hundreds of Jinwu guards surrounded Lao Lu's mansion. Then, Zhengde opened the main door of Lu Jin's mansion. As an emperor, he can only go through the main gate, and going through the side door is a loss of face. But it is not easy for others to get in. Because Zhengde ordered that everyone must be searched before entering to prevent anything from being brought in to frame Lao Lu. After the search, everyone entered Lu Jin's mansion one by one. But after entering Lu Jin's mansion, Zhengde did not immediately search the secret room or anything, but shouted, "Take me to Lao Lu's warehouse to see the gold and silver." Obviously, the middle-aged Zhengde was not here to make trouble, but wanted to see how much money Lu Jin had. Zhang Yong, Gu Deong and others had no choice but to surround Zhengde and go to Lu Jin's warehouse. Lu Jin's mansion is very large, comparable to the prince's house. Moreover, this guy is very cunning. In order not to violate the rules, Lu Jin bought 2 independent large mansions connected together. Then, the middle was opened up to form a huge twin mansion. Usually, Lu Jin lives in the mansion on the east side, and the plaque of Lu's mansion is also hung in front of the door of the mansion on the east side. As for the mansion on the west side, there was no sign on the door. Lu Jin's housekeeper did not dare to disobey Zhengde, so he took Zhengde to the west. We are almost at the west wall of Lu's mansion. Zhengde was a little puzzled. Lu Jin's housekeeper, Lao Lu, did not dare to exaggerate, and lowered his eyebrows and said, "There is a big door in the middle, leading to the house on the west side. The entire west house is Lu Gonggang's warehouse." What? The entire west mansion is Lao Lu's warehouse? Zhengde was shocked. You know, Lu Jin's east and west mansions are large houses with dozens of rooms and several entrances. They are all warehouses. Lu Jin really has a lot of money. He walked into a room and found it was full of locked boxes. He asked old Lu to open them and see that they were all silver. He walked into another room and found that it was also full of boxes. He opened them and saw that they were all silver, but no copper coins. Emperor Zhengde asked why there were no copper coins. Old Lu's answer made Zhengde speechless. Copper coins took up too much space, so they were usually scattered without being put in boxes. Then, Zhengde saw copper coins randomly placed all over the firewood room in the west house, and no one sorted them out. According to old Lu, when Lu Jin rewarded his servants, he asked them to come to the firewood room and grab a handful of copper coins by themselves, and he was too lazy to count. Old Lu is really rich. Even though he was an emperor, Zhengde was shocked by Lu Jin's magnanimity. Chapter 1173 The Fan Causes Trouble. Lu Jin's entire west house is just an oversized warehouse. Zhengde, Zhang Yong, Gu Deong, Lu Zhong and others were dazzled. In dozens of rooms, large wooden boxes were placed in each room, and they were all silver. In the rooms in the backyard of the west house, Emperor Zhengde and his party were almost blinded by the bright lights, the boxes in these rooms were all filled with gold. In fact, what they didn't know was that there was a small room next to these houses full of gold, which was originally filled with jewelry and calligraphy. However, after Marin's reminder, Lu Jin moved all the jewelry and calligraphy. Otherwise, it would be even more blinding for Zhengde and others. After visiting these rooms, Zhengde was numb. He muttered to himself, "It is said that the emperor is rich in the world, why do I feel that compared with Lao Lu, I am a beggar?" Zhang Yong, Gu Deong, Lu Zhong and others all looked happy when they heard it. However, they did not say much. Because they are all familiar with Zhengde, and know that they can't add fuel to the fire at this time, otherwise it will cause Zhengde's rebellious psychology. The bear child likes to go against others the most. The ministers and eunuchs all expressed their exhaustion. In fact, Lu Jin should be unlucky. He has already made the account book under Malin's reminder. Originally, he planned to hand over the account book to Zhengde if Zhengde came to search, and then claimed that the West House was to raise money for the inner treasury, not his own. In this way, Lu Jin's corruption became asking the master to extort money. Although it is not glorious, it is a great loyalty. But the terrible thing is that Lu Jin went to attend his cousin's funeral today, and forgot to give the account book to the housekeeper Lao Lu. Therefore, Zhengde did not see Lu Jin's loyalty, but was full of anger. A servant is actually much richer than the master, is there any justice? Although Zhengde was more tolerant of several eunuchs, Lu Jin had so much money but didn't know how to honor him, which made Zhengde very dissatisfied. Then, Zhengde returned to the main house in the east with the team to continue searching, looking for evidence of Lu Jin's rebellion. Originally, Zhengde came with the mentality of clearing Lu Jin's name. However, after seeing the gold and silver in the West House, Zhengde became dissatisfied, and his mentality changed from clearing Lao Lu's name to I want to find fault. In fact, Zhengde was jealous of Lu Jin's wealth. You know, even the inner treasury in the palace usually only has hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, and rarely exceeds 1 million taels. Lu Jin is good at making money, which makes Zhengde's inner treasury full, reaching 2 million taels of silver. Before that, Zhengde was complacent and felt that he was rich. Unexpectedly, after going to Lu Jin's house, he realized that he really took only a small amount as Zhang Yong said. The bulk of the money was naturally swallowed by the greedy Lu Jin. The emperor's private money was not as much as a eunuch's fraction. This is no longer a question of money, but a matter of face. Therefore, when searching Lu Jin's main house, Zhengde had a dark face throughout the whole process, with an expression of, I am in a bad mood, I am very unhappy. Unfortunately, at this time, Lu Jin ran out of the city to bury his brother, and could not come back to cheer Zhengde up. Then, something happened. In addition to the warehouse, the most important thing in Lu Jin's house is probably his bedroom. Zhengde brought a group of people to Lu Jin's bedroom and began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets, looking for evidence of rebellion. But unfortunately, there was really nothing. If Ma Lin didn't remind him, the counterfeit jade seal and jade belt that Lu Jin made would definitely be turned out. Then, Lu Jin was dead. However, because of Ma Lin's reminder, Lu Jin destroyed all the contraband. In the corner of the secret room next to his bedroom, there was a pile of jade powder, that was actually the powder after the fake jade seal and jade belt made by Lu Jin were smashed. But there was one thing that Lu Jin did not destroy. This thing was inconspicuous, but it was deadly. The Jinwu guards were rummaging through the boxes and cabinets, and Zhang Yong, Gu Deong and others were supervising. As an emperor, Zhengde obviously did not have to go out in person. So, he sat at the table in Lu Jin's bedroom, sipping tea while watching his men rummaging through the boxes and cabinets. Hey, isn't this the fan that Lao Lu always keeps in his hand? Zhengde, who was drinking tea, suddenly found the fan that Lu Jin usually used on the table. It was hot in the summer, and there were no air conditioners or electric fans in those days. So people used fans to get rid of the heat. However, the emperor asked the eunuchs to fan him, and Lu Jin himself was a slave, so naturally he couldn't let his men fan him everywhere. Especially in front of Zhengde, the master. So, Lu Jin usually brought a fan with him and solved the problem by himself. Only when Zhengde was not around could he act like a big boss and let his subordinates fan him. So, in front of Zhengde, Lu Jin usually carried a fan. He fanned himself when he had nothing to do, and fanned Zhengde a few times when he flattered him. But now it is the 8th month of the lunar calendar, summer has passed, and it is not that hot anymore. So Lu Jin no longer carries the fan with him. In addition, he had to arrange his brother's burial today, so he left the fan at home. Emperor Zhengde picked up the fan curiously, but as soon as he held it, he felt that it seemed a bit heavy. How can a fan made mainly of bamboo and would be so heavy? Zhengde frowned, and then began to study the fan curiously. This study led to something big. Because the handle of this feather fan was actually hollow. Emperor Zhengde disassembled the handle and actually took out a sharp dagger from it. Zhang Yong was accompanying Zhengde and happened to see this scene. So, he was overjoyed and pretended to be shocked and said, "Your Majesty, Lao Lu actually hid a dagger in the fan. Bringing a weapon to the emperor, this is to kill the emperor." Gu Deong and Lu Zhong and others beside him also got excited when they saw it. Gu Deong also echoed, "Yes, yes, Your Majesty, Lao Lu usually holds this fan and waves it in front of you. Could it be that he has planned to assassinate you?" Lu Zhong, at this time, did not care about the truth or falsehood. At this time, getting rid of Lu Jin was the first priority. So, he also knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, bringing a weapon to the emperor, even if there is no intention of rebellion, it is a capital crime." If it were usual, Zhengde might have spoken for Lu Jin. However, he was stimulated by Lu Jin's huge wealth in the warehouse just now. Therefore, Zhengde was a little uncalm at this time. Thinking that Lu Jin usually held this fan with a dagger hidden in it and waved it in front of him, Zhengde was also a little scared. If Lu Jin wanted to assassinate him, wouldn't he be easily fooled? Thinking of this, Zhengde was furious. He said angrily, "Come here, bring Lu Jin here." Hearing Zhengde's order, Zhang Yong immediately accepted the order with a smile. Zhang Yong was the eunuch who commanded the 12th Regiment camp and the Shinji camp, and he was a big eunuch with military power. After getting Zhengde's authorization, Zhang Yong immediately sent troops to the outside of the city and arrested Lu Jin, who was confused and presiding over his brother's funeral. Chapter 1174 You go accompany Wang Ji. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you blind? Don't you know who I am? Lu Jin roared in anger while struggling. If it were an ordinary soldier, he would probably be timid in front of Lu Jin. After all, Lu Jin has a bad reputation. However, the soldiers sent to arrest Lu Jin this time were from the Fengyong Battalion, the head of the 12 battalions. They were Zhang Yong's direct line of men, so they were naturally not afraid of Lu Jin. You know, although Lu Jin was powerful, he really couldn't do anything with Zhang Yong. At first, Lu Jin wanted to send Zhang Yong to Nanjing. As a result, when Zhang Yong learned about it, he didn't buy it at all and beat Lu Jin directly. But Zhang Yong was fine because Zhengde helped the two to make peace. From then on, Zhang Yong became a rare eunuch in the inner court who could confront Lu Jin head-on, and Gu Deong and others were far behind. In addition, Zhang Yong himself controlled the 12 battalions and the Shinji battalion, and held heavy troops, so Lu Jin was somewhat helpless against him. Because of this, when Yang Yiqing plotted against Lu Jin, he would pull Zhang Yong along. Because Zhang Yong was the eunuch who dared to confront Lu Jin. If it were Gu Deong, Ma Yongqing and others, they probably wouldn't dare to confront Lu Jin head-on. Because their boss dared to fight Lu Jin, the people in the 12th battalion were more aggressive and not very afraid of Lu Jin. If it were the soldiers from other battalions, they would probably tremble with fear when they heard the word Lu Jin. Lu Jin still wanted to resist and planned to ask his men to save him. As a result, the captain of the Fengyong battalion said a word, which instantly calmed Lu Jin down, "Your Majesty is waiting in your house." Lu Jin immediately knew that this was Zhengde looking for him to question him. However, thinking that the counterfeit jade seal and jade belt were smashed by himself, he should not have any weaknesses. As for the money in the mansion, Lu Jin touched the account book he had just made in his arms and sighed. After Lu Jin returned to his own house, he saw Zhengde. Before he had time to kneel down, he heard Zhengde shouting, "Old Lu, I am sincere to you, why do you have any other thoughts?" Lu Jin was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and knelt down to defend himself. "Your Majesty loves me very much, so how could I have any other thoughts towards your Majesty?" "Huh, no other thoughts. If you don't have any other thoughts, why do you bring a weapon to see me? Do you want to assassinate me?" Lu Jin was confused for a moment. "Your Majesty, everything I have is given by you. Without your Majesty, I am nothing, so how could I want to assassinate your Majesty? The world can witness my loyalty to your Majesty." Lu Jin's words were sincere. If Zhengde did not give him the right to wear red and pushed most of the government affairs to him, Lu Jin would not be so powerful. But Zhengde didn't believe what he said now. Because Zhengde saw the fan with the dagger hidden in it with his own eyes. So, Zhengde threw the fan in front of Lu Jin and said, "Your so-called loyalty is to bring a fan with a dagger hidden in it to see me? Are you trying to assassinate me?" Zhengde roared angrily. Seeing the fan, Lu Jin's face suddenly changed. Lu Jin had forgotten this fan after all his calculations. Before, Ma Lin reminded Lu Jin to destroy the contraband, and Lu Jin did so. However, the fan was so exquisitely made that Lu Jin liked it very much, so he didn't destroy it. Moreover, if no one found that there was a dagger hidden in the fan, it would not be considered contraband. Under normal circumstances, if ordinary soldiers came to Lu Jin's house to search the house, even if they saw this fan, they would not think there was a problem. Old Lu likes to hide a dagger in the fan. As a soldier, what can you do? It's not something that violates the rules. But this time, Zhengde personally led the team to search the house. Moreover, Zhengde had a good memory and remembered that Lu Jin often carried this fan with him in the summer. Then, there happened to be a dagger hidden in the fan, so Lu Jin was in trouble. Your Majesty. This fan can hide a dagger, but every time I met the Emperor, I never hid a dagger in the fan. At this time, Lu Jin could only insist that he had never brought a dagger to the Emperor. Otherwise, just the fact that he secretly hid a dagger in front of the Emperor would be enough to kill him several times. You didn't bring a dagger to see me? Who can prove it? Zhengde asked angrily. How could Lu Jin prove it? Time cannot flow back, and there is no way to trace it. Therefore, Lu Jin can't defend himself now. So, Lu Jin can only kowtow hard at this time. Your Majesty, I really didn't bring a dagger to see you. If I lied, I am willing to be cut into pieces. I can cut you into pieces right now. Zhengde said angrily. Seeing that Lu Jin was about to be killed by the furious Zhengde, Lu Zhong entered the back hall at an inopportune time, and shouted excitedly as he walked, Your Majesty, great joy. I just made a rough calculation and found that there are 2.5 million taels of gold and silver in Lu Jin's mansion, and more than 50 million taels of silver. If it is collected in the national treasury, it can be equivalent to several years of tax revenue. Your Majesty, quickly give an order to move all these ill-gotten gains to the national treasury. Lu Zhong just asked Lu Jin's housekeeper to check the accounts. As soon as he got the approximate figures, he came to report the good news excitedly. However, he came at a very bad time. Lu Jin was desperately bearing Zhengde's anger. When he heard Lu Zhong say this, he immediately became energetic. Because he remembered the account book in his arms. So Lu Jin shouted, We can't put those gold and silver into the national treasury. Then, Zhengde, Lu Zhong and others looked at Lu Jin in surprise. You are about to die, and you are still reluctant to give up the money? What? You, the great eunuch Lu, are reluctant to part with the money? Zhengde sneered. Lu Jin reacted and explained, Your Majesty, this money does not belong to me, but to the inner treasury of the palace. What? The inner treasury? Zhengde was stunned when he heard Lu Jin say this. Lu Jin took the opportunity to take out the account book, raised his hands and said, Your Majesty, this is the account book I made, please take a look. This money is temporarily placed here by me, and it does not belong to me. Otherwise, they should all be placed in the East House. The East House is my residence, and the West House is my temporary warehouse. In fact, it is money stored in the inner treasury. Lu Zhong said angrily at this time, You traitor, what is the difference between money in the national treasury and the inner treasury? Putting it in the national treasury is just right for the people, which is a great thing for the country and the people. Even if you send it to the inner treasury, you still have to transfer it to the national treasury for use. Why bother? Lu Jin had calmed down at this time, and he shook his head and said, Scholar Lu is wrong. After the money is sent to the inner treasury, most of it will indeed be allocated to the national treasury. However, who allocates it is very particular. How particular? Lu Zhong asked angrily. If the national treasury directly accepts the money, then all of this has nothing to do with Your Majesty. Moreover, when Your Majesty is short of money in the future, he will have to humbly ask the Ministry of Revenue for money. You poor literati may find excuses to refuse, and even advise Your Majesty not to be extravagant. Lu Jin said, and Zhengde's heart was moved. Because what Lu Jin said was the truth. But if it goes into the inner treasury first, then if the cabinet needs money, it will ask Your Majesty to allocate it. And if Your Majesty allocates it, it means that Your Majesty is gracious. Moreover, if it is used for disaster relief, the victims will also know that this is the disaster relief money allocated by Your Majesty's inner treasury. Then, the people will also be grateful for Your Majesty's kindness. Isn't this a waste of time? In the end, won't the cabinet and officials have to distribute it to the people? Lu Zhong said angrily. Lu Jin shook his head, It's different. It's different. When the cabinet allocates funds, the people are grateful for the kindness of the cabinet elders. And when Your Majesty allocates funds from the inner treasury, the people are grateful for Your Majesty's kindness. What do the cabinet elders want fame for? Rebellion? The kindness of the world should be bestowed by your majesty, not the cabinet and officials. Lu Jin said confidently. Lu Zhong was immediately at a loss for words, but Zhengde's eyes lit up when he heard it. Because he succeeded to the throne at a young age, Zhengde has not made any reputation so far. Therefore, the young emperor is very eager for fame. And as Lu Jin said, if there is a disaster somewhere, he will allocate funds from the inner treasury to provide disaster relief, then the people will be grateful for his kindness. This reputation is so good. So, Zhengde finally agreed to Lu Jin's request to put all the gold and silver in the West House into the inner treasury. Then, Zhengde, who had enjoyed enough benefits, was too embarrassed to kill Lu Jin. Before leaving, Zhengde thought for a moment and said, "Old Lu, I cannot easily forgive you even if you are holding a dagger in front of the emperor. Otherwise, where is the law of the country? But considering that you have raised so much gold and silver for the inner treasury, how about this, you go to Nanjing to accompany Wang Ji." Just like that, Lu Jin, the once prominent eunuch, was demoted by Zhengde to Fengyu, the eunuch in charge of sacrifices in the inner court, and was demoted to Nanjing to accompany Wang Ji, the powerful eunuch during the Chenghua period. Chapter 1175, Fake Fall. Who is Wang Ji? In the history of the Ming dynasty, there were two Wang Jis, and both were very famous. One was the great eunuch Wang Ji during the Chenghua period, who was once as powerful as Lu Jin. The Western factory was created by Wang Ji, which frightened the ministers at the time. The other Wang Ji was the great pirate and leader of the Japanese pirates during the Jiajing period. This guy was originally a smuggler, but he became bigger and bigger. Then, taking advantage of the civil strife in Japan, he became a local tyrant in Hirado, which was more glorious than those Japanese daimyo. However, he was later deceived by Ming dynasty officials to go ashore and was killed. However, the great eunuch Wang Ji was very different from Lu Jin. Because Wang Ji Wang, the eunuch, was an ambitious eunuch. Wang Ji was a Yao people during the Chenghua period, which was about 1466 and 1467. After the Ming army broke through the Datong Gorge, they captured many captives and brought them back to Beijing. Among them, Wang Ji was one of the captured children. Among the captives in the same batch, there is another very important person, that is, the biological mother of Emperor Hongji and the grandmother of Zhengde, Empress Dowager Ji. So, Wang Ji is from the same hometown and clan as Empress Dowager Ji. But Wang Ji came to prominence earlier than Empress Dowager Ji. Empress Dowager Ji was very unlucky and died before she saw her son succeed to the throne as emperor. Wang Ji, without any relationship background, relied on his own intelligence and was appreciated by Emperor Chenghua at a young age, becoming a big celebrity in front of Emperor Chenghua. Speaking of which, Wang Ji became famous very early. When he entered the palace as a eunuch in 1467, he was still a child. But around 1477, he was appreciated by Emperor Chenghua and rose to prominence. At that time, Wang Ji was estimated to be under 18 years old, and it is said that he may be only 15 or 16 years old. The 15-year-old Shichang Gong is so inconsistent. Moreover, Lu Jin is older than Wang Ji. Lu Jin was born in 1451 and was 26 in 1477, several years older than Wang Ji. But Wang Ji was appreciated by Zhengde's grandfather, Emperor Chenghua, very early because of his intelligence. He set up the West Factory and became the top eunuch in the Ming dynasty. Lu Jin did not really make a name for himself until Zhengde succeeded to the throne in 1506. When he made a name for himself, he was already 55 years old. Wang Ji can be said to be a wonder among eunuchs. As a eunuch, he was not greedy for money. Then, Wang Ji was too keen on leading troops to fight. This guy was not a good eunuch, but he took the initiative to go to Liaodong to preside over the war, and he did a very good job. And the military examination system of the Ming dynasty was also formed in the hands of Wang Ji. So far, the Ming dynasty has the official titles of Wu Zhuanyuan and Wu Juren. Speaking of which, Wang Ji was also unlucky. He himself did not have too many bad deeds, but the ministers in the court were very afraid of him. Because they remembered the culprit of the Tumubeo incident, that caused the capture of the emperor of the Ming dynasty and the loss of hundreds of thousands of troops, the eunuch Wang Zhen. The captured Mingyingzong was the father of Emperor Chenghua. Therefore, the ministers were afraid that Wang Ji would become the second Wang Zhen, so they tried their best to blacken Wang Ji, and finally demoted Wang Ji to Nanjing. When Wang Ji was demoted, he was only in his 20s. Now, Wang Ji is only about 50 years old and is guarding the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum in Nanjing. During the Hongji period, Emperor Hongji wanted to transfer Wang Ji back to listen to him. After all, Wang Ji is a very capable eunuch. As a result, the ministers got anxious and refused to let him. Then, Wang Ji returned to Nanjing, and there was no news about him later. After Zhengde ascended the throne, he had the 8 tigers, 8 big eunuchs around him, who were fighting for the emperor's favor. Therefore, these 8 people would never allow the very capable Wang Ji to grab food. Therefore, Wang Ji had no chance in the Zhengde dynasty, and others would not give him a chance. When Zhengde was thinking about how to deal with Lu Jin, he suddenly remembered that Wang Ji, a powerful eunuch during the Chenghua period, seemed to be exiled to Nanjing, so he followed suit and sent Lu Jin to Nanjing to accompany Wang Ji. But in fact, Wang Ji and Lu Jin are 2 different types of people. Wang Ji was enthusiastic about making achievements, while Lu Jin was greedy and became the richest man in the world. The reason why Emperor Chenghua demoted Wang Ji to Nanjing was that Wang Ji did not make any mistakes and there was no reason to kill him. As for Lu Jin, killing him 100 times was not enough for the crimes he committed. But Zhengde was a nostalgic person. Unless Lu Jin was confirmed to have rebelled, Zhengde would not pursue the immoral things Lu Jin did. Therefore, Lu Jin was demoted to Nanjing, which was a great advantage. After expelling Lu Jin, Emperor Zhengde was very happy at first for getting 2.5 million taels of gold and more than 50 million taels of silver for free. But soon, he was no longer happy. Because after Lu Jin was expelled, Zhengde had to do all the red ribbons for memorials himself. After several days of ribbons, Emperor Zhengde felt numb in his hands. So he wanted Zhang Yong, the successor to the eunuch in charge of the Saligian, to help deal with the memorials. However, Zhang Yong was good at leading troops, but it was beyond his ability to ask him to deal with memorials. Therefore, Emperor Zhengde had to deal with all kinds of tedious government affairs in person, and he was busy all the time. Alas, if only old Lu was still here, I'm tired. On the day of rest, Zhengde made an appointment with Ma Lin to go to the parade ground of Jinwei to ride horses and practice night martial arts as a relaxation. At this time, Zhengde had people select 500 strong and good horsemen from the major camps in the capital to practice the skills of European knights. For these military masters, infantry combat does not need to be practiced. However, wearing plate armor and horse combat still needs to be practiced from the beginning. After all, the experience of wearing plate armor and Ming Dynasty armor is completely different. At present, Marin specially selected 5 excellent knights as instructors to teach them how to use lances for horseback combat. When Zhengde was free, he would come to see them. After all, Zhengde himself was an emperor who was very interested in military affairs. However, when Zhengde was practicing horse combat, he wore light and strong rhinoceros leather armor instead of the steel plate armor worn by the 500 soldiers. And Marin was Zhengde's golden sparring partner. Being the emperor's sparring partner was not an easy job. Marin not only had to teach Zhengde how to fight on horseback like a knight, but also had to be Zhengde's imaginary opponent and ride against Zhengde on horseback. That was the routine of a normal knight's duel. When practicing with the emperor, it was a basic operation to deliberately lose the battle, otherwise it would be a fight. So, Marin had been thinking about how to fake a fall these days. Although when practicing with Zhengde, both sides' horse speeds were deliberately slowed down, Marin would deliberately fall off his horse every time he practiced, and he had to fall realistically, as if Zhengde really won. So, whenever Zhengde came to the parade ground to practice horse fighting martial arts, it was the time for Marin to practice fake falls. Fortunately, the parade ground was covered with thick grass in advance, and Marin and Zhengde were both wearing rhinoceros leather armor and riding low Mongolian horses. So, even if he fell to the ground, it didn't hurt much. The only thing to consider is how to make the fall look realistic. Fortunately, Marin was a football fan in his previous life. He had seen how Ronaldo faked a fall by diving, and he had also seen the performances of the actor group headed by Professor Bu at La Masia. Therefore, Marin still knew how to fall beautifully and realistically. In order to cope with the duel with Emperor Zhengde, Marin specially wore thick cotton clothes and trousers under his rhino leather armor to reduce the damage when he fell off the horse. Although he was sweating all over every time, fortunately he didn't get hurt. Seeing Marin being knocked off the horse by him every time, and rolling and screaming exaggeratedly on the ground, the young Zhengde was very proud. But he didn't think about the fact that every time Marin rolled over, he immediately stood up as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, Zhengde is now busy with government affairs, and he only takes a holiday every few days. Ming Dynasty officials did not have holidays, but Zhengde was the emperor and could give himself a holiday. Otherwise, Marin would be busy faking falls every day. In fact, Marin's fake falls are already very good. When Zhengde was practicing infantry combat, the fake falls of the eunuchs were exaggerated. Zhengde just made a starting move and lightly touched a eunuch, and the guy flew out exaggeratedly. Then he waved his hand, and a group of eunuchs lay around. Seeing this scene, Marin remembered a comedy movie he had seen in his previous life, Flower Field Wedding 2010. In it, the king played by Louis Koo shouted, "I want to fight 10 people," and immediately 10 fake falls came up to show his support. These eunuchs are similar to those who fake falls in the movie. The only good thing is that they didn't pretend to fall when Emperor Zhengde was preparing. But when they really started fighting, they also deliberately put their faces and bodies on Zhengde's fists, and pretended to be desperate. Alas, life is really like a play, it's not easy for everyone. Marin sighed as he looked at these peers. Just to make a naughty child happy, everyone tried their best. But who said that this naughty child is the emperor? But as a lord, it would be disgraceful for him to fake a fall himself. Moreover, it hurts to fall on the ground. Although there is grass underneath and cotton is stuffed in the clothes, it is not pleasant to fall off the horse's back. So, Marin found a few smart guards and gave them special training and guidance on La Magia professional fake fall. Then, he coaxed Zhengde by saying that they were generals under his command and powerful generals, and asked them to fake a fall on his behalf. And Marin himself, while chewing an apple, cheered loudly on the side and flattered the naughty child Zhengde. Chapter 1176, Marin is going to Shangqing Tower. Among the several clever guards selected by Marin, one named Henry and one named Hart were the most clever. The fake falls of the two were basically at the level of movie emperors. The most important thing is that these two not only deliberately lost to Zhengde, but also made the clever Zhengde completely unable to see any flaws. At the same time, these two guys would hold their breath, and when they fought with Zhengde, they looked really desperate, and there was no sign of letting up. Therefore, Zhengde was very pleased and asked, "Lord Ma, these two generals are very good, what are their names?" "Henry, Hart." "General Henry?" "General Ha." "Ha, could it be the two generals Heng and Ha?" Zhengde suddenly laughed. Marin also reacted, "Isn't it? According to the Chinese name, these two people are not the two generals Heng and Ha." At this time, the romance of the gods, had not yet been created, so there were no two concrete gods of Heng and Ha. However, people call the two guardian Vajra in front of the mountain gate of the Buddhist temple, the two generals Heng and Ha. So, hearing Marin say this, Zhengde, who had heard the legend of the two generals Heng and Ha, couldn't help laughing. Then, Marin and several other guards retired gloriously, and only Henry and Hart, two Heng Ha two generals, were left for Zhengde's sparring. It just so happened that Marin also had to do something, so he went to do it. What was Marin going to do? Of course, he was going to bribe Zhang Yong, Gu Deong, Ma Yongqing, Xiao Ju and other eunuchs. When he bribed Lu Jin last time, Marin also gave each of these eunuchs 2,000 taels of silver. But for the eunuchs who were close to the Ming Emperor, this number was indeed a little small. Therefore, Marin planned to give each family 8,000 taels to make up 10,000 taels. In this way, it also fits the identities of several people. It just so happened that Marin had said to several families before there was not enough money in hand, and it would take time to raise the rest, which made sense. Seeing that Lu Jin had fallen, Zhang Yong and several others began to emerge, and Marin could not save this money. Therefore, Marin sent someone to the ship at Daguku to get the money. When Marin was practicing martial arts with Zhengde, the money had been transported from Daguku. After Henry and Hart replaced Marin's sparring position, Marin took the opportunity to get out and went to give silver to several families. In theory, he had given Lu Jin 60,000 taels of silver before, and he couldn't give too much less to the other people. But fortunately, when Marin suggested Lu Jin to make a false account book, he destroyed the real account book of accepting bribes. Therefore, Zhang Yong and others didn't know how much money Marin bribed Lu Jin. Therefore, it was enough for Marin to give everyone 10,000 taels of silver with peace of mind. You know, these are several big eunuchs. If everyone gave 60,000 taels like Lao Lu, Marin couldn't afford it. Therefore, it was just right for everyone to give 10,000 taels. Moreover, these guys are not like Lu Jin, who can blackmail officials across the country. Therefore, it is good to give them 4,000 or 5,000 taels of silver as gifts. Marin gave 10,000 taels to each family, which is definitely not a small amount. Moreover, Lu Jin's incident had just passed and was still in the spotlight, so these eunuchs did not dare to do too much. Eunuchs are indeed greedy creatures. After Zhang Yong, Gu Deong and others saw the 8,000 taels of compensation, they all smiled and treated Ma Lin kindly. However, Zhang Yong wanted to compare with Lu Jin, so he pretended to be casual and asked Ma Lin how much money he gave Lu Jin. Ma Lin naturally said 20,000 taels, and Zhang Yong was indeed a little unhappy. Zhang Yong has now taken over the position of the eunuch in charge of Lu Jin's Saligian, but Ma Lin actually gave Lu Jin more than twice as much money as he gave him. How can he be happy? Fortunately, Marin was prepared. He told Zhang Yong that he had only given 10,000 taels, but Lu Jin used his power to extort 10,000 taels from him, and he was helpless. Then, Marin deliberately said good things and described Zhang Yong as a good eunuch of the new era of the Ming dynasty who is well informed, so Zhang Yong didn't care. Speaking of which, although Zhang Yong is also greedy, his appetite is not as big as Lu Jin. Moreover, this guy cares a lot about his reputation. At the beginning, Yang Yiqing was able to fool Zhang Yong successfully, using the lame excuse of leaving a name in history. If it were a realist like Marin, he would definitely spray Yang Yiqing's face. But this trick is useful for Zhang Yong, because Zhang Yong loves his reputation. Because he cherishes his reputation, Zhang Yong naturally can't be as shameless as Lu Jin. According to historical records, when Zhang Yong was exposed by Qiu Ju and fell for the first time in the 7th year of Zhengde, the reason was simply that he embezzled 7,000 taels of silver. It can be seen that Zhang Yong's appetite is too small compared to Lu Jin. After dealing with the gift-giving problems of several eunuchs, a subordinate suddenly reminded, "Grand Duke, you seem to have forgotten something." "What is it?" "Perfume." "Oh, I almost forgot." Ma Lin slapped his head. These days, he was busy with other things, and a series of exciting things such as Lu Jin's downfall made him almost forget the perfumes prepared on the ship. Then, Ma Lin quickly sent someone to Daguku to get 1,000 bottles of perfume. Among them, there were 500 bottles of rose and lavender fragrances. But at present, perfume is not famous in Daming, so Ma Lin must first help perfume open up the market and make a name for himself. Otherwise, no one knows about this thing, who will buy it? But how to open up the reputation of perfume? Ma Lin had already thought about it to find the top brand of Qinglu. In ancient times, the top brands of Qinglu were very famous. Some of them are similar to the stars of later generations. Although their status is humble, they can't resist being praised by others. It should be pointed out that there is an essential difference between the women of Qinglu in ancient times and the young ladies of later generations. Moreover, not all women's branches are qualified to be called Qinglu. Only those who have cultivated a group of high-level women with both beauty and art, and built luxurious entertainment venues, are qualified to be called Qinglu. The place where low-end women sell their bodies directly is called a brothel. Brothels are places where bodies are traded directly, without talking about art. Because those Yao sisters don't understand art, and they are even illiterate. And the customers are naturally peddlers, and the prices are relatively cheap. Qinglu is similar to the high-end clubs in later generations. Moreover, it is more advanced than the clubs. No matter how high-end the clubs in later generations are, their behavior is still a place for trading bodies, which is very direct. The only difference from the low-end saunas is that the prices are higher and the women are also very beautiful. In ancient times, the women in Qinglu were not ordinary Yao sisters, but talented women. The basic qualities are playing the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Singing and dancing are their specialties. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that all the top girls in the Qinglu have a high literary quality. To put it bluntly, many of the top girls in ancient times are better than many current literature professors. They can speak fluently and are good at writing poems. In short, the top girls in the Qinglu in ancient times are actually a group of pitiful beautiful female academic bullies. Generally speaking, the top girls in the Qinglu sell their art but not their bodies. Of course, if you have unparalleled talents and attract the favor of the top girls, you can also become their guest. Of course, they also rely on their youth. After their 20s, even if they are old and ugly, they need to find a way out. If they were famous and had a high income before, they could find a good family to marry like Du Shenyang. Of course, it is impossible to be the wife. Unless you are willing to marry a country bumpkin. Moreover, the so-called concubines in ancient times were the old and ugly women of Qinglu, and they could never be those Yao sisters who were directly engaged in the flesh trade. If anyone took the Yao sisters who were directly engaged in the flesh trade home as concubines, they would probably be laughed to death by people all over the world. And Marin would not take perfume to those low-level Yao sisters for promotion, but to those high-profile Qinglu top brands for promotion. Because they are famous enough and have a great influence. Speaking of which, they have beauty that is not inferior to later stars, and in terms of literary literacy, they are completely better than most later stars. Most later stars are illiterate in front of these Qinglu top brands. Chapter 1177, Copying Poems Again. However, in ancient times, especially in the Ming dynasty when literati were in power, it was not easy for Ma Lin to meet those famous women in Qinglu. These famous women in Qinglu are very arrogant. It doesn't mean that you can make them bow down just because you have money. Generally speaking, if you want to get the favor of these famous women in Qinglu, you must not only be financially strong, but also have certain talents. Otherwise, these famous women in Qinglu will not care about you at all. Of course, if you have the talent of Su Dongpa, then you don't have to talk about money, just talk about literature. Moreover, there will be a lot of famous women who will recommend their pillows. Even if Su Dongpa was in his 70s or 80s, there were a lot of famous women who were willing to take the initiative to pay. Why? Because Su Dongpa could help them write poems that were famous all over the world. The famous women in ancient times would not sing modern pop songs, but they would play and sing some excellent poems and lyrics with guzheng or pipa according to the names of the tunes or tunes. If a writer is very talented and can write a beautiful poem specifically for a famous female branch of a Qinglu, then the famous female branch is likely to pay for it. Why is this? Because a famous poem that belongs exclusively to a famous female branch of a Qinglu can make an originally unknown female branch instantly famous. This is like the pop songs of later generations. A small artist on the 18th line became famous and became a big star because of a classic song. In the same way, as long as a great talent writes a masterpiece for a famous female branch that is worthy of being sung all over the world, the value of this famous female branch will immediately soar, from the 18th line to the first or second line, and the appearance fee will also soar. Therefore, while those famous female branches of Qinglu deal with those rich young men, they also particularly favor those great talents who write very good poems, hoping that they can get a famous work so that their value will soar. In such an environment, poets in ancient times were very popular. As long as the talent is enough, there will be famous female branches who pay for it, and you can sleep with the top famous female branches without spending money. If you don't have enough talent and want to meet a famous female branch, yes, the starting price for a small one is a few hundred taels, and the starting price for a big one at the level of the courtesan is several thousand or tens of thousands of taels. Moreover, these famous female branches in the Qinglu not only sleep with you for free, but also actively wave silver notes and ask those great poets to help them write poems and lyrics in order to get their own exclusive, famous songs. In this environment and atmosphere, the ancient poets still mixed well and produced many excellent works. But in modern times, because the imported Western poems cannot be sung directly, therefore, poets are naturally not sought after. Except for brain-dead female intellectuals, only fools would pay attention to those abnormal modern poets. Demand is the mother of invention, and the famous female branches of later generations do not need those modern poets. Therefore, in later generations, those poets are naturally poor and almost starved to death. As a result, those poets who claim to be talented are still blaming the public for not appreciating the level, but in fact, this is not the public's fault, but the fault of the predecessors of the New Culture movement. In the New Culture movement, those so-called cultural pioneers forcibly separated poetry and songs, making them two independent parts. This is actually a very stupid practice, which not only ruins poetry, but also songs. You know, in traditional culture, poetry and poetry are inseparable. Poetry and poetry, can it be called poetry if it cannot be sung? Because those so-called cultural pioneers went astray, which led to a major impact on the poetry and song world. New poems cannot be sung, so naturally they can no longer be sung all over the world. We can only see some literary patients standing there reciting loudly, ah, 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 or ah. The separation of the song world and the poetry world has made the creation of modern songs less and less sophisticated, and most of them are pop songs or garbage that cannot be put on the stage. Among the lyrics of thousands of songs every year, if only 1% of the lyrics of the songs are slightly literary, we should be thankful. Then, a group of idiots who can't even write fluent lyrics, have long hair, call themselves artists, and blame the public for not understanding their so-called art. In fact, when poetry and songs are separated, songs are destined to be difficult to be called art. In other words, the artistic value has fallen to the ground. Without lyrics as beautiful as poetry, everyone can only listen to the song. There is no need to remember the lyrics, because they are all written randomly. Anyway, just put on headphones and follow the rhythm, and forget them after listening, because there is no value in remembering. A wrong poetry reform starved poets and ruined songs. Poetry has been separated from each other since then, and there is no longer any art. Of course, it's not that there are no good songs. It's just that the proportion is too low. A good song often has very beautiful lyrics, comparable to poetry, or it can be said to be poetry. However, many so-called talented people in the circle are mostly literary illiterates. Therefore, we have to suffer from many low-quality bad songs every year. Only a few very talented people can write classic songs. Of course, those are modern things. In ancient times, poetry was together, and those problems did not exist. The only problem seems to be that the level of arrangement is a bit low. This is no wonder. In ancient times, the status of instrumental music was very low, and it has always been a vassal of vocal music. With a low status, naturally there is no development. Until modern times, with the rise of the status of instrumental music, many people paid attention to the research of musical instruments and music, which greatly improved the ability to arrange music. However, compared with ancient times, people's ability to arrange music has greatly improved, but their ability to write lyrics has greatly regressed, which cannot but be said to be a kind of sadness. Therefore, modern songs mainly listen to the music, and the lyrics are not unimportant, but there is a lack of good lyricists. Ma Lin took a few bottles of perfume and came to the famous Qinlu Chuanfang Pavilion in the capital, wanting to find the top girl Li Qing'er in Chuanfang Pavilion to help promote it. The reason for finding this Li Qing'er is not that Li Qing'er is the most famous in the capital. It is because this Li Qing'er is very obsessed with the smell of roses, likes to sprinkle rose petals to take a bath, and deliberately makes a rose scent. Therefore, Ma Lin came to the door specifically to sell rose-scented perfume to Li Qing'er. It is absolutely twice the result with half the effort to have this famous woman who likes the smell of roses to help promote it. Moreover, this Li Qing'er is also very famous in the capital. However, after Ma Lin came to Chuanfang Pavilion, he was harassed. After paying the entrance fee of 500 taels of silver, Li Qing'er, the top star of Chuanfang Pavilion, refused to receive Ma Lin, a foreign devil. The people of the Ming dynasty had serious nationalist ideas. Except for the Han people, people of other races had no status in the Ming dynasty. Most people might give face and flatter Ma Lin, the lord of a vassal state, but these top stars in the capital are used to seeing princes and ministers, and some are flattered by princes and grandsons. So, these top stars in the capital often have high standards. Even if Ma Lin is the lord of a foreign country, Li Qing'er actually refused to give face. She made a request to ask Ma Lin to write a poem on the spot, and only if she was in her eyes would she be willing to meet with Ma Lin. Ma Lin was immediately angry. Little cousin, actually look down on me, look at me using a big move. What big move? Of course it's copying poems. Chapter 1178, Live up to Tathagata and live up to you. Ma Lin took a deep breath, confirmed that there was enough blue, and then asked, I wonder what poem Miss Qing'er wants Ma to write. Mama-san hurried upstairs to ask. Li Qing'er, the top girl in Chuanfang Pavilion, looked at Ma Lin and others and said casually, look at these foreign ghosts with short hair, similar to monks, so, write a poem with monks as the theme. Well, it's better to be more graceful. When Ma Lin heard this question, he almost wanted to curse, Nima, monks are monks, and you still ask for more graceful. Buddhism emphasizes the emptiness of the four elements, and the graceful school of poetry mostly writes about love. Do you want me to write a poem about monks having an affair? Where can I copy such poems? Oh. No. It seems, there really is a love poem by a monk. When Marin was thinking about it, a group of guests in Chuanfang Pavilion also heard about Marin's failure and came to watch the fun. Oh, there are actually foreign ghosts who want to get the favor of Miss Qing'er, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? A passerby with an ugly appearance sneered. It is said that people who like to mock others harshly are generally ugly themselves. If they are good, they will not bother to mock others. The reason why such people like to mock others is often because of psychological distortion. They are not good at it, but they like to laugh at others more. Marin glanced at the ugly passerby, turned his head and ordered Khan, throw it out. Humph, do you think I don't understand Chinese? Khan was stunned and asked, should I beat him half to death before throwing him out, or just throw him out normally? Marin thought about it and said, just throw him out normally. This is the Ming dynasty, not the Beihai kingdom, and Marin doesn't want to make trouble. Then, passerby A was grabbed by Khan, walked to the gate of Chuanfang Pavilion, and thrown outside the door. What are you doing? You bunch of foreign devils, do you still have the law? This is the Ming dynasty. Passerby A was also a scholar from his clothes. However, judging from his clothes, he didn't even pass the exam for a scholar, so he was probably a student. Officials in the Ming dynasty could not go to Qinglu openly, so most of the people who came to Qinglu were scholars who had achievements but no official positions. Or, the children of nobles in the capital, and some wealthy businessmen. However, based on their clothes, one can tell a person's identity. The official regulations of the Ming dynasty, students must wear jade-colored clothes with blue-black stripes. The so-called students are scholars who have obtained the title of a scholar. The Confucian clothes with jade-colored blue-black stripes are often worn by juren. Of course, when some officials wanted to sneak into Qinglu, they also wore Confucian clothes with jade-colored blue-black stripes as a cover. But the passerby who mocked Marin, although also wearing Confucian clothes and holding a folding fan for showing off, the color of his clothes was wrong. Obviously, he was a mediocre person who had not yet achieved fame. Such a person dared to mock him, so Marin naturally regarded him as the best target to establish his authority. Why do you hit people? You are a barbarian, how dare you do it at will in the Ming dynasty? Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the king? A scholar with a degree of fame and wearing a jade-colored, dark blue stripe said angrily. Marin glanced at him sideways and said, I am Marin, the lord of Beihai state, and I am a superclass vassal recognized by the court. This person has no reputation at all, but he dared to laugh at someone. I didn't break his legs, which is considered good-hearted. You all know the Ming dynasty law. Commoners insulted the court officials, and were only thrown out of the gate. He was lucky. The scholar who spoke was choked, but he rolled his eyes and counterattacked. According to the Ming dynasty law, officials are not allowed to seek flowers and ask willows, otherwise, civil officials will be dismissed and military officials will be demoted to guard the border. I am the lord of an external vassal state. There is no provision in the Ming dynasty law that the lord of an external vassal state cannot go to Qinglu. Marin said without turning his head. In fact, these rules were established by Zhu Yuanzhang. But in the Middle and Late Ming dynasty, the implementation was not so strict. For example, some officials also wanted to mix in Qinglu, so they disguised themselves as ordinary scholars. Then, they opened a private room in Qinglu to avoid being recognized. Moreover, when entering and leaving Qinglu, they did not go through the main door. But those who dare to hang out in the hall must not have official positions. Otherwise, once impeached, it will not be a trivial matter. But if a real boss takes a fancy to a top card, there are also ways. For example, you can let the concubines with no status in the family invite those top cards to their own house in the name of learning the skills of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Generally, the top cards have to submit when they meet real bosses. Moreover, this kind of thing cannot be blamed. What's the matter? Can you still control the relationship between women? Moreover, since it is an invitation in the name of a concubine or a servant, it must be entertained in the back house. Even if you want to impeach, you have to be able to get into the back house and find evidence. But is it possible? In fact, like Marin, it is actually not in accordance with the etiquette to open your identity and swagger to Qinglu. But the problem is, as Marin said, there is no law in the Ming dynasty law that stipulates that the lord of a foreign vassal state is not allowed to go to Qinglu. After all, when the Ming dynasty laws were formulated, foreigners were not considered at all. If he was really pushed, Marin could say, hey, I am a barbarian, I don't understand etiquette, you bite me? This is really hard to refute. After all, you can't ask the barbarians to follow the etiquette of the Ming dynasty. It's already very good that the barbarians can respect the court and the emperor. As for Shangqing Tower, this matter is really hard to investigate. After despising those Ming dynasty scholars with fire in their eyes, Marin turned around triumphantly and began to respond to the poem questions asked by Li Qiner. Then, those scholars, including the Ming dynasty merchants who were watching the excitement, looked at Marin with gloating eyes. Why? Because the questions asked by Li Qiner were too tricky. Monks pay attention to the emptiness of the four elements, and they should not have emotions. But Li Qiner also asked for some euphemisms. This is too much. Generally speaking, euphemistic poems mostly describe the love between men and women. But monks abstain from sex, and if you ask a poem describing monks to be more graceful, it is definitely a topic for finding faults. Therefore, a large group of Ming dynasty scholars, businessmen, and some second-generation rich people were waiting with interest for Marin to make a fool of himself. Marin sneered, but did not speak immediately. After all, although he was ready to pretend, he did not dare to pretend too much. For example, the last time he presented a poem to Li Dongyang, he was pulled to discuss ancient literature and almost collapsed. Therefore, he did not intend to be too scary, but planned to lay the groundwork first. The so-called laying the groundwork means pretending to be thinking hard and turning around there. The surrounding Ming dynasty female prostitutes all laughed knowingly. That's right, such a tricky topic, how could a barbarian come up with it? Although this barbarian spoke Chinese very well. After turning around for a while, Marin himself was almost dizzy. So, he glared and shouted, I got it. Really? It can't be made up. The topic is so difficult. Mama-san also looked at Ma Lin in confusion, thinking that Ma Lin was ready to talk nonsense. Listen carefully. Ma Lin said to Mama-san. Then, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with his hands behind his back, and chanted loudly in an ethereal tone, I once worried that my love would damage my Buddhist practice, and I was afraid that I would leave the city when I entered the temple. How can there be a perfect method in the world, not to disappoint the Tathagata and not to disappoint you? Silence. Deathly silence. At this time, even a pin drop could be heard in the hall of Chuanfang Pavilion. Everyone, including female prostitutes and mama-sans, was petrified there. You know, Chuanfang Pavilion is a high-class Qinglu, not a brothel. People who come here, even those businessmen, can recite a few poems. Even if they can't write poems, they can recite several. If it's a completely different poem, don't be embarrassed to enter such a place. Even the mama-san with a face full of powder was a talented top card when she was young. It's just that she is old and ugly, and she can't get married, so she has to continue to work in this industry. But because of her old age, she can no longer receive guests and can only be a mama-san. However, her literary accomplishment is still there. Moreover, the last two sentences of this poem can be called a fighter in the world of love poems, with extraordinary explosive power. It is the pinnacle of the Qing dynasty living Buddha Sanyang Gyatso and is very famous in later generations. If it were in the court, this representative work of decadent love poems would probably be criticized by old scholars. However, this is Qinglu, the place where love poems are most popular. Therefore, this poem by Ma Lin exploded in Chuanfang Pavilion. Don't let down the Tathagata, don't let you down. This magical sentence instantly spread throughout the Chuanfang Pavilion. Chapter 1179, North Sea Fragrance Dew. Bang! Li Qinger, the top performer of Chuanfang Pavilion, who was resting and drinking tea on the second floor, was stunned for a moment after hearing the poem written by Ma Lin, and the teacup in her hand fell to the ground and shattered. How can there be a perfect law in the world, which will not let down the Tathagata and you? How can there be a perfect law in the world, which will not let down the Tathagata and you? How can there be a perfect law in the world, which will not let down the Tathagata and you? After repeating it 3 times in a row, Li Qinger still couldn't get out of the shock. This poem is so beautiful, but from the poem, people can imagine a story of a young monk who is extremely entangled between Buddhism and the woman he loves. Especially in the Ming dynasty when novels and vernacular novels were popular, people had already imagined 100 chapters of love novels. After Li Qinger sighed, she said, Mom, please ask that foreign prince to come to my room. Although she didn't like the strange-looking foreign barbarians, Li Qinger knew that she had to accept the other party's love this time. But the phrase, do not disappoint the Tathagata, do not disappoint the lover, will make Li Qinger's fame soar in the future. Perhaps, her fame can spread from the capital to the whole Ming dynasty. And this is the charm of top-level poetry. Otherwise, do you think those famous women are stupid and will take the initiative to pay for those great talents? Marrying those great talents is wishful thinking, but it is very possible to let the other party leave a good poem and increase your fame. As long as you are famous, there will be a lot of people sending money in the future. The greater the fame, the more generous those local tyrants will be. Chuanfang Pavilion is not well known in the capital, it can only be considered medium. Therefore, Li Qinger's current appearance fee for a meeting is only 200 taels. If it is replaced by Tang Shishir, the top-level Yumazai, who is also the most popular lady in the capital this year, the appearance fee starts at 1,000 taels. And this 1,000 taels is just to watch the public performances of the top-level famous women, such as playing the piano and dancing, not to be alone. Want to be alone? Sure, you can either be a great poet or a talented person, or, you can spend tens of thousands of taels. Li Qinger knew that with this poem alone, her fame would skyrocket, and her appearance fee would be greatly increased in the future. So, she had to accept the favor. Even if she let the other party take advantage of her, it would be fine. If the other party could write equally classic poems, it would be fine to offer herself to him. After receiving the invitation from Mama-san to enter the curtain, a group of people downstairs showed strong jealous expressions. However, they had no choice, because they couldn't write such beautiful poems as, do not disappoint the Tathagata, do not disappoint you. When Ma Lin entered the door, Li Qinger, the top performer in Chuanfang Pavilion, was mentally prepared to feed the tiger with her own body. But unexpectedly, the tall, golden lion king in front of him did not rush over, but took out a few exquisite glass bottles from his arms. What does he mean? Why did he take out these glass bottles? Could it be that the bottles contain drugs to help with sexual intercourse? But this girl has not agreed to sleep with him. Li Qinger blushed and thought wildly. Li Qinger is only 16 years old. She has just debuted and has not officially appeared yet. At present, she is only performing her talents and has not yet dedicated her body. Moreover, generally speaking, these famous female branches, at the age of 16, will not easily agree to sleep with talented men even if they meet them. Unless they are 20 years old and are about to get old and lose their beauty, they will choose patrons as their guests. Because, at that time, it is difficult for them to attract people simply by their youthful beauty and talents. They must give those female ticket customers who visit the Qinglu some sweet tastes from time to time to keep them. Otherwise, younger and more beautiful juniors will steal their limelight and customers. But generally speaking, at the age of 16, you don't need to rely on your body to keep fans. What is this? Is it the legendary Tianzhu magic oil? Li Qing'er blushed and looked at the unknown liquid in the small glass bottles curiously. When she saw Ma Lin pick up a bottle and handed it to her, Li Qing'er was so scared that she almost couldn't sit still, and said in a crying voice, "Young master, please respect yourself." Huh? Ma Lin was stunned. "I gave you a bottle of perfume, why are you so excited?" He didn't know that the little girl opposite him thought the perfume in his hand was a magic oil for aphrodisiacs. You, I'm still young, and I haven't started to accompany customers yet. Li Qing'er said incoherently. What is that? What are you thinking? Ma Lin said depressedly. Then why do you take this bottle? Of course the perfume is for you. Ma Lin asked curiously. Ah. Perfume? It's not magic oil. What kind of aphrodisiac is perfume? Li Qing'er said blankly. Marin was immediately angry and gave Li Qing'er a head crash. You little girl, what are you thinking about? What kind of aphrodisiac? This is perfume, which can emit fragrance when applied to the body, not a drug for that. Ah. Is that so? Li Qing'er said stupidly, covering her forehead that had just been flicked by Marin. I really admire you. Marin looked at the little girl opposite speechlessly. How could a little girl who was only 15 or 16 years old, with no breasts and no PP, arouse Marin's interest? However, in the Ming dynasty, this age can get married. Therefore, the type that Marin likes is basically monogamous. Moreover, the children can play soy sauce. And the women of that age in Qinglu have basically received countless guests and can train thousands of troops under their crotch. Such a woman, Marin disdains to touch. Therefore, it is unrealistic for Marin to find a mature and clean woman in the Ming dynasty. Even in Europe, it is not very realistic. Even Angela, Marin started raising her from a little girl. When it comes to a little girl like Li Qing'er, who is only 15 or 16 years old, Marin can't muster any evil desires. Because he thinks that it is absolutely a crime to attack a little girl like this who is in junior high school. Marin was too lazy to talk nonsense with the little girl, he just crushed the wax seal, pulled out the cork, and shook it gently. Suddenly, a strong fragrance of roses spread in the room. Oh, what is this? Li Qing'er, who already liked the scent of roses, suddenly had bright eyes and reached out to grab it. This is called rose perfume. It is a top-notch perfume obtained by collecting rose petals and refining the essence of the fragrance from our country's top craftsmen. Marin was talking, but he saw that the little girl had already recklessly rubbed the perfume on her body. Don't! Marin shouted, stopping the little girl's reckless behavior. Li Qing'er didn't know the power of perfume, and thought she had to apply it all over her body. As a result, the perfume was all over her face and hands, and the fragrance was a bit suffocating. Perfume is not used like this. This perfume is very concentrated. Just spray a little on the lapels, handkerchiefs, hairline, or armpits. If you use it carelessly like this, a bottle of perfume will be used up in a few sprays. This is a high-end product, 5 taels of silver per bottle. Ah. So expensive? Li Qing'er was also shocked. You know, 5 taels of silver can buy 10 dan of rice in the Ming dynasty, which is more than 1,000 kilograms. If it is based on the price of 2.5 yuan per kilogram of rice in later generations, it is worth thousands of yuan. Although Li Qing'er's appearance fee was high, the bulk of it was taken by the Chuanfang pavilion, and she only took a small part. For a bottle of perfume that cost 5 taels of silver, she felt it was quite expensive. And because most perfumes are high-concentration alcohol, Li Qing'er, who applied too much perfume, also felt a little dizzy. After washing her face under the guidance of Marin, Li Qing'er returned to normal. Then, the two sides began to talk about business. I would like to ask Miss Qing'er to help me promote the perfume produced in Beihai country. Well, its official name is Beihai Fragrance Du. Chapter 1180 Advertising and Script Writing. Li Qing'er was stunned and said, Promote? How to promote? I have no problem using it myself, and I like it very much. However, do you want me to tell everyone I meet, I used Beihai fragrance dew today? That's so stupid. Ma Lin was also stunned. Yes, you can't let Li Qing'er sell it to everyone you meet, right? She is a top star, a big star who is going to take a job, not a small salesman handing out flyers on the street. Ma Lin thought hard and finally came up with a solution. Got it, Miss Qing'er can advertise Beihai fragrance dew before each performance. Ma Lin thought of the endless advertisements before the start of movies and TV shows in later generations. Li Qing'er didn't understand, so Ma Lin imitated the advertisements in later generations and asked Li Qing'er to hold a bottle of Beihai perfume in her hand, smiling and said, Beihai fragrance dew, my choice. After using Beihai fragrance dew, the whole body is filled with fragrance. After Li Qing'er said a few words according to Ma Lin's instructions, she immediately covered her face. Oh, so embarrassing. After calming down, Li Qing'er rolled her eyes and said, Sir, it's not that Qing'er can't advertise for you. But you have to write some good poems for Qing'er to be used in the Double Ninth Festival. If Qing'er can win the first prize, won't your Beihai fragrance dew be more famous? Marin was stunned, then thought about it, and felt that the other party was right. If the other party can win a courtesan, the advertising value will be greater. It's like before the Olympics, finding an ordinary contestant to endorse. As a result, this contestant won the championship, and then the business made a lot of money. Similarly, Li Qing'er is now only a middle-class status among the top stars, equivalent to the second-tier or even third-tier stars in the future. But if Li Qing'er wins the courtesan, it would be equivalent to winning an Oscar and becoming a first-class star. Marin doesn't mind helping, but the premise is that the other party must sign a contract with him. So, after drafting a contract, he said, I can help you create works, but when you perform my works in the future, you must advertise Beihai perfume in public before each performance. Every show. Li Qing'er was a little dumbfounded. Yes, you only need to perform the work I wrote for you, every show. You don't need to perform other things. That's good, I hope you can write a classic for Qing'er. Then, the two parties signed a contract. After signing the contract, Ma Lin thought about it and asked, by the way, what is the main competition in your courtesan competition? Li Qing'er thought about it and said, I just debuted this year, and this is my first time to participate in the competition. According to my mother, the courtesan competition is divided into two parts, color and art. Color means beauty. In this part, it seems that the contestants only need to stand on the stage for some prestigious critics to judge and decide whether their beauty is good enough. Then what level can Miss Qing'er's beauty be considered? Ma Lin didn't like Li Qing'er, a simple girl, but he didn't know the vision of the Ming dynasty people, so he asked. Li Qing'er said shyly, my mother said that Qing'er's appearance is okay and should be included in the first class. Well, I am not the same as the Ming dynasty people. However, in terms of appearance alone, Li Qing'er can indeed be regarded as a junior high school beauty. If I were in junior high school, I would have liked this one. As for art, we will first compete in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Then, we will compete in singing. Participants can sing poems or zaju. Zaju? It means singing opera, right? Ma Lin asked. Zaju was the name in the Yuan dynasty, but after the Ming dynasty, southern opera was popular in the south, while zaju and other northern-style dramas were mainly popular in the north. Of course, southern opera was also popular in the capital. After all, more than half of the officials in the court were from the south. You know, the admission ratio of Jinshi is 6 in the south and 4 in the north, so there are naturally more southern officials than northern officials. Then, Li Qing'er sang a few poems to Ma Lin, and also performed a piece of the most famous Yuan zaju, The Injustice of Do Yi. After Ma Lin closed his eyes and listened for a while, he felt that Li Qing'er's voice was very nice, and she could sing and sing opera. The only bad thing is that the arrangement of this era is too bad. Obviously, the lyrics are very beautiful, but they are defeated by the music. No wonder, the real development of arrangement was not taken seriously until the status of instrumental music rose in modern times. In ancient times, whether in the East or the West, people mainly paid attention to writing lyrics, but not much attention to composing music. The people who wrote lyrics were all talented poets, but the people who arranged music were all low-class musicians, so of course their level was low. When hearing Li Qing'er singing Li Qingzhao's A Cut Plum, the Red O Xian Can You Match Yo, Ma Lin couldn't help but stop and taught Li Qing'er to sing the later version of The Moon is Full in the West Tower. Then, he taught Li Qing'er to sing Fei Wang's version of Water Melody Song Head. When will the moon be there? Li Qing'er really liked these two new singing methods, but she also pointed out that this new singing style can certainly attract the audience, but because the poems are old, it is not very advantageous. After all, this is an era when the status of poems is far higher than that of songs. The new singing style provided by Ma Lin is indeed nice, but if a contestant comes up with a new work, it will be a big plus. The degree of extra points is higher than the new singing style provided by Ma Lin. Because poetry is naturally more noble than music. Then write a play script. Ma Lin thought about it and made up his mind. Why consider writing a play script? Because Ma Lin thought that poetry is too short and can be sung in a few sentences. Moreover, there is no copyright these days. If Li Qing'er can sing a poem by Nailan Xingde, others can also copy it. Moreover, he doesn't have to pay, and he won't advertise his perfume. Therefore, Ma Lin simply decided to compile a play script for Li Qing'er, let her practice well, and strive to make a big splash in the courtesan competition on the Double Ninth Festival. Because the play is very long and there are many scenes, others who want to copy it have to memorize so many lines. Moreover, there are so many scenes in the play, and before each scene starts, you can advertise the perfume of Beihai. Well, this is called insert advertising, which is very cost-effective. Often, it takes dozens of scenes to finish a play. If you advertise Beihai Xianglu in each scene, the effect will be absolutely awesome. So, Ma Lin finally gave up the idea of copying Nailan Xingde's poems. After all, those poems are gone after a few lines, and advertising can't be done for too long, which is not cost-effective. As for what drama to choose, the first thing that came to Ma Lin's mind was Romance of the West Chamber and Peony Pavilion. These two are dramas from the Ming Dynasty, and they are also famous historical dramas. But there is no need to think about Romance of the West Chamber, which was a work of the Yuan Dynasty and has existed for a long time. So, Ma Lin considered plagiarizing Peony Pavilion. But unfortunately, Ma Lin had no impression of Peony Pavilion, mainly because he had never seen it. Then, he thought of Yu opera and Huangmei opera that were often seen in later generations. There is no doubt that Ma Lin must know The Legend of the Goddess and remember it clearly. Because this play is too famous. In addition, his eldest cousin Ma Shumei starred in Peach Blossom Fan when she joined the Yu opera troupe in her previous life. At that time, the eldest cousin had just joined the Yu opera troupe and was given an important task by the leader to play the heroine Li Xiangjuan in Peach Blossom Fan, which made the eldest cousin so excited that she couldn't sleep well for several days. Then, the cousins were forced by the eldest cousin to go to the county workers' theater to show their support. Ma Lin went to show his support 8 times and listened to Peach Blossom Fan 8 times. He could basically memorize all the words. But after picking up the pen, Ma Lin suddenly realized, damn, Peach Blossom Fan describes the story after the fall of the Ming Dynasty. Now, the Ming Dynasty has not fallen yet. If I describe the fall of the Ming Dynasty, will I be torn into pieces by the court? Chapter 1181. The Ming Dynasty is not over, but Peach Blossom Fan is published. Ma Lin originally wanted to pass Peach Blossom Fan, but then he had a sudden thought and finally decided to keep Peach Blossom Fan. However, the plot of the demise of the Ming Dynasty must not be written, otherwise it would be a death wish. Therefore, when Ma Lin wrote Peach Blossom Fan, he changed the Ming Dynasty to the Dekong Dynasty, Nanjing to Jiankong. Also, Prince Fu Zhu Yusong was changed to Kongsong, and Chongzhen Zhu Yujian was changed to Kongjian. However, Chongzhen's reign title was not changed. Anyway, Chongzhen was not born yet. And with Ma Lin's intervention, it was unknown whether Chongzhen's grandfather could appear. Therefore, Ma Lin only changed the name of the Ming Dynasty and the names of the Ming Dynasty royal family with distinctive characteristics. Other things were not changed much. Even many people in the play should not have their names. Anyway, they were not born yet, and it was nothing for Ma Lin to write them directly. For example, the names of Ho Fangyu, Ruan Deshang, Wei Zhongxian, Ma Shiying and others, Ma Lin did not change a word. Anyway, these people's grandfathers were not born yet. However, the name of the heroine Li Xiangjuan was changed by Ma Lin to Li Qing'er to make Li Qing'er famous. And in this way, if other famous female characters want to play in this play in the future, they must pretend to be Li Qing'er, which will undoubtedly boost Li Qing'er's fame. Then, Ma Lin also modified Kong Shangren's political views in the drama. Among them, he added the plot that the Donglin party deceived Chongzhen but embezzled money themselves, and also emphasized the plot that when Chongzhen hanged himself on Coal Hill, only the eunuch Wang Qinzhen accompanied him. When Chongzhen hanged himself, the gentlemen of the Donglin party went to greet King Chuang. But this was not written in the original book. Because Kong Shangren is also a descendant of the literati of the Donglin party. According to the normal thinking of the Donglin party, Kong Shangren put the blame for the demise of the Ming dynasty on Wei Zhongxian and the remnants of Wei Zhongxian, such as Ruan de Shang. When the Ming dynasty fell, Lao Wei had been dead for more than 10 years, but he still had to take the blame. Ma Lin felt that he was too wronged, so he vindicated him in the play. At the same time, Ma Lin also focused on the problem of the civil service group and the merchant group in the southeast colluding with each other to hollow out the corners of the Dakong dynasty. Then he described the fact that Li Zicheng took more than 70 million taels of silver from the ministers' homes after breaking the capital. Before that, Chongzhen wanted to borrow millions of taels from the ministers but couldn't, and watched the Dakong dynasty fall. However, Ma Lin was really racking his brains over the roles he added. After all, although he was a liberal arts student in his previous life, he was not proficient in ancient literature and didn't know how to write lyrics. You know, the reason why Lao Kong's Peach Blossom Fan is famous is that the lyrics in it are very classic and can be passed down. For example, the most classic passage Ai Jiang Nan was included in textbooks in later generations, and Ma Lin had memorized it. Look at other people's writing style. I have seen the orioles singing in the Jade Palace of Jinling at dawn, and the flowers blooming early in the Qinhuai Waterside Pavilion. Who knew that the ice would melt so easily? I saw him build a red building, I saw him entertain guests, and I saw his building collapse. I once slept in this pile of green moss and tiles, and watched the rise and fall of 50 years. The Wui Lane is not named Wang, the ghosts of Macho Lake cry at night, and the Phoenix Tower is inhabited by owls. The dream of the broken mountain is the most real, and the old world is hard to lose. I don't believe that this map has been changed. I will compose a set of Lament for Jiangnan and sing it sadly until I grow old. Such beautiful lyrics, Ma Lin himself can't come up with. Even the literature professors of later generations find it difficult to write it. So, Ma Lin thought about it and had to write most of the plays he added as narration. In this way, he can also cover up his weakness of poor classical Chinese. But some parts must have some lyrics. Otherwise, it's too embarrassing. Then, Ma Lin had to ask Li Qinger, a real talented woman, to help think of the lyrics. Fortunately, Li Qinger had a good foundation in ancient Chinese, and she barely helped to think of a set of lyrics. However, compared with the original version of Peach Blossom Fan, the style is still a bit lower. But no matter what, Ma Lin's modified version of Peach Blossom Fan has finally come out. After reading it, Li Qinger burst into tears. Obviously, Li Qinger was also seriously infected by the sad and gloomy style of Peach Blossom Fan. Then, Li Qinger came to Ma Lin with tears in her eyes. Why is this play so sad? Can't it be changed to a happy ending? Ma Lin shook his head and said, only tragedy can make people unforgettable and classic enough. If it is forcibly changed to a comedy, it will be inferior. Li Qinger was stunned, and her eyes looking at Ma Lin were full of admiration. In fact, Ma Lin just said something that he saw on the internet in later generations. In addition, in this Peach Blossom Fan, Ma Lin used the U-opera singing method. U-opera was rated as the second largest drama after Peking opera in later generations, and its status is higher than Huangmei opera. Moreover, U-opera is a female-dominated opera, and even the male protagonist often pretends to be a woman. Its singing style is also very Jiangnan style, and it is very literary. Of course, Ma Lin has only heard the U-opera version of Peach Blossom Fan, and he has listened to it 8 times in a row, and he almost heard a shadow in his mind. In addition, it should be pointed out that U-opera, which is dominated by women, is mainly based on singing, and there are very few action scenes. Unlike Peking opera, there are many action scenes, which are also very lively and have many unique skills. Therefore, Peking opera is more popular. But for Li Qinger, a weak woman, U-opera is the most suitable way for her to perform. After all, she is not from the Peking opera troupe of later generations. Li Qinger knows nothing about somersaults and the use of weapons. Therefore, it is more appropriate to perform U-opera, which is more literary. Otherwise, the somersaults in Peking opera alone can stump Li Qinger. U-opera, which has a strong Wu Yu characteristic, is also very popular among the women in Qinglu. After all, this soft singing method is not strenuous. And it sounds good. Like Li Qinger, the famous female branches of Chuanfang Pavilion are not professionals who have practiced singing since childhood. If they are asked to sing Peking opera, they will definitely not be able to do it. After all, those who sing Peking opera are people who have practiced singing since childhood. And the soft singing style of U-opera does not require too solid singing skills. Therefore, this play directly allowed the women of Chuanfang Pavilion to participate with great enthusiasm. As for the heroine, it is naturally Li Qinger, the top star supported by Ma Lin. Moreover, in order to support her, the name of the heroine was changed from Li Xiangjuan to Li Qing'er. From then on, it was difficult for Li Qing'er's name not to be popular in the Ming dynasty. It was already late August, and there was not much time left until the Double Ninth Festival. Therefore, many famous female branches of Chuanfang Pavilion, including Li Qing'er, participated in the rehearsal of Ma Lin's magic-modified version of Peach Blossom Fan with great enthusiasm, intending to make a splash at the Double Ninth Festival. Chapter 1182. Any similarity is purely coincidental. As Ma Lin expected, in the courtesan competition organized by some Haiyan Qinglu in the capital on the Double Ninth Festival, Li Qing'er singing of The Moon Full in the West Tower and When Will the Moon Be There was very different but very pleasant. The Peach Blossom Fan, which was full of tragic atmosphere, also resonated strongly with several retired old literati who served as judges. Then, Li Qing'er became popular, and it was a big fire. Needless to say, the courtesan moved several judges and won the title easily. Moreover, not only a few judges like it, but also the opera with soft singing in later generations is deeply loved by ordinary audiences. Strictly speaking, the scenes of Peking opera are more exciting, and there are often exciting scenes of somersaults and fighting, which are very attractive to ordinary people. And opera, because it is more gentle, mainly attracts cultural people. And it happens that the audience of the courtesan competition also likes this style with a strong literary flavor. After all the top cards in the Qinglu are talented women. Without some ink, you can't talk to them. So, Peach Blossom Fan became popular. Along with Peach Blossom Fan, the singing style of opera also became popular. The girls in Qinglu especially like this singing style, because singing opera does not require difficult movements such as somersaults, and mainly relies on singing. And singing, for the candid photographers in Qinglu, is a basic skill. Since she got the title of the Oiran, Li Qing'er's value has skyrocketed. The starting price of Li Qing'er's special performance, singing and acting, in Chuanfang Pavilion also soared from 200 taels to more than 1,000 taels, making Li Qing'er successfully ranked among the first line. Then, in order to make money, Chuanfang Pavilion specially built a professional stage and performed the classic Peach Blossom Fan every day. Of course, when Li Qing'er is resting, other famous female branches of Chuanfang Pavilion will perform other plays. For example, the most classic Yuan Zaju, The Injustice of Do Yi, and The Romance of the West Chamber, and so on. However, before each play, Li Qing'er would hold a small glass bottle and recommend something called Beihai Xianlu to everyone. It is said that after spraying it, the whole body will be full of fragrance, which will not fade for a long time. But the problem is that everyone has just immersed in the sad atmosphere of Peach Blossom Fan. As the leading actress, Li Qing'er is doing sales promotion every time the show starts, which is really a bit distracting and makes the audience uncomfortable. Li Qing'er feels wronged, and she doesn't want to do this. However, she and Ma Lin have signed an agreement, so it must be done. But for the audience's feelings, Li Qing'er personally went to Huitong Hall to negotiate with Ma Lin, should the advertisements before each play be removed and changed to advertisements before the first show. Otherwise, the audience will really be distracted. Ma Lin is definitely not happy to cut so many advertisements, but for the integrity of the opera Peach Blossom Fan, Ma Lin finally agreed. Li Qing'er will only go on stage to recommend before the first show and after the last show. As for the advertisements before each show in the middle, it should be said by others. But Ma Lin requires that it must be said by beautiful women. Li Qing'er naturally agreed to this. Chuanfang Pavilion is a nest of women. There are not many other things, but there are many beauties. However, this is just a small trouble. The real big trouble is still to come. After Peach Blossom Fan was performed for a period of time, because the Donglin party was listed as a traitor in the play, it caused strong dissatisfaction among officials and scholars from Wuxi. Especially those who have studied in Donglin Academy, seeing that the name of their alma mater was listed as the name of a traitor, naturally burst into anger. Therefore, there are Wuxi officials who petitioned to ban the performance of Peach Blossom Fan. Speaking of it, it was also Ma Lin's negligence. Although the Donglin party appeared in the late Ming dynasty, the initiator was Gu Xianqing during the Wanli period. However, Donglin Academy has existed for a long time. Moreover, Donglin Academy appeared in the Northern Song dynasty. The founder of Donglin Academy was Yang Shi, one of the four major disciples of Cheng Hao, a great Neo-Confucianist in the Northern Song dynasty, and he was not small. Therefore, although Donglin Academy did not produce any big bosses before Gu Xianqing, it dared not be ignored just because of its background. Cheng Hao is the founder of Neo-Confucianism. Coincidentally, the Ming dynasty respected Chengzhou Neo-Confucianism as orthodoxy. Therefore, even if Donglin Academy has not produced any top bosses, the origin of Donglin Academy is there, and it belongs to the Academy of Roots and Seedlings of Neo-Confucianism. In this case, even without a boss, the counterattack of the Wuxi scholars is a bit overwhelming. Li Qing'er had to ask Ma Lin for help. After thinking about it, Ma Lin decided not to give in. Why? This is what Ma Lin did on purpose. If you give in, wouldn't it be a waste of time? But the accusations of the civil servants and scholars from Wuxi Donglin Academy cannot be ignored. In the end, Ma Lin added a sentence at the beginning of Peach Blossom Fan: "This story is purely fictional, and any similarities are purely coincidental." Then, it's a matter of one thing and two things. But the civil servants and scholars from Donglin Academy were obviously unwilling to give up, so they jumped up and down, trying to ruin Peach Blossom Fan and stop it from continuing. Chuanfang Pavilion is just an ordinary Qinglu. Facing the suppression of the civil officials and scholars from Donglin Academy, it is a bit overwhelmed. So, Ma Lin simply brought the troupe into the palace and recommended it to the fun-loving Emperor Zhengde. But on the day the troupe performed in the palace, Zhengde was basically sleeping while watching the play because he had too much fun the night before. But the eunuchs such as Zhang Yong watched it with relish. Especially Zhang Yong, he liked the part where Wang Qinzhen accompanied Chongzhen to hang himself very much, and he sighed infinitely. Civil officials are ruthless, or we eunuchs are truly loyal to the emperor. Well, when Ma Lin heard it, he did not seek Zhengde's protection. Because Zhang Yong was enough to protect Li Qing'er and Peach Blossom Fan. So, Ma Lin took the initiative to help Li Qing'er intercede, saying that the civil officials and scholars of Wuxi Donglin Academy strongly opposed the performance of Peach Blossom Fan because of the coincidence of their names. Moreover, he questioned the loyalty of the eunuchs. They believed that the people who accompanied the emperor to hang themselves should be the Donglin gentlemen, not the eunuchs. Zhang Yong was immediately unhappy. It was rare to have a drama that recognized the loyalty of eunuchs, but someone wanted to suppress it. This was not giving face to our family, was it? Of course, Zhang Yong was not a fool. He first investigated and found that the civil servants and scholars from Donglin Academy had no background and ability, so he decisively stood up to support Peach Blossom Fan. With the current emperor's first celebrity coming forward, the Donglin Academy, which was not strong enough, had to choose to stop. Otherwise, there would be no good results. Then, Peach Blossom Fan continued to be broadcast without any changes. Only the sentence, "This story is purely fictional, any similarities are purely coincidental," was added in the front. This avoided a lot of disputes. Under the protection of the great eunuch Zhang Yong, Peach Blossom Fan not only survived in the Ming dynasty, but also spread to all parts of the country. And the consequence of this was that Gu Xianqing later deliberately avoided Donglin Academy. Because Donglin Academy has a bad reputation, all because of Peach Blossom Fan written by Ma Lin, this damn butterfly effect. Chapter 1183 Recruiting Zhang Kai. After the Double Ninth Festival, the autumn harvest was in full swing in the north and south of the Ming dynasty. The entire Ming dynasty was immersed in the joy of autumn harvest. The officials in the officialdom of the Ming Empire were particularly happy about this year's autumn harvest. After all, each of these officials was a landlord. Even if they were paupers before, as long as they passed the imperial examination, a large number of villagers would donate land, and then the poor scholars would also transform into the landlord class. Therefore, in the Ming dynasty, as long as you passed the imperial examination, you would definitely make a fortune. There have always been poor scholars, but there have never been poor scholars and poor scholars. Unless you are self-righteous and do not accept land donations from your neighbors. If you have hundreds or thousands of acres of good land at home, it is naturally the time for money and grain to be recorded in the autumn harvest. Therefore, the entire Ming dynasty is full of the joy of autumn harvest. Also, Lu Jin fell from power this year, and no one blackmailed these civil servants. In the past few years, when Lu Jin was in office, he relied on the control of key departments such as the Ministry of Personnel to force civil servants who returned to Beijing to report to bribe him, otherwise, he would give bad reviews or even be sent to the border areas to serve as officials. In addition to Lu Jin's fine rice example, there were many officials who were ruined by Lu Jin in those years. Therefore, after Lu Jin fell from power this year, the civil service group was overjoyed. In the future, they don't have to respect the money they make to Lu Jin, but can put it in their own pockets. By the way, because of Ma Lin's interference, Lu Jin was not cut into pieces as in the original history. Similarly, officials of Lu Jin's party were not as miserable as in the original history. For example, Zhang Kai, Lu Jin's former strongest henchman, did not die in prison as in the original history. However, Zhang Kai naturally had no future because of his disgraceful experience of joining Lu Jin. Although he saved his life, he was demoted to a commoner and would never be employed again. In fact, Zhang Kai was not a treacherous and evil person. This guy was at most a little lustful. For example, he always coveted other people's beautiful concubines. Of course, in ancient times, concubines could be given to each other. Su Dongpa even gave his pregnant concubine to others, and many people later claimed to be Su Dongpa's son. Lu Jin, this person, was not very capable and his cultural level was not very high. However, he knew how to use people. For example, he himself had a low cultural level, but he brought the memorial back to the mansion and discussed with his brother-in-law Sun Tsong and Huading Zhangwenmian and others how to deal with it. Then, he asked the university scholar Jiao Fong to polish it and then handed it over to Li Dongyang for review. Zhang Kai was the most capable person Lu Jin had won over. The most famous, fine rice example, in Lu Jin's reform was the idea of Zhang Kai. In addition, Zhang Kai was not greedy. Apart from being a little lustful, he was not too greedy for money. He also persuaded Lu Jin not to accept bribes. Therefore, Zhang Kai was a more contradictory person. But it is undeniable that this person is a very capable person. The day Zhang Kai left the capital was very desolate. Only an old servant who had been following him from his hometown drove a broken carriage that was about to fall apart and carried Zhang Kai's family out of the capital. Because he was a criminal, Zhang Kai did not receive the treatment of a retired official, and all the privileges he had enjoyed before were gone. Even more, most of the family's land was confiscated, leaving only 20 acres of ancestral land. It is conceivable how difficult Zhang Kai's life will be in the future. Ma Lin admired Zhang Kai's talent very much, so he deliberately went out of the city to travel, and on the way, he met Zhang Kai who was returning home in despair. Although only a month had passed, Zhang Kai had fallen from the high-spirited minister of personnel more than a month ago to a timid old man. Seeing Ma Lin, Zhang Kai, who had been demoted to a commoner, could only get off the car and salute. Ma Lin stared at Zhang Kai for a long time and asked, "Are you willing to go to Dongfan Island as an official?" As an official? Zhang Kai's eyes suddenly burst into light. However, he hesitated and said, "But I am already a sinner. If Lord Ma accepts Zhang, he will probably get into trouble. That's not a problem. As long as you are willing to be loyal to me, I can give you 500 acres of good land on Dongfan Island and an annual salary of 1,000 taels. In addition, as long as your descendants are not too bad, they can also be officials." Zhang Kai was immediately tempted. He now has almost nothing. Not only has he been demoted to a commoner, but his two sons have no future. Even now, there are civil officials in the court discussing whether to exile Zhang Kai's family to Cheongzhou. Following Ma Lin, at least you can get rich and become an official. Once a man gets involved in power, it is easier to quit than drugs. Many leaders in later generations were vigorous when they were in office, but they aged quickly once they retired. The main thing is that with power in hand, they are vigorous and energetic, and naturally full of energy. After losing power, it is like an addict who can't take drugs, feeling abnormal, and then aging quickly. Zhang Kai once served as the Minister of Personnel of the Ming Empire. How could he be willing to be a commoner when he was just half a step away from entering the cabinet? Moreover, it was unlikely that Zhang Kai would be an official again in the Ming dynasty, because the imperial edict had been issued, stating that Zhang Kai would never be employed again, which was equivalent to cutting off his official career. But to be honest, Zhang Kai was already 56 years old and didn't care much about his official career. What he was most worried about now was the future of his two sons. Because he had helped Lu Jin deal with the Qinglu ministers in the past, and now that the Qinglu were in power, Zhang Kai's sons would definitely have no future. Even if they were talented, they would be suppressed. There were even discussions about exiling Zhang Kai's family to Lingnan. Therefore, for Zhang Kai, being able to entrust his descendants to serve as officials is what he values most. Thinking of this, Zhang Kai bowed to Ma Lin without hesitation and said, "Thanks to the king's favor, Zhang is willing to serve as a dog and horse. However, the court. You find an inn nearby and wait for my news." After that, Ma Lin threw a small bag of silver to Zhang Kai, enough for his family to stay in the store for many days. The reason why Marin wanted to win over Zhang Kai was that Zhang Kai was indeed very capable, and that Marin was not confident in Kong Tai's ability. Kong Tai was a translator trained by Marin himself, and was appointed by Marin as the Prime Minister of Dongfan Island. However, after this period of investigation, Marin found that Kong Tai only had diplomatic talents and average governance abilities. Even because he admired Chinese civilization too much, his behavior was somewhat close to that of pedantic Confucian scholars. Moreover, Kong Tai was still very young and had no experience. So, seeing that no one wanted Zhang Kai, a very talented person, Ma Lin immediately wanted to pick up the leak. You know, a talent like Zhang Kai who is very capable but no one wants him is not always available. But how to take Zhang Kai away without offending the Ming dynasty? Ma Lin kept thinking on the way back. After returning to the city, Ma Lin thought about it for another night before he came up with a countermeasure. The next day, Ma Lin came to the Jinwei training ground to try his luck and see if he could meet Zhengde, but he didn't. He didn't meet him on the third day. It was not until the fourth day that Ma Lin saw Zhengde, who came to find the Hengha Erjiang to practice night horse battles. Taking advantage of Zhengde's happiness, Ma Lin suddenly asked Zhengde to take Zhang Kai to Dongfan Island. What do you want Zhang Kai for? He is a sinner. But he is also a talent. I heard that Lu Jin's rice penalty law was created by him. Zhengde nodded and said, that's true, I also know that he has talent. However, now all the civil and military officials in the court hate Lao Lu's party. Even if Zhang Kai has talent, I can't use him. As the ruler of a vassal state, if you dare to use Zhang Kai, you will probably be hated by the ministers. Ma Lin rolled his eyes and said, Your Majesty, I heard that the court officials are discussing whether to exile Zhang Kai's entire family. That's true, but they can't find evidence of Zhang Kai's evil deeds, so they can only let it go. Moreover, Zhang Kai refused to plead guilty. I actually wanted to keep him, but the ministers were outraged, and I couldn't keep him. Or, you give the order to exile Zhang Kai's entire family to Dongfan Island. Zhengde was stunned. It seems, this is also a way. Chapter 1184, Honeycomb Briquette appears. Zhang Kai himself did not have many evil deeds, but during his tenure as the Minister of Personnel, he cooperated with Lu Jin to block people's official hats, so he had enemies everywhere. For officials, blocking people's future is tantamount to killing their parents. Therefore, although Zhang Kai was only doing things for Lu Jin, the hatred he had pulled was definitely not small. At the beginning, Lu Jin used Zhang Kai to block the hats of the officials and forced them to give money, at least 1,000 taels per person, or even several thousand taels. In order to give gifts to Lu Jin, many officials even had to borrow usury. But Lu Jin cleverly made a false account book and gave all the money to Zhengde, so Zhengde spared Lu Jin's life and let him go to Nanjing to guard the Ming Shaoling mausoleum. As soon as Lu Jin left, the officials who had been oppressed by him could not find anyone to vent their anger. Therefore, Lu Jin's party members suffered before. Chao Yuan, who had already entered the cabinet, was forced to resign. But the officials did not let him go, and Chao Yuan was eventually expelled from the party and expelled from the party. He no longer enjoyed the treatment of retired vice-state level, but was directly expelled as a commoner. Even the treatment of scholars who passed the imperial examinations was cancelled. In addition to Chao Yuan, Shi Wenyi, the commander of the Jinui who once attached himself to Lu Jin, was also arrested. This guy is unlucky. The Jinui is a department that cannot withstand investigation, and Shi Wenyi helped Lu Jin do a lot of dirty work. Therefore, this guy is the most unlucky and was directly executed. In addition, Jiao Fang, a former cabinet minister who has retired, was also held accountable and his vice-state level retirement benefits were cancelled. There is also a man named Lu Yu who has also been in the cabinet. Although he has only been a cabinet elder for a few months, he can be regarded as retired with vice-state level treatment. But this time, Lu Yu's retirement benefits were also cancelled. It should be pointed out that Lu Yu was the first person to bribe Lu Jin with tens of thousands of gold, which increased Lu Jin's appetite. Before Lu Yu bribed Lu Jin, the bribes Lu Jin received were generally only a few hundred taels. With Lu Yu's bribe as a model, Lu Jin later raised the price. As the first person to bribe Lu Jin with 1,000,000 gold coins, Lu Yu's position also soared like a rocket, and he even had a taste of the old cabinet before retiring. But when Lu Jin fell, his old cabinet treatment was gone. But when it comes to Lu Jin's party, the most hated one is still Zhang Kai. Who told him to be the specific person in charge of Lu Jin's choke? But when investigating afterwards, the officials were surprised to find that Zhang Kai himself had no flaws. Except for asking for concubines twice, he had no bad deeds. Moreover, asking for concubines was not a crime in ancient times. So now the officials hate Zhang Kai so much, but they can't find evidence to exile his family. They can only use the crime of climbing the eunuch party to confiscate his house first and cancel his senior official retirement benefits and scholar status. However, during this period, the voices in the court demanding that Zhang Kai's family be exiled to Lingnan are still very loud. It's just that there is no suitable reason for a while. Jingda actually knew that Zhang Kai was the most talented official under Lu Jin, and his talent surpassed that of most court officials. However, Zhang Kai was being criticized by everyone in the court, and even Jingda could not speak for him, otherwise he would definitely be criticized by the officials. However, Jingda was unwilling to let Ma Lin, a foreigner, dig Zhang Kai away. Ma Aiqing, Zhang Kai is also a talented person. I am unwilling to give her to you for nothing. The young Jingda said very bluntly. Ma Lin laughed and said, Your Majesty, I will not let you suffer this time. Oh. How can you not let me suffer? Jingda asked curiously. Honeycomb coal. Ma Lin simply said 3 words. In fact, letting honeycomb coal come out in the Ming dynasty was also something that Ma Lin had considered long ago. At the beginning, Ma Lin used tricks to exchange a large area of land in the Ruhr area from Duke John II of Clever. Then, he seized the Ruhr area territories such as Recklinghausen. The purpose was to obtain coal in the Ruhr area. But after acquiring most of the territory in the Ruhr area, Marin did not dare to bring out the honeycomb coal technology all at once. Otherwise, John II and others would definitely regret it. Moreover, John II was Marin's ally. If the honeycomb coal technology is brought out too early, it will give people the impression of pitting teammates. In this era of chaos among heroes, the notoriety of pitting teammates is not desirable. Therefore, Marin had planned long ago under the pretext of going to the Ming dynasty, the honeycomb coal technology appeared. In this way, everyone will have nothing to say. You see, I also went to the Ming dynasty to know about the honeycomb coal technology. I don't really want to pit you. But in fact, honeycomb coal technology is a technology that only appeared in the 20th century. It was invented by Guo Wendi in Dezhou, Shandong in 1949. This invention is very inconspicuous, but in the second half of the 20th century, almost most urban residents used honeycomb coal to cook, and the number of beneficiaries was hundreds of millions. So, now the Ming dynasty does not have honeycomb coal technology. Ma Lin's plan was to first provide the honeycomb coal technology to the Ming dynasty, and then pretend that he had learned the technology from there. And the person that Ma Lin wanted to provide the technology to was naturally Emperor Jingda. But Emperor Jingda did not understand the value of honeycomb coal. Seeing the small honeycomb coal stove in front of him, Emperor Jingda asked curiously, My dear Ma, what is this? Can this thing be worth a Zhang Kai? Jingda had a, are you kidding me, expression on his face. Ma Lin did not answer directly, but asked back, Your Majesty, do you know how much firewood is needed to cook a meal? Jingda shook his head. He was born in the palace, how could he know this? Ma Lin had to answer himself, it takes a bundle of firewood to cook a meal, and a large bundle of firewood for 3 meals a day. Even if it is transported by a cart of firewood can't burn for a few days. Then, Ma Lin pointed to the honeycomb coal stove and said, but this kind of honeycomb coal only needs 3 pieces. If you use it sparingly, it can burn for a day. And the honeycomb coal transported by a small cart can burn for a month. The price. I asked around, the cost of coal is about 1 won per caddy, and 1 honeycomb coal is more than 2 caddies, and 3 are only 6 or 7 caddies, which is only a few won. But 3 pieces of honeycomb coal can meet the needs of a family for cooking and boiling water. Moreover, honeycomb coal does not take up space. Your Majesty should know that now every household has a special firewood room full of firewood. If honeycomb coal is used, it may not be necessary to have a firewood room, and it can be directly piled in the corner of the kitchen. This is a great thing. Jingda nodded. There was a saying in ancient times that living in Chang'an is not easy. The poor people have limited housing, but they have to vacate a room to store firewood, which is indeed a waste. In addition, buying so much firewood, the cost of porters to transport the firewood alone is not low. According to historical records, during the Tang dynasty, the average annual per capita consumption of firewood in Chang'an was 550 kilograms, equivalent to 1.5 kilograms per day, or 3 caddies. For a family of 5, that means 15 caddies of firewood is consumed every day. But the price of firewood is higher than coal. Ma Lin went to the market to inquire about it. Firewood costs 160 won per 100 caddies, which is 1.6 won per caddy. Charcoal is more expensive, 480 won per 100 caddies, which is 4.8 won per caddy. Straw is cheaper, but also slightly higher than coal. Moreover, honeycomb coal is 80% coal, and 20% is yellow mud and water. 3 pieces of honeycomb coal weigh 7.5 caddies, but there are actually only 6 caddies of coal. 6 caddies of coal compared to 15 caddies of firewood, and the unit price of firewood is higher than coal. Not only that, using honeycomb coal to cook, you don't need to prepare a special firewood room. No matter how you calculate it, using honeycomb coal is a great deal. Chapter 1185, Going to Jiangnan to buy Taihu pigs. Zhang Kai himself did not have too many evil deeds, but during his tenure as the Minister of Personnel, he cooperated with Lu Jin to block other people's official hats, so he had enemies everywhere. For officials, blocking someone's future is tantamount to killing their parents. Therefore, although Zhang Kai was only doing things for Lu Jin, the hatred he pulled was definitely not small. At the beginning, Lu Jin used Zhang Kai to block the hats of the officials and then forced them to give money, at least 1,000 taels per person, or even several thousand taels. In order to give gifts to Lu Jin, many officials even had to borrow usury. But Lu Jin cleverly made a false account book and gave all the money to Zhengde, so Zhengde spared Lu Jin's life and let him go to Nanjing to guard the Ming Shaoling mausoleum. As soon as Lu Jin left, the officials who had been oppressed by him could not find anyone to vent their anger. Therefore, Lu Jin's party members suffered before. Chao Yuan, who had already entered the cabinet, was forced to resign. But the officials did not let him go. In the end, Chao Yuan was expelled from the party and government and no longer enjoyed the treatment of a retired vice-state-level official. Instead, he was directly demoted to a commoner. Even the treatment of scholars who had passed the imperial examination was cancelled. In addition to Chao Yuan, Shi Wenyi, the commander of the Jinyui who had once attached himself to Lu Jin, was also arrested. This guy was unlucky. The Jinyui was a department that could not withstand investigation, and Shi Wenyi helped Lu Jin do a lot of dirty work. Therefore, this guy was the most unlucky and was directly executed. In addition, Jiao Fang, a retired former cabinet minister, was also held accountable and his vice-state-level retirement benefits were cancelled. There was also a man named Lu Yu who had also been in the cabinet. Although he had only been a cabinet minister for a few months, he was also retired with vice-state-level treatment. But this time, Lu Yu's retirement benefits were also cancelled. It should be pointed out that Lu Yu was the first person to bribe Lu Jin with tens of thousands of gold, which increased Lu Jin's appetite. Before Lu Yu bribed Lu Jin, the bribes Lu Jin received were generally only a few hundred taels. With Lu Yu's bribe as a model, Lu Jin later raised the price. As the first person to bribe Lu Jin with 1,000,000 gold coins, Lu Yu's position also soared like a rocket, and he even had a taste of the old cabinet before retiring. But when Lu Jin fell, his old cabinet treatment was gone. But when it comes to Lu Jin's party, the most hated one is still Zhang Kai. Who told him to be the specific person in charge of Lu Jin's choke? But when investigating afterwards, the officials were surprised to find that Zhang Kai himself had no flaws. Except for asking for concubines twice, he had no bad deeds. Moreover, asking for concubines was not a crime in ancient times. So now the officials hate Zhang Kai so much, but they can't find evidence to exile his family. They can only use the crime of climbing the eunuch party to confiscate his house first and cancel his senior official retirement benefits and scholar status. However, during this period, the voices in the court demanding that Zhang Kai's family be exiled to Lingnan are still very loud. It's just that there is no suitable reason for a while. Zhengde actually knew that Zhang Kai was the most talented official under Lu Jin, and his talent surpassed that of most court officials. However, Zhang Kai was being criticized by everyone in the court, and even Zhengde could not speak for him, otherwise he would definitely be criticized by the officials. However, Zhengde was unwilling to let Ma Lin, a foreigner, dig Zhang Kai away. Ma Aiqing, Zhang Kai is also a talented person. I am unwilling to give her to you for nothing. The young Zhengde said very bluntly. Ma Lin laughed and said, Your Majesty, I will not let you suffer this time. Oh. How can you not let me suffer? Zhengde asked curiously. Honeycomb coal. Ma Lin simply said 3 words. In fact, letting honeycomb coal come out in the Ming dynasty was also something that Ma Lin had considered long ago. At the beginning, Ma Lin used tricks to exchange a large area of land in the Ruhr area from Duke John II of Clever. Then, he seized the Ruhr area territories such as Recklinghausen. The purpose was to obtain coal in the Ruhr area. But after acquiring most of the territory in the Ruhr area, Marin did not dare to bring out the honeycomb coal technology all at once. Otherwise, John II and others would definitely regret it. Moreover, John II was Marin's ally. If the honeycomb coal technology is brought out too early, it will give people the impression of pitting teammates. In this era of chaos among heroes, the notoriety of pitting teammates is not desirable. Therefore, Marin had planned long ago under the pretext of going to the Ming dynasty, the honeycomb coal technology appeared. In this way, everyone will have nothing to say. You see, I also went to the Ming Dynasty to know about the honeycomb coal technology. I don't really want to pit you. But in fact, honeycomb coal technology is a technology that only appeared in the 20th century. It was invented by Guo Wendi in Dezhou, Shandong in 1949. This invention is very inconspicuous, but in the second half of the 20th century, almost most urban residents used honeycomb coal to cook, and the number of beneficiaries was hundreds of millions. So, now the Ming Dynasty does not have honeycomb coal technology. Ma Lin's plan was to first provide the honeycomb coal technology to the Ming Dynasty, and then pretend that he had learned the technology from there. And the person that Ma Lin wanted to provide the technology to was naturally Emperor Zhengde. But Emperor Zhengde did not understand the value of honeycomb coal. Seeing the small honeycomb coal stove in front of him, Emperor Zhengde asked curiously, "My dear Ma, what is this? Can this thing be worth a zhangkai?" Zhengde had a "are you kidding me" expression on his face. Ma Lin did not answer directly, but asked back, "Your Majesty, do you know how much firewood is needed to cook a meal?" Zhengde shook his head. He was born in the palace, how could he know this? Ma Lin had to answer himself, "It takes a bundle of firewood to cook a meal, and a large bundle of firewood for 3 meals a day. Even if it is transported by a cart of firewood can't burn for a few days." Then, Ma Lin pointed to the honeycomb coal stove and said, "But this kind of honeycomb coal only needs 3 pieces. If you use it sparingly, it can burn for a day. And the honeycomb coal transported by a small cart can burn for a month. The price. I asked around, the cost of coal is about 1 won per caddy, and 1 honeycomb coal is more than 2 caddies, and 3 are only 6 or 7 caddies, which is only a few won. But 3 pieces of honeycomb coal can meet the needs of a family for cooking and boiling water. Moreover, honeycomb coal does not take up space. Your Majesty should know that now every household has a special firewood room full of firewood. If honeycomb coal is used, it may not be necessary to have a firewood room, and it can be directly piled in the corner of the kitchen. This is a great thing." Zhengde nodded. There was a saying in ancient times that living in Chang'an is not easy. The poor people have limited housing, but they have to vacate a room to store firewood, which is indeed a waste. In addition, buying so much firewood, the cost of porters to transport the firewood alone is not low. According to historical records, during the Tang Dynasty, the average annual per capita consumption of firewood in Chang'an was 550 kilograms, equivalent to 1.5 kilograms per day, or 3 caddies. For a family of 5, that means 15 caddies of firewood is consumed every day. But the price of firewood is higher than that of coal. Ma Lin went to the market to inquire and found that firewood costs 161 per 100 caddies, which is 1.61 per caddy. Charcoal is more expensive, 481 per 100 caddies, which is 4.81 per caddy. Straw is cheaper, but also slightly higher than coal. Moreover, 80% of honeycomb coal is coal, and 20% is yellow mud and water. 3 pieces of honeycomb coal weigh 7.5 caddies, but there are actually only 6 caddies of coal. 6 caddies of coal versus 15 caddies of firewood, and the price of firewood is higher than that of coal. Not only that, using honeycomb coal to cook, you don't need to prepare a special firewood room. No matter how you calculate it, it is very cost-effective to use honeycomb coal. Chapter 1186, Go to Huku Waterfall to build a hydraulic forging hammer. Zhang Kai had offended too many people, so the more Ma Lin humiliated him, the safer he was. On the contrary, the more he was used, the more dangerous he was. Of course, this is about the internal affairs of the Ming Dynasty. It doesn't matter when you get to Taiwan Island. Anyway, those ministers can't reach Dongfan Island. In addition, as time goes by, everyone will gradually forget Zhang Kai, who has withdrawn from the stage of history. After Zhang Kai left, Zhang Kai's wives and concubines Wu and Wang, as well as his 2 sons Zhang Jiafu and Zhang Jiarui, were also sent to Huitong Hall where Ma Lin was as house slaves. Originally, Zhang Kai sent Wu and her son Zhang Jiafu to her mother's family in the capital, Wu, to hide them, while Wang planned to take them back to her hometown and hide them in her mother's family, Kangkuwang. But now that he has received Ma Lin's guarantee, Zhang Kai directly sent his 2 old wives and 2 sons to Huitong Hall to serve Ma Lin as servants. Because of the surveillance of the ministers in the court, Ma Lin summoned Zhang Kai's wife and children to explain the situation, and could only temporarily wrong them. Zhang Kai's 2 old wives were temporarily used by Ma Lin as maids to wash clothes. Zhang Kai's 2 sons temporarily became low-level servants like 9527, responsible for cleaning. But in fact, whether it was Zhang Kai himself or Zhang Kai's wife and children, Ma Lin arranged people to secretly protect them to prevent them from being murdered. On the other hand, perfume quickly became famous in the capital through Li Qing'er's hard work. However, Ma Lin has mastered the essence of hunger marketing and said that he really didn't bring much perfume this time. Moreover, perfume is difficult to make, especially the collection of flower essences is extremely difficult. So, everyone should wait 2 years before buying. For now, only Li Qing'er and other top brands have obtained rose-scented perfumes. In addition, the nobles in the palace, headed by Empress Dowager Zhang, got a batch of lavender-scented perfumes. And strangely, some eunuchs in the palace seem to also like perfume and like to apply perfume. It shouldn't be, eunuchs and feminine gaze are different. It's not very realistic to describe in TV dramas that Dongfang Booby likes men after he castrates himself. Eunuchs are actually only physically castrated, but they are still close to men in spirit. At most, their voices are a little shrill and their personalities are a little distorted, but not too feminine. After all, being too feminine would never be accepted by the world in ancient times. After asking around, Marin learned that because the ancient castration technology was backward and there was no alcohol disinfection, many eunuchs were not very clean during castration, which led to many eunuchs suffering from some urinary system diseases and always having some urine smell on their bodies. Therefore, they need perfume to cover up the odor more than women. You know, if you have a peculiar smell on your body, it is difficult to be favored by nobles, and you can only do dirty and tiring work. After all, the emperor and his concubines would not like a eunuch with a strange smell to serve them around. Therefore, these people's desire for perfume is even stronger than women. Even, perfume brings them hope of becoming normal. In fact, some powerful eunuchs also have some urological diseases to a greater or lesser extent, and their body odor is a little abnormal. Moreover, they also use things with fragrance to cover up the odor on their bodies. For example, sandalwood and agarwood. Marin also noticed that some eunuchs have a heavier smell of sandalwood. But in fact, that is just to cover up the abnormal smell of the eunuch itself. It's just that sandalwood and agarwood are expensive, but the effect is average. After all, those sandalwood and agarwood are raw materials, while perfume uses the essence extracted from the raw materials of fragrance. The concentration is very different, and the effect is naturally much more powerful. Therefore, those eunuchs, especially those with peculiar smell, are very fond of the perfume brought by Marin, and they have made reservations. And Marin did not want to offend these small-minded eunuchs, so he agreed and promised to supply them first. Otherwise, if any of them becomes rich, it is easy to find fault. The eunuchs have not come to find fault yet, but Zhengde has come to find fault in person. In the martial arts arena, Zhengde caught Ma Lin, who was watching the excitement on the side, and asked, "Ma Iching, why is the quality of the plate armor made by my Daming Ministry of Industry not as good as the batch of plate armor you sent?" Ma Lin thought, can it be the same? The steel used to make plate armor over there is secondary refined steel. When the Daming Ministry of Industry and the Armory Bureau made plate armor, they used the more brittle northern pig iron with more sulfur and phosphorus. It would be strange if the quality was the same. And to solve the problem of too high sulfur and phosphorus content in Daming northern pig iron, just add quicklime and refine it twice, it can be easily solved. However, this is the biggest industrial secret of Beihai Kingdom, and Marin will naturally not tell the Ming dynasty people easily. As long as you master this technology, cast iron cannons and the like are child's play. Therefore, Marin is reluctant to disclose this technology. However, he changed his method to solve the material problem. "Your Majesty, why not try using the better quality Fujian and Guangdong iron? Fujian and Guangdong are both mountainous and forested, and charcoal is often used in iron smelting. Therefore, Fujian and Guangdong iron have low sulfur and phosphorus content, and are among the best quality pig iron in the Ming dynasty. Generally speaking, the Ministry of Industry will only mobilize Fujian and Guangdong iron for use when casting cannons. But plate armor is something worn by a few elites, and it is very important, so it is okay to use Fujian and Guangdong iron." Therefore, Zhengde immediately went back to organize craftsmen and once again used the expensive Fujian and Guangdong iron to make a new batch of plate armor. However, the quality seemed to be much worse. So, Ma Lin found the 3 Beihai craftsmen who were responsible for teaching the Ming dynasty craftsmen the plate armor forging technology and asked the reason. The 3 craftsmen told the truth. It turned out that the leader of the Ming dynasty craftsmen who was responsible for learning the plate armor forging in the Ming dynasty was a believer in hot forging. Because hot forging can knock out the impurities in the pig iron through repeated hammering to get real refined iron. Moreover, the cold forging method mentioned by the craftsmen of Beihai Kingdom requires the establishment of a powerful hydraulic forging hammer. This requires finding a waterfall to build a hydraulic forging hammer, or spending a lot of money to build a reservoir to drive the hydraulic forging hammer. The Ming dynasty craftsmen who were responsible for learning the plate armor were too bothersome and wanted to save trouble, so they skipped the step of cold forging with a hydraulic forging hammer. But the cold forging of plate armor is an important guarantee of quality. Without cold forging, the quality of plate armor will be difficult to meet the standards. Therefore, the plate armor made without the cold forging step is naturally unqualified. In fact, the problem of being bothered and saving trouble is still common in later generations of China. Many Chinese workers in later generations pursued production speed when manufacturing products, and often some seemingly simple but important links were artificially ignored or skipped. Then, Chinese manufacturing became synonymous with low-end. In fact, the difference between Chinese manufacturing and high-quality products is often not technology, but rigor. The reason why German manufacturing can become the world's #1 is the abnormal rigor of the Germans, not how smart they are. The Japanese industrial production requirements are also very strict, and the Japanese workers are also very obedient, so the quality is also okay. Only the Chinese workers, some of them are always smart and opportunistic, so the product quality is ruined, and it has become a synonym for low-end. In his previous life, Marin worked in a factory and did quality inspection for a short time. As a result, he carefully controlled the quality of the products, but was accused by the workers of finding faults and being stubborn. At that time, when Marin was checking a process, 60% of the products were unqualified. But the result was that Marin was scolded by the workshop director, instead of those shoddy workers being blamed. So, Marin left the factory in a rage, thinking that there was no future for factories that did not pay attention to quality. But later, Marin learned that most factories in China were like that. It's not that Chinese people can't make good things, but that some people don't want to make things well. Sorry, I said it wrong, not some people, but many people. Including workers and factory management. They only pursue output and don't care about quality at all. By the way, the factory where Marin stayed produces core components of vehicles. Maybe one day, a life will be killed because of quality reasons. So Marin left the factory without hesitation, because he didn't want to be the indirect murderer of others. Marin sighed and told the reason why the craftsmen of the Ming dynasty could not produce qualified plate armor. Zhengde was furious and ordered the execution of the craftsman leader who arbitrarily omitted important steps. After all, plate armor is related to the outcome of future wars, and the craftsman leader is actually more than dead. However, the construction of the hydraulic forging hammer has become a difficult problem. Because, there seems to be no waterfalls on the North China Plain for building hydraulic forging hammers. How about going to the Hukou waterfall of the Yellow River to build a hydraulic forging hammer? Ma Lin suggested. That's at the junction of Shaanxi province and Shaanxi province, far away from the capital. Zhengde hesitated. But it's also the territory of the Ming dynasty. Zhengde nodded and agreed with Ma Lin's point of view. Then, Ma Lin's 3 craftsmen who were good at plate armor forging, took a large group of Ming dynasty craftsmen to Hukou waterfall to build a hydraulic forging hammer. Chapter 1187, Spicy and Sour. Zhang Kai has offended too many people, so the more Ma Lin humiliates him now, the safer he is. On the contrary, the more he is used, the more dangerous he is. Of course, this is about internal affairs of the Ming dynasty. It doesn't matter when you are on Taiwan Island. Anyway, those ministers can't reach Dongfan Island. In addition, as time goes by, everyone will gradually forget Zhang Kai, a person who has withdrawn from the stage of history. After Zhang Kai left, Zhang Kai's wives and concubines Wu and Wang, as well as his 2 sons Zhang Jiafu and Zhang Jiarui, were also sent to Huitong Hall where Ma Lin was as slaves. Originally, Zhang Kai sent Wu and her son Zhang Jiafu to her mother's family in the capital, Wu's family, to hide them, while Wang planned to take them back to her hometown and hide them in her mother's family, Sanko Wang's family. But now that he had received Marin's guarantee, Zhang Kai directly sent his 2 old wives and 2 sons to Huitong Hall to serve Marin. Because of the surveillance of the ministers in the court, Marin summoned Zhang Kai's wife and children to explain the situation, and could only temporarily wrong them. Zhang Kai's 2 old wives were temporarily used by Marin as maids to wash clothes. And Zhang Kai's 2 sons temporarily became low-level servants like 9527, responsible for cleaning. But in fact, whether it was Zhang Kai himself or Zhang Kai's wife and children, Marin arranged people to secretly protect them to prevent them from being murdered. On the other hand, the perfume quickly became famous in the capital through Li Qing'er's hard work. However, Marin has a deep understanding of the essence of hunger marketing and said that he really didn't bring much perfume this time. Moreover, perfume is difficult to make, especially the collection of flower essences is extremely difficult. So, everyone should wait 2 years before buying. For now, only Lichinger and other top brands have obtained rose-scented perfumes. In addition, the nobles in the palace, headed by Empress Dowager Zhang, received a batch of lavender-type perfumes. What's strange is that some eunuchs in the palace seem to like perfume and like to wear perfume. It shouldn't be. Eunuchs and feminine gaze are different. It's not very realistic to like men after Dongfang Bubi's self-castration as described in TV dramas. Eunuchs are actually only physically castrated, but they are still close to men in spirit. At most, their voices are a little shrill and their personalities are a little distorted, but not too feminine. After all, being too feminine would never be accepted by the world in ancient times. After inquiring, Marin learned that because the ancient castration technology was backward and there was no alcohol disinfection, many eunuchs were not very clean during castration, which led to many eunuchs suffering from some urinary system diseases and always having some urine smell on their bodies. Therefore, they need perfume to cover up the odor more than women. You know, if you have a peculiar smell on your body, it is difficult to get the favor of nobles, and you can only do dirty and tiring work. After all, the emperor and his concubines would not like a eunuch with a strange smell to serve them around. Therefore, these people's desire for perfume is stronger than that of women. Even, perfume brings them hope of becoming normal. In fact, some powerful eunuchs also have some urological diseases to a greater or lesser extent, and their body odor is a little abnormal. Moreover, they also use things with fragrance to cover up the odor on their bodies. For example, sandalwood and agarwood. Marin also noticed that some eunuchs have a heavier smell of sandalwood. But in fact, that is to cover up the abnormal smell of the eunuch itself. It's just that sandalwood and agarwood are expensive, but the effect is average. After all, those sandalwood and agarwood are raw materials, while perfume uses the essence extracted from the raw materials of fragrance. The concentration is very different, and the effect is naturally much more powerful. Therefore, those eunuchs, especially those with peculiar smell, are very fond of the perfume brought by Marin, and they have made reservations. And Marin did not want to offend these small-minded eunuchs, so he agreed and promised to give them priority supply. Otherwise, if any of them becomes rich, it is easy to find fault. The eunuchs have not come to find fault yet, but Zhengde has come to find fault in person. In the martial arts arena, Zhengde caught Ma Lin who was watching the excitement on the side and asked, "Ma Iching, why is the quality of the plate armor made by my Daming Ministry of Industry not as good as the batch of plate armor you sent?" Ma Lin thought, can it be the same? The steel used to make plate armor over there is secondary refined steel. When the Daming Ministry of Industry and the Armory Bureau made plate armor, they used the more brittle northern pig iron with more sulfur and phosphorus. It would be strange if the quality was the same. And to solve the problem of too high sulfur and phosphorus content in Daming northern pig iron, just add quicklime and refine it twice, it can be easily solved. However, this is the biggest industrial secret of Beihai Kingdom, and Marin will naturally not tell the Ming dynasty people easily. As long as you master this technology, cast iron cannons and the like are child's play. Therefore, Marin is reluctant to disclose this technology. However, he changed his method to solve the material problem. "Your Majesty, why not try using the better quality Fujian and Guangdong iron? Fujian and Guangdong are both mountainous and forested, and charcoal is often used in iron smelting. Therefore, Fujian and Guangdong iron have low sulfur and phosphorus content, and are among the best quality pig iron in the Ming dynasty. Generally speaking, the Ministry of Industry will only mobilize Fujian and Guangdong iron for use when casting cannons. But plate armor is something worn by a few elites, and it is very important, so it is okay to use Fujian and Guangdong iron." Therefore, Zhengde immediately went back to organize craftsmen and once again used the expensive Fujian and Guangdong iron to make a new batch of plate armor. However, the quality seemed to be much worse. So, Ma Lin found the 3 Beihai craftsmen who were responsible for teaching the Ming dynasty craftsmen the plate armor forging technology and asked the reason. The 3 craftsmen told the truth. It turned out that the leader of the Ming dynasty craftsmen who was responsible for learning the plate armor forging in the Ming dynasty was a believer in hot forging. Because hot forging can knock out the impurities in the pig iron through repeated hammering to get real refined iron. Moreover, the cold forging method mentioned by the craftsmen of Beihai Kingdom requires the establishment of a powerful hydraulic forging hammer. This requires finding a waterfall to build a hydraulic forging hammer, or spending a lot of money to build a reservoir to drive the hydraulic forging hammer. The Ming dynasty craftsmen who were responsible for learning the plate armor were too bothersome and wanted to save trouble, so they skipped the step of cold forging with a hydraulic forging hammer. But the cold forging of plate armor is an important guarantee of quality. Without cold forging, the quality of plate armor will be difficult to meet the standards. Therefore, the plate armor made without the cold forging step is naturally unqualified. In fact, the problem of being bothered and saving trouble is still common in later generations of China. Many Chinese workers in later generations pursued production speed when manufacturing products, and often some seemingly simple but important links were artificially ignored or skipped. Then, Chinese manufacturing became synonymous with low-end. In fact, the difference between Chinese manufacturing and high-quality products is often not technology, but rigor. The reason why German manufacturing can become the world's #1 is the abnormal rigor of the Germans, not how smart they are. The Japanese industrial production requirements are also very strict, and the Japanese workers are also very obedient, so the quality is also okay. Only the Chinese workers, some of them are always smart and opportunistic, so the product quality is ruined, and it has become a synonym for low-end. In his previous life, Marin worked in a factory and did quality inspection for a short time. As a result, he carefully controlled the product quality, but was accused by the workers of finding faults and being stubborn. At that time, when Marin was checking a process, 60% of the products were unqualified. But the result was that Ma Lin was scolded by the workshop director instead of the shoddy workers being blamed. Chapter 1188 Digging Sweet Potatoes. After entering the 11th month of the lunar calendar, the north of the Ming dynasty turned completely cold. Especially in the morning and evening, you must wear thick clothes. The climate in China is quite extreme, freezing in winter and hot in summer. Only on the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, because of the low latitude and high altitude, is it considered spring all year round. Of course, there is also the higher Qinghai Tibet Plateau, which is not hot in summer, but most people have difficulty breathing there, and it is also very cold in winter. Except for the two major plateaus and the tropical areas in the south that are hot all year round, most other areas have a climate of cold winter and hot summer. The difference is that the south is cold and damp in winter and hot and damp in summer. In the north, it is dry and cold in winter and dry and hot in summer. But strangely, this extreme climate of cold winter and hot summer is very good for agriculture. The heat in summer can bring enough accumulated temperature to crops. And the cold in winter can freeze locusts and other pests to death. If you encounter a rare warm winter, it is easy to have an insect plague in the second year. But in general, the winter is cold and the land is still fruitful. In most parts of Europe, especially Western Europe, the temperature is very pleasant, but it is not very suitable for crops. Fortunately, the staple food of Europeans is rye, which is as tenacious as weeds, so they don't have such high requirements. If it is replaced with more delicate rice and wheat, it is estimated that there will be famine every few days. Of course, this refers to the situation in the backward agricultural era. However, the modern agriculture that Marin is engaged in is not afraid of such situations. For example, the mild temperature in Europe may not freeze the pests of crops. But it doesn't matter. Marin knows how to use simple pesticides such as Bordeaux liquid and lime sulfur, and also knows how to configure pesticides with pyrethrum ingredients. He is not afraid of insect disasters at all. Only droughts and floods are God's will. Even in the era of advanced technology in later generations, there is nothing to do. As for ancient times, it depends more on God. Therefore, feudal emperors of all dynasties would offer sacrifices to heaven for a good harvest and pray for good weather. The turtle god Xuanwu is the god of good weather, and the big turtle offered by Marin will be regarded as the top auspicious sign. However, compared with the sweet potatoes presented by Marin, the big turtle is simply not worth mentioning. At the meeting of the lunar calendar on November 15, Zhengde and his ministers discussed the sweet potatoes that were about to be harvested, and the monarch and his ministers agreed to attend the sweet potato harvest ceremony after November 20. To be honest, because the sweet potatoes are buried deep underground, the monarch and his ministers cannot see them despite their high yield. Therefore, although many ministers have visited, they have not seen any signs of a good harvest. Moreover, in order to ensure the yield of sweet potatoes, Marin also asked people to pinch off all the flowers of the sweet potatoes to avoid the flowering and fruiting of the sweet potatoes and the rhizomes competing for nutrients. However, this makes the ground part of the sweet potatoes look even more withered. Therefore, when the monarchs and ministers of the Ming dynasty gathered at the 1 acre and 3 points of land of the Xianongtan on November 20, only Marin was full of confidence. As for the monarchs and ministers of the Ming dynasty, most of them did not believe that sweet potatoes could produce high yields. Even Zhengde, who believed in Marin more, thought that Marin might be bragging. Of course, Zhengde believed that although Ma Lin exaggerated the yield of sweet potatoes, it should not be a problem for the yield per mu to exceed that of ordinary rice and wheat. Before the harvest ceremony began, Zhengde was even thinking about how he could help Ma Lin get away with his crime if he failed to fulfill his promise. After all, the black turtle, plate armor and warhorse offered by Ma Lin were all very practical. If you take someone's benefits, you can't turn against them later. Before the harvest ceremony, On Tingi found the soldiers guarding the Zionangtan and asked them seriously whether Ma Lin had done any small moves in the past few days. The so-called small moves are to bury more fruits in the soil in advance, so that more can be dug out. During the Great Leap Forward, the satellite launching units used this method. Although they invited their superiors to inspect, the satellite launching people deliberately harvested the whole rice and wheat from other fields first, and then temporarily inserted them into the standard demonstration field before the superiors arrived, and then harvested and weighed them in front of the inspecting leaders. How could the leaders, as laymen, see it? In this way, the satellite was successfully launched. Zionangtan is a royal sacrificial site, where soldiers are stationed for a long time. If Ma Lin has any small moves, he can't hide them. After receiving a negative reply from the station soldiers, Yang Tingi signaled the start of the harvest ceremony. Because sweet potatoes have been elevated to the height of divine food, the harvesting process cannot be taken lightly. Before the harvest, Zhengde, as the emperor, first led the ministers to kneel down and worship the heaven, asking for the blessing of heaven so that the Ming dynasty could truly harvest the divine food. Then, everyone came to the edge of the 1 acre and 3 points of land, surrounded the 3-point sweet potato field, and watched the results. After the important monarchs and ministers of the Manchu court stood still, Ma Lin began to command the full-time farmers in Zionangtan to dig sweet potatoes with short wooden sticks. Yes, manual digging of sweet potatoes cannot be done with sharp iron tools. Otherwise, it is easy to hurt the sweet potatoes. Therefore, when digging sweet potatoes, Ma Lin asked the farmers to use short wooden sticks that were slightly sharpened to dig sweet potatoes. Under the command of Marin and his son, the farmers carefully used short wooden sticks from the side, gently pushed away the soil, and revealed the pink skin of the sweet potatoes in the soil. In order to protect the sweet potatoes as much as possible, the farmers directly dug them up after seeing them to avoid the sticks from damaging the sweet potatoes. Just as the farmers were carefully digging sweet potatoes, Marin was a little nervous. Although he usually took good care of the sweet potatoes on this 3-acre land and used enough fertilizer, he was also afraid of accidents. Fortunately, Marin set a conservative number at the time more than 1,000 kilograms per mu, and did not dare to say several thousand kilograms according to the standards of later generations. Otherwise, if an accident occurred and the yield was not reached, it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. What is the end of the crime of deceiving the emperor? That's a death sentence. If an accident happened, even if Zhengde had a good relationship with him and spared his death penalty, he would not be able to trade. So, when the farmers were digging sweet potatoes, Ma Lin stood by with cold sweat on his forehead, looking very guilty. In addition, Ma Lin had previously discovered something that made him very depressed. The mu in ancient times was smaller than the mu in modern times. After measuring, Ma Lin found that the mu of the Ming dynasty was only 580 square meters, not 667 square meters in later generations. Therefore, using the per mu yield of later generations to apply to the Ming dynasty, Ma Lin was at a disadvantage. If the final yield did not meet the standard, he would be guilty of deceiving the emperor. Fortunately, there was no accident in the end. When the farmers put the clean sweet potatoes into the frame and visually estimated the amount, Ma Lin had a bottom line in his heart. Weigh it! The chief minister Li Dongyang shouted, and suddenly, several strong clerks from the Ministry of Households came over with a large scale. Then, several clerks hooked the iron hook of the large scale on the top of the basket, and began to weigh it. After several weighings, the clerks of the Ministry of Revenue finally determined that the 3 acres of land produced a total of 623 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Chapter 1189, Offering Sacrifices to the Imperial Ancestral Temple and Granting Amnesty to the Whole Nation. After entering the 11th month of the lunar calendar, the north of the Ming dynasty turned completely cold. Especially in the morning and evening, you must wear thick clothes. The climate in China is quite extreme, freezing in winter and hot in summer. Only on the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau, because of the low latitude and high altitude, is it considered spring all year round. Of course, there is also the higher Qinghai Tibet Plateau, which is not hot in summer, but most people have difficulty breathing there, and it is also very cold in winter. Except for the 2 major plateaus and the tropical areas in the south that are hot all year round, most other areas have a climate of cold winter and hot summer. The difference is that the south is cold and wet in winter and hot and wet in summer. In the north, it is dry and cold in winter and dry and hot in summer. But strangely, this extreme climate of cold winter and hot summer is very good for agriculture. The heat in summer can bring enough accumulated temperature to crops. And the cold in winter can freeze locusts and other pests to death. If you encounter a rare warm winter, insect disasters are likely to break out in the second year. But in general, winters are cold, and the land is still fertile. In most parts of Europe, especially Western Europe, the temperature is very pleasant, but it is not suitable for crops. Fortunately, the staple food of Europeans is rye, which is as tenacious as weeds, so they don't have such high requirements. If it were replaced with more delicate rice and wheat, it would probably be a famine every few days. Of course, this refers to the situation in the backward agricultural era. However, the modern agriculture that Marin is engaged in is not afraid of such situations. For example, the mild temperature in Europe may not freeze the pests of crops. But it doesn't matter. Marin knows how to use simple pesticides such as Bordeaux mixture and lime sulfur, and also knows how to configure pesticides with pyrethrum ingredients. He is not afraid of any insect disasters at all. Only droughts and floods are God's will. Even in the era of advanced technology in later generations, there is nothing we can do. As for ancient times, it depends even more on God. Therefore, feudal emperors of all dynasties would offer sacrifices to the heavens for a good harvest and pray for good weather. The turtle god Xuanwu is the god of good weather and good harvest, so the turtle presented by Ma Lin is regarded as the top auspicious sign. However, compared with the sweet potatoes presented by Ma Lin, the big turtle is not worth mentioning. At the meeting of the lunar calendar on November 15, Zhengde and his ministers discussed the sweet potatoes that were about to be harvested, and the monarch and his ministers agreed to attend the sweet potato harvesting ceremony after November 20. To be honest, because the sweet potatoes are buried deep underground, the monarch and his ministers cannot see them despite their high yield. Therefore, although many ministers have visited, they have not seen any signs of a good harvest. Moreover, in order to ensure the yield of sweet potatoes, Ma Lin also asked people to pinch off all the flowers of the sweet potatoes to avoid the sweet potatoes from blooming and bearing fruits and competing with the rhizomes for nutrients. However, this makes the ground part of the sweet potatoes look even more withered. Therefore, when the monarchs and ministers of the Ming dynasty gathered at the 1 acre and 3 points of land of the Xianongtan on November 20, only Ma Lin was full of confidence. As for the monarchs and ministers of the Ming dynasty, most of them did not believe that sweet potatoes could produce high yields. Even Zhengde, who believed in Ma Lin more, thought that Ma Lin might have been bragging. Of course, Zhengde believed that although Ma Lin exaggerated the yield of sweet potatoes, it should not be a problem for the yield per mu to exceed that of ordinary rice and wheat. Before the harvest ceremony began, Zhengde was even considering how to help Ma Lin get rid of his guilt when his promise was not fulfilled. After all, the black turtle, plate armor and warhorse offered by Ma Lin were all very practical. If you take someone's benefits, you can't turn your face against them later. Before the harvest ceremony, Ong Tinggi found the soldiers guarding the Xianongtan and asked them seriously whether Ma Lin had done any small moves these days. The so-called small moves are to bury more fruits in the soil in advance, so that more can be dug out. During the Great Leap Forward, the satellite launch unit used this method. Although the superiors were invited to inspect, the satellite launcher deliberately harvested the whole rice and wheat from other fields first, and then temporarily inserted them into the standard demonstration field before the superiors arrived, and then harvested and weighed them in front of the inspecting leaders. How could the leaders, as laymen, see it? In this way, the satellite was successfully launched. Xianongtan was a royal sacrificial site, where soldiers were stationed for a long time. If Ma Lin had any small moves, he could not hide them. After receiving a negative reply from the stationed soldiers, Yang Tinggi signaled the start of the harvest ceremony. Because sweet potatoes were elevated to the height of divine grain, the harvesting process could not be taken lightly. Before the harvest, Zhengde, as the emperor, first led his ministers to kneel down and worship the heaven, asking for the blessing of heaven so that the Ming dynasty could truly harvest the divine grain. Then, everyone came to the edge of the 1 acre and 3 fen of land, surrounded the 3 fen of sweet potato land, and watched the results. After the important monarchs and ministers of the Manchu court stood still, Ma Lin began to direct the full-time farmers in the Xianongtan to dig sweet potatoes with short wooden sticks. Yes, you can't dig sweet potatoes with sharp iron tools. Otherwise, it's easy to hurt the sweet potatoes. Therefore, when digging sweet potatoes, Ma Lin asked the farmers to use short wooden sticks that were slightly sharpened to dig sweet potatoes. Under the command of Ma Lin's parents, these farmers carefully used short wooden sticks from the side, gently pushed away the soil, and revealed the pink sweet potato skin in the soil. In order to protect the sweet potatoes as much as possible, after seeing the sweet potatoes, the farmers directly picked them up to avoid the wooden sticks from damaging the sweet potatoes. Just when the farmers were carefully digging sweet potatoes, Ma Lin was a little nervous. Although he usually takes good care of the sweet potatoes on this 3-acre land and uses enough fertilizer, he is also afraid of accidents. Fortunately, Marin set a conservative figure at the beginning more than 1,000 kilograms per mu, and did not dare to say several thousand kilograms according to the standards of later generations. Otherwise, if an accident occurs and the yield is not reached, it will be a crime of deceiving the emperor. What is the end of the crime of deceiving the emperor? That will be a death sentence. If an accident occurs, even if Shunde has a good relationship with himself and exempts himself from the death penalty, he will not even think about trade. So, when the farmers were digging sweet potatoes, Marin stood by with cold sweat on his forehead, looking very guilty. In addition, Marin had previously discovered something that made him very depressed. The mu in ancient times was smaller than the mu in modern times. After measuring, Marin found that one mu of the Ming dynasty was only 580 square meters, not 667 square meters in later generations. Therefore, Marin was at a disadvantage in applying the mu yield of later generations to Dao Daming. If the final yield does not meet the standard, he will be guilty of deceiving the emperor. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened in the end. When the farmers put the clean sweet potatoes into the basket and estimated the amount visually, Marin had a rough idea in his mind. Weigh it. The Prime Minister Li Dongyang shouted, and immediately, several strong clerks from the Ministry of Revenue came over with a large scale. Then, after several clerks hooked the iron hook of the large scale on the top of the basket, they began to weigh it with 2 people carrying it. After several weighings, the clerks from the Ministry of Revenue finally determined that this 3-acre land produced a total of 788 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Chapter 1190, What You Want. Civil officials are very vengeful. For example, Emperor Yongjing of the Qing dynasty, because he made officials and gentry pay taxes together, which damaged the interests of the civil service class, was blackened by the civil officials when recording history and became a tyrant. And his son Qianlong, who was very ambitious and far from him in talent, was described as a sage king by shameless civil officials because he indulged in official corruption. Lu Jin had damaged the interests of the civil service class at the beginning, so the civil officials specifically proposed that Lu Jin and his party members should not be pardoned in this amnesty. Therefore, although Lu Jin did not verify that it was an unpardonable rebellion, he was still suppressed by the officials and was not allowed to be pardoned. Zhang Kai, Chao Yuan, Jiao Fang and other people in Lu Jin's party naturally did not get the benefits of being pardoned. Of course, this is a good thing for Marin. Why? If Zhang Kai was pardoned, then with his ministerial retirement level, he would not have to go to Dongfan Island to make a living. And Marin would also lose a general. Therefore, Ma Lin was also relieved that Lu Jin's eunuch party members were not pardoned this time. Except for Lu Jin's party, all the bigwigs in the court got a lot of benefits and were promoted. Of course, rewards such as, all officials are promoted 3 levels, are impossible. After all, the 3 cabinet elders are all vice-state level bigwigs, and they can't be promoted anymore. Therefore, in addition to the general amnesty, most of the court officials above the 5th rank who are qualified to attend the court have been rewarded with promotions. For example, there are 10 levels of Wenshuan in the Ming dynasty, and 12 ranks of Wushuan. In addition, there are 42 ranks of Wensan and 30 ranks of Wusan. This time, the reward is mainly to increase the Wenwuxan and Wenwuzan ranks for officials. These are all empty titles, but they are not completely useless. For example, if you have a low position but a high rank, you don't need to salute those who have a high position but a low rank. This thing is actually like a noble title, but it is not hereditary. Moreover, with a rank, you can also get an extra salary, which is also very good. Of course, the senior officials of the Ming dynasty did not live on salaries. Only honest officials would value this thing. However, being awarded a rank is also a manifestation of honor, very suitable for showing off, and it is very face-saving to talk about it. On this happy day of the Ming dynasty, Marin began to remind the emperor and his ministers of the Ming dynasty who were overjoyed, "Where are my benefits?" Zhengde and the civil and military officials of the court finally reacted, "Oh, they actually forgot the first meritorious person who offered the divine grain." Everyone was celebrating and promoting officials, and they actually forgot about Marin for a while. Although feeling ashamed, the Ming emperor and his ministers, who were feeling happy, were naturally not stingy. Approve the request of Ma Lin, the king of Beihai Kingdom, and enthrone Ma Lin as the king of Beihai Kingdom, with a rank equivalent to that of a duke of Ming dynasty. Also enthrone Ma Lin as the hereditary chieftain of Dongfan Island, in charge of the military and civilian affairs of Dongfan Island. The merchant ships of the Dongfan Island Xianwei office are allowed to come to Ming dynasty for procurement and trade, but they are only allowed to stop at Fuzhou, Ningbo and Guangzhou, and each time they stop, they must report to the local maritime customs. In addition, because of the long distance, Beihai Kingdom can send envoys to Beijing to pay tribute once every 4 years. The Dongfan Island Xianwei office needs to send envoys to Beijing to pay tribute every year and participate in the New Year's Day court meeting. After some discussion, the Ming Emperor and his ministers decided to agree to Ma Lin's request to become the chieftain of Ming dynasty, and granted Ma Lin the highest-level Xianwei envoy among the chieftains, in charge of the military and political affairs of the entire Dongfan Island. However, for security reasons, the Ming dynasty's monarchs and ministers decided to only allow merchant ships of the Dongfan Xianwei division to dock at the three ports of Fuzhou, Ningbo and Guangzhou where the Shibui division was established. The Ming dynasty was closed as a whole, and only three Shibui divisions were retained in Guangzhou, Ningbo and Fuzhou to receive tribute envoys. Among them, the Guangzhou Shibui division was specifically for receiving tribute envoys from Southeast Asian countries such as Siam and Malacca. Ningbo was used to receive tribute envoys from Japan. The landing point for Ryukyu tribute envoys was originally located in Chuanzhou, but later the Ryukyu people found that it was closer to Fuzhou. Therefore, the Shibui division for Ryukyu was later moved from Chuanzhou to Fuzhou. As for North Korea, before the rise of the later Jin dynasty in the blocking of the road, it was directly paying tribute by land in the northeast. Originally, the ministers were only willing to open the port of Fuzhou for Marin's merchant ships to dock and trade, but Marin was afraid that if there was only one purchasing point, it would be easy for Ming dynasty merchants to control the supply and raise prices. Therefore, he requested to open more purchasing ports. Only by comparing three stores can you avoid losses. Li Dongyang is also a bachelor. You want to shop around, right? Okay, I'll open all three ports of the Ming dynasty that have opened the Shibosi to you. Then, Ningbo and Guangzhou were opened to Ma Lin. It should be pointed out that the household registration management of the Ming dynasty was very strict. The reason why the ports were not easily opened was that they were afraid that the strange appearance of Ma Lin and others would scare the people. In fact, their concerns were not unreasonable. When the Qing dynasty just opened up, the people were frightened by the appearance of foreigners and thought they were evil ghosts, so they also called foreigners foreign devils. Guangzhou, Ningbo and Fuzhou are different. These are traditional open ports, and people are not surprised. Moreover, the three places are originally specially open ports, and it is no big deal to open them to the Dongfan Zuanweizi. As for the need to report to the local Shibosi before each trade, Li Dongyang was afraid that pirates would pretend to be ships of the Dongfan Zuanweizi to infiltrate the three ports. If you are accidentally attacked by pirates, or if the pirates buy sufficient supplies, it will become a disaster. Therefore, before each trade, merchant ships from the Dongfan Xianwei division must disarm, register with the Shibui division, and check the tribute license to avoid impersonation. Marin agreed with this, because he was also worried that others would use the name of Dongfan Island to trade in the Ming dynasty. For example, the unscrupulous Portuguese would definitely do something impersonating if they did not add insurance measures. After all, the people of Beihai and the Portuguese have similar white faces. If they do not need documents, it is really easy for them to impersonate the merchant ships of Beihai. Therefore, Marin welcomes Li Dongyang's cautious approach. With insurance measures, there is no need to worry about others impersonating their own ships to rob the benefits of trade in the future. Of course, Marin is not satisfied, he also wants population. So, Marin petitioned for permission to recruit refugees in the Ming dynasty to reclaim wasteland in Dongfan Island. However, Marin's request made the Ming monarchs and ministers hesitate. Why? It was the sweet potatoes presented by Marin that caused the trouble. Zhengde and the ministers believed that since there were sweet potatoes, it would be difficult for Daming to have disaster victims in the future. Therefore, it is better not to give away the population easily. When Marin learned about this situation, he was almost depressed to the point of vomiting blood. Unexpectedly, the sweet potatoes he presented became an obstacle to his introduction of population. Moreover, the thoughts of the emperor and his ministers of Zhengde were too simple. Didn't the Qing dynasty also promote sweet potatoes? But weren't there poor people who couldn't eat enough in the Qing dynasty? It is true that sweet potatoes are high-yielding, but you have to have land to plant sweet potatoes first. If there is no land, no matter how high the sweet potato yields, it has nothing to do with you. Therefore, Marin continued to petition the court to allow him to recruit refugees and beggars without land. These people have no land, and no matter how high the sweet potato yields, it has nothing to do with them. Since they can't survive in Daming, why not give them to Dongfan Island for reclamation? Moreover, legally speaking, Dongfan Island is also the territory of the Ming dynasty. After a discussion between Zhengde and the court officials, they also agreed with Marin's statement. They have no land, so no matter how high the sweet potato yield is, it has nothing to do with them. Therefore, Marin also obtained permission to immigrate refugees. However, during the immigration process, Marin must report to the local authorities for verification. Only landless refugees are allowed to immigrate, and tenants with land or land for farming are not allowed to be recruited, so as not to affect the grain production of the Ming dynasty itself. Moreover, the places for recruiting refugees are limited to the 3 ports of Fuzhou, Ningbo and Guangzhou, and people are not allowed to be sent to inland areas to recruit refugees. Although there are some gaps from what he expected, after getting the permission, Marin can be regarded as having achieved what he wanted and achieved his goal,